Welcome to CNET's live coverage of CES 2013. We're coming to you live from the CNET stage in the South Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Donald Bell.
And I'm Paul Sloan.
And every morning this week, we're here to help you and give you the inside scoop of what we've been sifting through here, going over through all the news we've been seeing here at CES. Today we're giving you just an abbreviated version of our show so that we can bring you the Panasonic CES opening keynote coming up at the top of the hour. And today, we're starting off with 4K TVs. Ultra-high definition TVs. Take your pick, right?
There are a lot of them.
There were a lot of them yesterday. I'm trying to think of how many press conferences I went to yesterday, or at least was watching, and it seemed like across the board they were all showing off
No
4K
one's mentioning
televisions.
3D. Everyone's mentioning 4K, right?
I actually did get a mention of 3D yesterday at the Vizio showcase, but even that was like, this is a work in progress. We're not quite sure if we're going to actually make this glasses-free 3D TV. Right. It's amazing, but we think that maybe the 3D market is stalled out in terms of enthusiasm for that being a feature that would drive people to buy a TV.
So are people going to buy 4K TVs?
I don't know if anyone is employed well enough to be able to afford the 4K TVs that were being shown off yesterday. I mean, there was a few that didn't have pricing, but the ones that were priced all seemed to be $20,000 and up.
You know, Sony, which made this big splash, and its whole press conference was based around 4K, we're the new, just call us 4K everything, you know, is introducing these two, they say affordable, because they're 84-inch 4K TVs, whatever, $25,000, and they say these are much more affordable and will be coming out later this year, but they still didn't give prices. The key, of course, is there content for it?
The key is that, and there's also, even for like the people who are real sticklers for picture quality, they'll say that resolution isn't even justified unless you're talking about a TV that's 80 inches and up.
Right.
And even then, we're who's buying those 80-inch TVs? I mean, I think there's a market for it, certainly, but for most of America or the world, I can't imagine that they're trying to like make the door wider in their home just to get that 80-inch TV through the door.
I mean, for Sony, it makes tons of sense because they're doing movie theaters and everything commercially in 4K, and that really does make a difference. But when you look at the Samsungs, when you look at all the other 4K TVs and the Sonys, and you imagine that in your living room, it's just not clear that it's going to look that much different. Yeah,
again, like it comes down to content. Some of the content I was shown yesterday was like special stuff that's pulled from like DreamWorks animation that was rendered at that 4K resolution. And even then, I was being told that in order to play it, they had to get a disc in there that could hold like 128 gigabytes of for like a 5-minute clip of 4K content being raw processed to the television. And that just, there's a lot of factors here that need to be figured out.
Sony's loaning people players, right?
Right.
They're saying, we know you don't have the content, so here, if you buy our TV, you can have this video player.
If you're going to sink $25,000 into Sony's 4K television, they'll actually give you a media server that has a few movies,
and a few others,
Spider-Man being one of them, and like a few clips just to be able to show it off, because it's really a show-off kind of thing
they
right now.
They call it a loaner. Do you think they'll ask for it back?
Yeah, if you don't like the TV, you can't keep the 4K content.
Right.
There's some interesting designs, too. Samsung's design, which I have up here on my screen, was, I forgot how they called it. They called it like a picture frame style design, where it has its own kickstand in the back of the TV. Trying to think of some other ones that we saw yesterday. Some of them were gorgeous. I have to say the one that, it was Sony who really nailed it with the combination of the two TV themes.
OLED 4K.
They had the OLED 4K.
Yeah.
Which apparently is like eye-melting in quality.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
But it all does boil down again to what content's going to show on it.
Right.
I mean, it would be incredibly frustrating to have just Spider-Man.
We saw a 110-inch 4K TV from Westinghouse. I don't have a great picture of that one, but apparently if you really want to break past 100 inches, Westinghouse has you covered. Another option, actually, just to jump around here,
the projector.
The projector. If you want to forego actually paying for pixels in the screen, LG showed off a laser-powered projector called the Hecto that will project a 100-inch image.
And the thing only has to be 22 inches from your wall, right?
Yeah, that's the other great. Through the magic of mirrors and lasers, you can have this thing only back 22 inches from the screen, and it's going to project a 100-inch wide HD image onto your wall.
It takes a lot for me to have TV lust, but I like that one.
Yeah, I've got this one up here on my screen too. But this one makes me. I can see the use for this. Also, there's something about a projector that makes you kind of nostalgic for a movie. It feels more movie-like to me.
It feels almost analog.
Yeah. Trying to think. So we're not sold on 4K. Is that your?
I don't think we're sold yet. I mean, I think the jury's out, but I think if the prices came down and there's suddenly a ton of content, perhaps there'd be a market for it. But it seems like, isn't this a huge risk? I mean, Sony's, as a strategic move, I mean, they showed some beautiful products yesterday. I mean, they showed a cell phone that was this waterproof cell phone that was quite nice.
Yeah, the Xperia Z.
Z was how they pronounced it, but the Z is for us non-Brits. And, it was beautiful, and they showed headphones that were beautiful and all kinds of things. And a lot of their entertainment devices were based around one touch and connecting everything. But the whole theme was quality, quality, quality of sound and audio, and visual. And for visual, it's 4K. And all their TVs are going to be 4K pretty much, and that just seems like an enormous risk when they don't know whether the demand is there yet. Is this something people at home are crying for? I wish I could see every pore in that actor's face.
I don't. Well, maybe the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit fans want that full resolution, but yeah, I think that they kind of have to have it. I mean, the sense of just going down the list, where we saw LG, Vizio, Toshiba, Sharp, Sony, Westinghouse, Samsung, all showing off that technology.
Yep.
I feel like it was all just like everyone felt like they had to have it. They couldn't be here without it. They would feel out of place or not on top of things if they didn't have one of these televisions to show off. Yeah. Oh, we actually might be going to the Panasonic keynote now as we're disparaging TV makers. All right.
Let's have a look.
So yeah, let's actually throw to the Panasonic keynote here. We've got Mr. Kazuhiro Suga, the incoming president of Panasonic Corporation, as a speaker.
Some people think of engineers as rational and analytical. This is true, but we are also passionately driven to solve problems, to turn idealistic visions into useful realities. In fact, most of us care quite deeply about making the world we live in better. Many of you may think of Panasonic as a television manufacturing company, for very good reason. For nearly 100 years, we have been making a vast range of products that are enhancing the lives of customers around the world. But the fact is, not a single one of those products would exist without a fundamental expertise as an engineering company. And with our long-standing commitment to sustainability, this makes us uniquely able to offer innovative solutions that are both eco and smart. This is a Panasonic I want to share with you today. A nickel engineering company powered by the efforts of thousands of employees around the world who, just like me, are driven to make the world we live in better. So, what is it that drives us? At Panasonic, the answer is quite simple. People, customers. Now more than ever, we are committed to creating real value for our customers. Our ability to do this is based on two fundamental things. First, we are listening deeply to what our customers want and need, often long before they ever purchase our products. In fact, there are Panasonic lifestyle research centers that have been created in key regions around the world to do just that. And second, we are creating a lasting relationship with customers that continue long after they purchase our product. This is being achieved through a range of exciting services that you'll be hearing about shortly. As we share the full scope of our vision this morning, I think you'll see that our future is being built on far more than a single product category. And our contribution to people's lives is extending far beyond the living room. We are focusing our business activities around 4 broad areas in which we impact people's lives: residential, non-residential, mobility, and personal. But these distinctions have no meaning without the one thing that unites them: people. With people at the center of all our activities, we want to add value to customers' lives wherever they are, from home to community, work to play, and automobile to airplane. One way to achieve this is by maximizing the tremendous growth potential in the B2B category through a new business model that goes far beyond selling hardware and offers total solutions that include software and services as well. In collaboration with our global business customers, we are enhancing consumers' lives in areas where you might not think of Panasonic, including automotive, retail, avionics, and energy. Today, we'll be sharing numerous examples of this B2B2C approach in action. And you'll meet some of our top business customers. In addition, you'll be hearing about the important role Panasonic Cloud Services will play in offering our customers a more connected and intuitive user experience. A few moments ago, I spoke about our drive to make the world better. But what does it really mean? A better world? At Panasonic, we would not presume to answer that question for you. Our job is to give you the products, solutions, and services that will allow you to create the better world you want, whoever you are and wherever you are. Over the next hour, you'll hear what real Panasonic customers want and need to make their worlds better. And you'll see how we are responding. Perhaps there may be a few surprises along the way. But we begin with the area of Panasonic innovation that should not surprise any of you: your TV.
My ideal TV experience, I think, would be much more like my phone, whereas things are organized, they're personal, they're interactive. The things that I use most are most readily available to me. I think customization, it would be amazing.
So I gave up cable a while ago. All the shows I watch come to me over the internet from a bunch of different sources. But if the content I love could all be in like a single seamless service where I could just choose what I want to watch, that'd be awesome.
The television industry here in the US is experiencing tremendous change. The next 5 years will transform it more than the last 25. Clearly, customers are hungry for this. As Lisa said earlier, when people think of Panasonic, they often think of television. Of course, we are always raising the bar to offer customers state-of-the-art TVs and audiovisual products. That's not going to change. What today's consumers are desiring in a TV is more than just beautiful picture quality. They are expecting easy access to content, flexible choices, interaction with friends and other viewers, a simple and intuitive user experience. In other words, they don't want just another screen. They want a valuable addition to their entertainment universe. Smart, intelligent, friendly, easy to use. At Panasonic, we are not sitting idle. We are anticipating and shaping the future. Today, I'd like to share our vision for the future of TV, your TV. We wanted to give you the ability to personalize and customize. We wanted to provide you with a great new experience while giving you choice and freedom. So, what is this great new experience? It's all you could ever want from your TV and more. Broadcast channels, video on demand, smart search, and a rich social experience at your fingertips. But rather than telling you about it, Lisa and I are going to show it to you. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, Tsuga-san.
Thank you for being here today to help us tell our story. Clearly, we are not the only ones with news to share. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Tsuga-san. Yes, I have 2 months to go, and I'm extremely nervous, but this is not about me today. This is about you, and I'm so excited to be here. And one of the great things about hosting this event is I've gotten a sneak preview of everything you're going to see today, including Panasonic's concept for your TV. Now, as Tsuga-san knows, I've been working in this business for well over 20 years, and I really think that what Panasonic is up to is going to considerably impact my industry.
We hope so.
So let's walk through the demo for Panasonic's new user interface that I saw the other day. Shall we do that?
Of course.
Okay. So right now, we are watching a broadcast channel. But when you access preferred content and information, your TV can take you to a personalized user interface.
All I have to do is say, my home screen. The built-in camera and face recognition technologies bring up my personal page.
I love that feature, and that's such a cute picture of you. And I'm sensing from this, this screen here that someone is really into golf, perhaps?
Oh, yes. This is a photo of my favorite golf course in Half Moon Bay. In addition, at the bottom of that screen, you can see the Viera Connect application, some of the news feed I follow on Twitter, weather information, and my photo album.
I hope you're following Tsuga-san. Now, one of the great things about the album is that your personal photos are stored in the cloud and can be viewed at any time on a large TV screen.
That's right. This new home screen is designed to personalize your TV experience, give you direct access to both the latest information and all your favorite content.
But there's a lot more to your TV, isn't there?
There is. We want to go beyond merely connecting your TV to the internet. By enhancing that connection, we can take both our definition and our experience of a smart device to a far deeper level. And not just for consumers. We believe that smart devices can empower a whole ecosystem of partners to develop new business models that will bring about the next generation TV experience.
Absolutely. And to tell us more about this exciting new concept, please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Specific Media, Tim Vanderhook. Tim, tell us about this new partnership.
I'm really excited to be here today to support the leadership that Panasonic is taking to enable new and exciting experiences, such as the ones we're showing this morning. Today, we're announcing the partnership between Specific Media and Panasonic that will deliver the next generation TV experience. For the past year, we've expanded our partnership with Panasonic, working on technology to enable the entire television ecosystem to offer a better experience for consumers, but also by providing greater value for content owners, operators, and advertisers. This new technology will be embedded in Panasonic connected television and deliver an entirely new experience, designed to give users access to more content, better interactivity, content recommendations, and personalized advertising delivered through the internet.
So Tim, this idea of empowering entire television ecosystems is really interesting. How do you think this will impact content owners?
Yeah, we're enabling content owners to leverage digital technology to give consumers a deeper level of engagement with their content. while also still using their current TV service provider. In addition, this next generation TV service allows for a second screen experience that will bring the audience closer to their favorite content.
And of course you mentioned advertisers. They must be chomping at the bit for this.
That's right. On the advertising side, we're bringing the best the digital world has to offer. This includes data, personalization, and analytics to the most impactful medium in the world, that 30-second TV spot. Now, personalized TV advertising has been sought after for many, many years by the industry. With this partnership, we're making this long-standing opportunity a reality today.
Tim, let's show them what it looks like.
Creating the next generation TV experience, fit for the 21st century. Our goal is to provide consumers with an enhanced TV viewing experience around any content from any source. We have natively integrated our service within Panasonic connected TVs, enabling this rich experience using the Panasonic remote control. Discovery provides recommendations for the end user based on an intelligent mix of their past viewing behavior, programs they have rated or watched, as well as programs their friends have rated or watched. Users can also get recommendations by clicking on similar shows. The guide enables users to scroll forward and backward in time, and consumers can see what their friends are watching and which programs they have invites for. Users can also apply dynamic filters to the guide using a unique heat map mechanism. The heat map filters allow users to sort the full guide based on a number of criteria, such as recommendations, what everyone has watched, what friends have watched, and ratings. By clicking the rated filter, the guide dynamically shows heat map technology, visually sorting programs based on their ratings. Users can chat in real time with their online friends using companion applications. Chat sessions can be viewed on both the companion device and the TV at the same time, so that users can continue to watch and chat with one another. Users can also choose to see when their friends start watching TV and when their friends change channels. Intelligent ads provide users with ads relevant to the content they are currently viewing. The service also enables users to access a growing catalog of high-quality linear broadcast channels and on-demand content, all delivered straight to the user's connected TV.
Okay, now I'm never going to want to leave home. Thanks a lot for that. Of course, the collaboration of broadcast partners is an essential element in the next generation TV experience. And to share that perspective, here's the 2012 Broadcasting Cable Multi-Platform Broadcaster of the Year, the President of Sales and Marketing at Univision, Keith Turner.
At Univision, we are constantly seeking new technologies and tools that allow for deeper engagement with our content. Second screen experiences and the communication tools that were just shown help us bring our audience together and allow them a new level of interactivity that was previously unavailable. Engaging our audience with a premium content is always our priority. But now we have the ability to deliver addressable and targeted advertising messages that are personalized to the viewer. This is a better experience for consumers and creates less waste for advertisers. Panasonic and Specific Media are delivering a product that will create a better experience for consumers and add more value to content owners, operators, and brands. I applaud them both for taking a leadership position that benefits all participants of the television industry. Thank you and have a great CES.
Thank you, Tim. We are very excited to partner with you in making the next generation TV experience a reality. Thank you. Our concept for your TV embodies everything that we want you to know about where Panasonic is going. How we are expanding our reach from hardware manufacturer to a total solutions and service provider. How working closely with other global leaders has never been more essential. And most importantly, how these things are allowing us to build deeper, ongoing relationships with customers, all with one goal in mind: to add maximum value to people's lives. With these initiatives, we are beginning a truly new era at Panasonic. But rest assured, engineering new audiovisual technology that meets customer needs is as important as ever. We'll continue to lead the industry in the development of plasma and LCD TVs and a whole range of innovative new products. To help me share the latest news, please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Panasonic North America, Joe Taylor.
Thanks, Kaz. Great to be here with you today. That's wonderful news about your TV.
It is. But the TV experience at Panasonic will always involve pushing the boundaries of our engineering skills.
That's true. And two of the TV technologies that we're most excited about are 4K and OLED. And as many of you know, the advantage of 4K is that it gives you 4 times the resolution of your current HD TV. That's the same standard that audiences are enjoying in digital cinemas around the world. And with OLED, we're just beginning to explore the possibilities for thinner, lighter displays with incredible image quality and lower energy consumption.
Each of these technologies answers a different set of needs for our customers. But rather than rushing to bring one or the other to market, I asked our engineers to come up with a better solution, one that doesn't force our customers to choose. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the world's first large-screen 4K OLED display created by printing technology. Thank you. What really sets this television apart is the stunning picture quality that the synergy of these two technologies makes possible. In addition to video, it brings a high 4K resolution and rich color of photos vividly to life.
And images with text and detailed illustrations are equally amazing. At just 27 pounds and less than ½ inch thick, this 56-inch TV exemplifies how incredibly thin and light OLED can be.
Yes, that's a half weight of a normal 4K display.
And as we just mentioned, the engine driving Panasonic OLED is our printing technology, which gives us the ability to make panels that are larger and more affordable than our competitors.
But the only way to fully appreciate the impact of this display is to see it up close. Please be sure to visit the Panasonic booth and experience it for yourself.
Everyone's talking about smart homes, smart this, smart that. But what does it really mean? If smart doesn't balance what's good for us personally in the world we live in, is it really smart?
Well, as a green home designer, it's my responsibility to bring options to the table that my client can incorporate into the design that technology has provided that's sustainable and affordable. And when you get those two elements together, you end up with a smart design.
At my house, I'm the technology guy. My parents don't quite understand the cloud yet, or how it ties all of my devices together. But they'll get it sometime, eventually.
From our rich history delivering state-of-the-art audiovisual products and appliances, and moving into the fully connected future being made possible by the cloud, Panasonic is committed to making your life at home smarter and more energy efficient than you ever dreamed possible. And when it comes to home energy solutions, it was only after we invited Lisa Ling to join us here today that we discovered just how deep her personal commitment runs. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Joe.
So I think almost all of us know you as a journalist who followed green issues. But your commitment's much deeper. You and your husband, Paul, just built the completely energy-neutral, LEED Platinum certified home. First one in California, right?
We did. That was a mouthful. Actually, the first one in our community, and those are photos of our home behind Joe back there. We've been planning to start a family for a long time, and when we decided to do so, we wanted to create an energy-efficient home for our child to grow up in. And we worked with this amazing architect who specializes in sustainable design, and he integrated a whole range of energy solutions into our home, including a beautifully designed array of Panasonic solar panels. We have over 60 of them at our house, and you can see how he incorporated them into the design in some of those photographs. And the best thing about it is our electricity bill every month, zero. And we also have a collection of Panasonic ventilation fans as well.
So when it comes to this topic, you're not just a journalist, you're one of our customers.
I am, but to tell you the truth, I had no idea how deep Panasonic's commitment to green innovation really is until I started working on this project.
Yeah, so as Suga-san said earlier, sustainability has been an essential part of our Panasonic DNA for a very long time. And one of the measures that we track is last year, Interbrand named us again as one of the top 10 green global brands.
And that's up 4 spots from last year to number 6, which is the highest ranking of any CE company, right?
It is. We're really pleased with the progress we're making.
Well, you should be. So, Joe, why don't you take us through the 4 pillars of Panasonic's energy solution strategy?
Sure. Everything we do is built on integrated solutions to create, store, save, and manage energy. And when it comes to creating energy, in addition to the solar panels like the ones you have on your home, we bring to market innovative products like hydrogen fuel cells.
But you're also focusing on storing energy, which is also so important. I think that's a pretty new idea for most customers in the U.S., right?
It really is, but it's gained a tremendous amount of traction overseas, and we expect the same thing to occur here in the States. And if you use Panasonic lithium-ion batteries, for instance, to store, you can take the energy that you've created during the day, and you can use it at times when you need it most, in the evening, when it's raining, or during power outages. But of course, engineering products that save energy has been a top priority at Panasonic for a very long time, including our home appliances, our audiovisual products, and even our LED lighting.
Well, the thing I'm really excited about and fascinated by is Panasonic's approach to managing energy with something called Smart Energy Gateway, or SEG. What is SEG?
So SEG essentially links and manages all the devices in your home. And it can be controlled through a variety of smart devices, either in the home or remotely. And it checks power conditions throughout the day, and it can help you manage how and where you can save energy in the home. But really the key takeaway for Panasonic Home Energy Solutions is that we're using the same template that we use for consumers in a much broader space, including businesses and whole communities around the world.
Smart homes, so smart. But there's one more element of home solutions we haven't touched on yet. Like energy, it's something that's going to play a key role in Panasonic's future, and that's the cloud. Tell us about that.
So Lisa, the cloud is absolutely essential, not only to connect your devices, but to anticipate and answer the needs both in your home and beyond. And I'm happy to say that we're partnering with some of the world's top IT companies to make this vision a reality. In fact, Panasonic is working with IBM to assess the business and technical value of future home appliances connected to the cloud. Powered by IBM's advanced analytics and cloud technology, our companies will work together globally to evaluate and improve the user experience in a whole range of connected devices to the cloud and home.
It's really exciting news. Thank you so much, Joe.
If we don't offer our guests advanced technology, connectivity, super technology loaded in the cars, or even fuel efficiency, one thing we know for certain, somebody else will.
Living in LA, obviously I spend a ton of time in my car. My gas bills are insane. My next car gonna be a hybrid or an EV, no brainer. But I mean, it's gotta be cool and affordable too.
Listen, when it comes to my car, it is so easy to get distracted. Phone, GPS, media players, sippy cups and Elmo dolls, it's all over the place. But for us, and really for me as well, the biggest priority is now safety.
In 1984, I moved to the US to get my master's degree in computer science at the University of California, Santa Barbara. I learned a great deal during my time in this country, and I developed a very personal connection to one particular aspect of American innovation, the automobile. From the first time I drove this 1965 Mustang convertible. Thank you. Through 3 years as president of Panasonic Automotive Systems, to this very day, my passion for automotive technology has never diminished. And the opportunity to help our global automotive partners deliver an eco and smart driving experience is very exciting.
Suga-san, you were so studly in front of that Mustang.
Thank you.
You know, another thing that's really impressed me this week is Panasonic's breadth and depth of technology. And it really seems like this gives you such a unique opportunity to bring solutions to the automotive market.
Exactly, Lisa. That's the power of Panasonic. Our strategy for expanding our business with leading automaker is focused on 2 key areas. First, we are transforming our expertise in home energy solutions into total solutions for electric vehicles. And second, we are taking the engineering behind our connected home AV solutions and delivering fully connected automotive solutions. Our goal, to add value to the lives of our customers when they are on the road.
Which is so great, and the car is certainly important if you want to make an impact on energy consumption, right?
Exactly. That's why we are putting a lot of focus on expanding our business in this area.
Well, for example, I had no idea that Panasonic supplies lithium-ion batteries to power the hybrid and electric vehicles of many global automakers. In fact, I just bought a Toyota Prius plug-in, and I found out when I got here that Panasonic supplies the batteries for them.
That's a great car. And another great electric vehicle is a new Tesla S. This beautiful car is considered by many to be a game changer in the auto industry.
It is a gorgeous car, and Tesla's co-founder Elon Musk couldn't be with us today, but he sent this message.
We're very proud of our relationship with Panasonic. Working together with Panasonic has allowed us to create the most compelling and unique car in the world. And for the first time to create an electric car which has been declared the best car in the world by Motor Trend, by Automobile Magazine. The cell that we use is the most advanced battery cell in the world. We worked with Panasonic to modify it for an automotive application. So it's really, there's nothing else like it, and it's enabled us to make a breakthrough product that could not otherwise have existed.
Oh, I'm having such car envy. That's such a gorgeous car. I think you need to get one of those soon.
Yes.
But batteries are only one aspect of Panasonic EV solutions. What are some of the others?
We have taken the energy management technology we saw earlier for the home and made it applicable to electric vehicles with a power management system that greatly improves the efficiency of EV batteries. Also, we have developed a heat management system designed to reduce the tremendous power drain of air conditioning on hybrid and electric vehicles. These are just 2 of the new systems we are developing to make these vehicles attractive to more consumers.
It really is so exciting how efficient cars are becoming. But now let's shift the focus from eco to Panasonic's connected AV solutions for the vehicle. And to help us do that, please welcome Phil Abram, the Chief Infotainment Officer at General Motors, who's riding in style.
Chevrolet Malibu Eco, and it's full of technology. Its EcoTech engine allows it to get up to 37 miles per gallon. But even more relevant for today's events are the features we're adding to the Chevy MyLink infotainment system.
So Suga-san, you've been underscoring the importance of listening to your customers' needs. What was GM looking for that you provided in this product?
GM is launching a new app framework across many of its vehicles and systems, including the MyLink system in this Malibu Eco that was co-developed with Panasonic. This approach opens up all kinds of possibilities for in-vehicle apps.
And so, Phil, did Panasonic deliver? Did it hit the mark for your customers?
Absolutely. While this car behind us is exciting, what's ahead of us is even more. Panasonic has delivered a great example of a flexible and customizable framework that will be a platform for future in-vehicle app innovation. Developers and customers alike will be excited about this, as it allows for new apps to be created and added to their vehicle after the initial purchase. Today, when a customer purchases a vehicle, the infotainment features are fixed and stay the same throughout the entire ownership experience. You basically have to wait until you buy your next new car to get new features. With this new app framework, GM customers will be able to access a catalog and download apps to the vehicle as they become available. This is all part of GM's commitment to safely bringing customer-centric technology to our vehicles and building a developer ecosystem so that developers can join us in the journey of exploring what is possible. In fact, GM just launched the software development kit for developers. The demonstration vehicle shows some of the apps that could be available to customers from our catalog on this screen. Then, as additional apps become available, customers will be able to choose the ones they want from a growing list created for the car, allowing drivers to use them while keeping their eyes on the road and their hands on the wheel. We look forward to continued collaboration with Panasonic and delivering this system to select GM vehicles this year.
We do as well fail. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Suga-san.
Thanks, Phil. Drive safely.
Face technology that will make your driving experience safer and smarter than ever before. But the auto industry is just one category of Panasonic business solutions.
But finding comprehensive tools that talk to each other, that work together seamlessly, that's what we really need.
My goal for my employees is to provide the most exceptional service possible. So as an owner, I need to provide them the most state-of-the-art technology. And
there's no question that technology is revolutionizing in the way that young, creative entrepreneurs and everyone is able to connect and share ideas around the world. As I look at it for myself, as my business grows,
and how Panasonic is listening to its business customers and customizing smart solutions to meet their needs than the fast-growing tough pad and tough book business. With their rugged design and ability to withstand extreme conditions, these workhorse tools have become invaluable on a whole range of job sites. Tonight, Panasonic is hosting a special event to launch some fantastic new technology that's going to take tough pad to a whole new level. But right now, we're here to talk about a new Panasonic tool engineered to answer a unique set of business customer needs, and Joe's here to tell us about it.
This is a new Panasonic 4K tablet. It's less than a half-inch thick, it's Windows 8 based, and this business tool is incredibly light, incredibly thin, and incredibly portable. But I think what really sets...
So I understand this also has a stylus.
It does.
What does that do?
Well, I'm going to show you.
This is it?
Let's say, for example, you're an architect and you're working remotely on a job site. You've got your blueprints and you want to make some changes. You can make the changes.
I can write on this?
Right on here.
That's why I'm not an architect, Joe. I don't...
So we can take these images, these changes you just made, and through the cloud, we can send them directly back to the home office.
And so what a
photographer whose work has appeared in publications all around the world. Why don't we take a look and see what he thought about it?
As a photojournalist, it's important to meet with magazine editors and clients, and having a tablet, having a product like this with high resolution, also a 20-inch large screen would be very, very useful. I often edit my photos on location, and be very beneficial to have a high-resolution screen and pen to be able to go into the detail of the photographs and see the whole image. Another way I would like to use the product is as a remote viewing tool, to be able to mount a camera remotely for, let's say, a news event, and to be able to control the focusing, also the exposure of the product, which would be very, very advantageous and very exciting. Using a tool like this, being able to edit my images on location, and also to be able to do it with a lot more precision on a larger size tablet, I really look forward to using this product.
So those are just two examples of how this tablet could be used.
Yeah, and you really need to see this up close to fully appreciate the 4K resolution and wide viewing angle. It's spectacular.
And you really should do that in our booth today.
Okay, so then, Joe, I'm going to leave the business strategy up to you and take this. Take it away.
Thank you. Thanks, Lisa. Panasonic solutions for business are incredibly diverse. For example, in the manufacturing space, every one of the top 5 global smartphone makers depends on Panasonic technology to build their devices. In the retail space, our B2B to C strategy is providing end-to-end solutions that leverage the expertise of all of our companies, from audiovisual to energy solutions. By enhancing those solutions with a variety of Panasonic services, such as consulting, maintenance, and the cloud, we're able to custom tailor an approach that meets the exact needs of our individual customers. Let's take a look at a couple of examples. In Asia, Panasonic is partnering with a Japanese-based convenience store chain with over 11,000 stores around the world, Lawson's. Since the earthquake in 2011, managing and conserving energy has become more important than ever for Japanese businesses. But Panasonic and Lawson's has actually been ahead of the curve on all of this. In 2010, we created a prototype green store that integrates a wide variety of Panasonic products, resulting in a 20% reduction in power consumption as compared to 2006. Last year, we began installing solar panels in over 2,000 Lawson stores. And in the future, Lawson's has plans to expand the number of green stores to 10,000, with Panasonic contributing innovative new solutions that include a comprehensive energy management system. When it comes to smart business solutions, there may be no better example than how we're helping the world's leading food service retailer, McDonald's. Take a look.
At McDonald's, our customers come first. So we're going to offer them a place where they get great quality food and a clean restaurant with friendly and accurate service.
Hello, welcome to McDonald's.
We realize that society's changing, our customer demands are changing with that. So technology is more crucial than it ever has been in delivering this experience that we want. We believe in our 18 locations that embracing Panasonic has enabled us to achieve those expectations. We have Panasonic TVs, POS, handhelds, camera systems, headsets. My front counter talks to my kitchen talks to my drive-thru. The great part about Panasonic items is they all work seamlessly together. At the end of the day, my customer gets what they want.
As we look to the future, there's no question that Panasonic will offer an even wider range of eco and smart solutions to the needs of all of our business customers.
My job requires that I travel all over the world, and one of the biggest challenges that I have, always being out of the office, is staying productive. That's especially a problem when I'm in flight and I need to be connected to my team. If an airline could help me solve that problem, they would earn my business.
You know, I try to be as green as I possibly can, but due to the amount of air travel I do, my carbon footprint is just much larger than I would like it to be. I can't stop flying, but I would surely love to feel better about it.
The last flight we were on with my infant and 2-year-old, I think what got us through was having one of those touchscreen video players on the seat back in front of my 2-year-old. That way she could watch whatever she wanted to, and she could actually touch the screen and make it happen. Her choice was SpongeBob to most of us, but I think without that, I don't know what I would have done, and I think it was a lifesaver. Just ask the people sitting in front of us.
Panasonic technology is creating memorable journeys for travelers around the world every single day. At the airport, in the lounge, and especially on board your flights for both passengers and crew. With 275 airline customers in our portfolio, and more than 5,000 airplanes around the world fitted with our in-flight entertainment and communication systems. Last year, more than 500 million passengers experienced journeys enhanced by Panasonic avionics solutions, including over 1,600 planes committed with broadband internet. With so many customers, it's difficult to select the best stories to share with you, listener.
Thanks, Suga-san. Since 1998, Panasonic has partnered with 87 Dreamliner. 2013 is definitely taking the partnership to the next level. This year, United will become Panasonic's largest global communication suite customer, installing the state-of-the-art solution, including high-speed internet access, email, social media, and streaming media on over 300 aircraft flying routes all over the world. It's a partnership that I know both companies are very, very excited about. I'm excited about that because I practically live on United Airlines. But our next guest is an exceptional leader in the global airline industry. Rob.
Welcome, Rob. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Rob. Now, this partnership with Panasonic must be important for you to have flown all the way from New Zealand to be here.
That's true, almost 14 hours flying, so a long way.
How are you feeling?
Not bad, a couple of movies, good sleep, I'm in pretty good shape.
Okay, good, because you're only standing in front of 3,000 people, so no pressure or anything. Now, one of the recurring themes of this morning is Panasonic's commitment to innovation and listening to their customers. So, Suga-san, when partners like Air New Zealand come to you for solutions, what are they asking for?
Our airline partners must create amazing personal experience for their passengers. Experiences that create loyal customers. That is why our solutions must be more than just incredible entertainment system.
And Rob, Air New Zealand has a long history of innovation, and under your leadership, it was named Airline of the Year by ATW 2 times in the last 3 years. Congratulations on that honor. Only a handful of airlines have achieved that recognition. But what are some of the biggest challenges you have when it comes to delivering value to your customers?
Well, unlike our good friends in Star Alliance partner United, we're not one of the world's largest airlines. So lacking scale means we rely on innovation, on agility, on adapting quickly to change for our competitive advantage. And we need partners that share our quest for innovation and customer-centred design. And with New Zealand being such a remote country on the bottom of the South Pacific Ocean, many of our journeys are 12 hours and inspired by the destination they're coming to visit or returning from. And Panasonic has proven to be the ideal partner for us in realising both those ambitions.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than being really bored on a long flight. So what are some of the high points in your relationship with Panasonic?
Well, for Air New Zealand, customer-enhancing technologies are critical at every step of the journey, from the online booking process to check-in to the journey through the airport and onto the aircraft. And Panasonic has been involved with us in every step of that journey. In-flight entertainment technologies are one of our biggest investments, and we have Panasonic systems on both our long-haul and short-haul aircraft. One of the biggest challenges economically is justifying the business case to upgrade the older aircraft and some of the older systems. We recently challenged Panasonic to come up with a much lighter, lower cost system without compromising the customer experience, and they've delivered a fantastic outcome for us, which is X-Lite.
X-Lite, so tell us, what is X-Lite, Suga-san?
The X-Lite system we are launching with Air New Zealand in 2014 is the lowest power and lightest weight in-flight entertainment solution we have ever offered.
So are your passengers...
Being one of the greenest countries system here, so it's fantastic.
Well, a bunch of our American airlines need to jump on that bandwagon, because it sounds like Air New Zealand is the most fun airline. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for trying to enhance our travel experience. I know as a frequent traveler, I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Case.
As individuals, we do what we can to make a difference. But when I think about the impact that large companies can have on an entire community, I want to see more of that.
The sports entertainment business is all about bringing people together, whether it's the consumer or the brand partners that we have. And using cutting-edge technology in order to be able to do that is paramount to our day-to-day business.
I think creating a better world is one that utilizes the correct ingredients, adopts those technologies. You really start to have an effect that's meaningful.
Panasonic is providing integrated solutions to enhance communities of all kinds, from informational kiosks and digital signage in leading universities to energy solutions that are making auto racing more sustainable, to comprehensive solutions enjoyed by audiences at arenas and performance venues.
And when it comes to global impact, no event embodies Panasonic's vision for a better world more than the Olympic Games. As the official worldwide AV sponsor, Panasonic's end-to-end broadcast solutions have made it possible for audiences around the world to share the passion of the games for 25 years. In addition to that, MLS stadiums around the country.
In fact, at last year's Summer Games in London, these two partnerships came together beautifully.
I mean, I really wanted to take the time today to thank our friends at Panasonic for their amazing support of our team.
Thanks to Panasonic technology, fans in the U.S. were able to watch the London 2012 Summer Olympics in 3D, where, if you didn't hear, we happen to win this.
With your support and the continued support of Panasonic, hopefully we'll be able to do it again 4 years from now in Rio.
In the meantime, please keep watching. We love our fans. Thanks again, everyone.
But Joe, we've just scratched the surface of Panasonic's eco and smart community solutions, haven't we?
That's right, Lisa. Why don't we take a deeper dive into a couple more examples?
Sounds good. Tokyo Skytree in Japan, if you're unfamiliar with it, is the world's tallest freestanding broadcast tower. And thanks to Panasonic's spectacular LED lighting installation, it's become one of the top destinations in Asia. It's really beautiful. These state-of-the-art bulbs are not only stunning, but they deliver a 43% savings on energy consumption.
But if you really want to see how Panasonic energy solutions are being scaled far beyond the home, let's talk about sustainable smart towns. We're playing a key role in a number of these projects around the world, including one currently under construction in Fujisawa, Japan. When it opens next year, this state-of-the-art green community will be home to thousands of people who will be living in a city that integrates a whole range of solutions to create, store, save, and manage energy on a vast scale. And although still early in development, this is a business model that we're going to be replicating globally.
Would love to replicate that here in the United States for sure. But perhaps the most compelling demonstration of Panasonic's commitment to engineering a better world can be found right in our own backyard with the construction of the company's new North American headquarters.
So this summer, Panasonic's North American headquarters is moving from Secaucus, New Jersey to a brand new facility in Newark, New Jersey. And it's a move that represents our commitment at Panasonic North America to reduce our own carbon footprint by about 50%, as well as creating a state-of-the-art, environmentally responsible workplace for our employees. And this new high-rise building is designed to be a showcase for both our customers and our stakeholders that will incorporate the inside space. Our expectation is it'll be LEED Platinum certified, like your home.
Awesome. Now, one of Panasonic's key partners in this project is well known for his own commitment to community. Please welcome the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, Cory Booker.
Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Mayor,
My
good
pleasure.
to see
Hello.
you. Thanks for being here with us today.
I am psyched to be here today.
Well, so it's no secret that Newark has faced some big challenges, as many as any big American city. So how important was it for Panasonic to base its headquarters in your city, Newark?
I mean, it was huge. 7 years ago when I became mayor, things were so difficult with crime, the city's budget, jobs. I used to tell people, I'm a prisoner of hope. I believe I'm a prisoner of hope. But with Panasonic coming to Newark, they have transformed my metaphor. I now say I'm hope unhinged. Because here is a company that's come in and helped to stimulate growth. They've been the ignition point for so much great activity. They've gotten involved in everything with technology, from our police department helping us to be more cutting edge, to creating soon an idea center to ignite the ideas of innovators of the future. And then also they're helping to resonate their values with ours in things like green building and stimulating a new economy.
So companies like Panasonic are literally transforming Newark.
Absolutely. This is our biggest economic development period since the 1950s. Literally $1 billion of investment last year, a new $1 billion coming in soon. But the trigger point really is a Panasonic. They really have created in Newark. They've been the harbingers of hope.
Wow. So Joe, one of the main motivations in moving to an urban transit like Newark is mass transit for your employees. Why was that so important?
Well, we wanted to connect our employees in our green vision. And we couldn't have a green vision if we had 1,000 people driving their cars to work every day. So this mass transit was absolutely essential to achieve our carbon footprint reduction.
I know a lot of cities probably wanted Panasonic to base their headquarters in their own city. Why did you choose Newark?
Because of my good looks and my charm.
Undeniably,
Yes.
of course.
So I can tell you it wasn't financial. We had a number of opportunities that from a fiscal perspective were certainly much better. But none of those other cities had Mayor Booker. That's a true statement.
This is true,
Thank you for saying that.
But I think for us, this was an opportunity for us to quite literally put a stake in the ground for our company core values and help transform a city.
Yeah. And I think that's key. I mean, the reality is in America, we have these domestic emerging markets. And Panasonic, I found, is a company that doesn't just have values that they put up on a wall or that they preach. They actually live those values. And so this idea of green, of recycling, means a statement that there are no throwaway communities, there are no throwaway cities. Every place has value. And what they're doing now, in my opinion, is probably the most important calling of any American generation, which is a call to the moral consciousness of a country, to get them to dream bigger, to do more, to believe in the promise of tomorrow.
Well, it sounds like with Panasonic's presence and hopefully other companies, Newark is going to look like a totally different city in a few years.
You know, it's rapidly changing as we in America start to see the power of metropolitan areas. We're 12 miles from New York City, but it really takes a visionary company, not just to understand the markets of today, understand where we are as a country today. But the beauty of Panasonic, I'm finding from leaders like Joe, is that they are anticipating where this nation is going. Not just anticipating it, they're reimagining it. And that, to me, is what's so critical right now for cities like Newark, but our globe as a whole.
So exciting.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's just visionary companies. I think maybe visionary mayors who can show companies the vision of what companies could actually do. And I really want to thank you for showing us the contribution that we might be able to make and welcoming us into.
Have injected the power of belief, and I think when people have that energy, when they have that view, when they have that kind of hope, impossible things become possible, and that's the kind of company and leadership that you have. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Mayor Booker.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You know, I have one beef with the mayor.
You have a beef with him?
I have one beef with the mayor. So in life, we need people that are incredibly smart, or incredibly good-looking, or incredibly talented athletically. And that's great, one by one. But is it fair that one person should have all of those things?
Yeah, I know. It's okay if you have a little man crush on Cory Booker, Joe. It's okay. We're secure in our masculinity here, right?
The secret's out.
Thank you, Joe. This is as an eco-engineering leader.
Thanks, Kaz. I'm quite sure that it will.
Oh. And Lisa, thank you for helping us share our company's story today. We couldn't have done it without you.
It's been such a pleasure. Thank you.
But perhaps our greatest thanks goes to the customers who shared what matters most to them today.
My TV. My business.
My journey.
A better home.
A better community.
A better world.
For me.
For us.
For our family.
As you've seen over the last hour, there are many visions of a better world, as there are people on our planet. I sincerely hope that you leave here today with a sense of our vision and our commitment to make the world better. With you, together, one customer at a time, one home at a time, one community at a time. Some of what we've shared today may seem quite bold, unexpected, perhaps different than the Panasonic you have known in the past. But if we are to achieve our goals, the imperative to transform and innovate has never been greater for our company, and I believe for our industry. However, the core values that drive us at Panasonic are not new at all. They have actually been part of our company's DNA since it was founded by Konosuke Matsushita nearly 100 years ago.
They say you get wiser with age. I don't know about that, but I do know what matters most.
To place people before products.
Preserving the planet for our kids, that's everything.
To contribute to enhance and add value to the lives of customers.
Making the world a better place? I mean, isn't that what we're all here for?
And to offer eco and smart solutions that make what matters most better. This is engineering a better world. For you. Thank Thank you very much.
There we go. Panasonic, making the world a better place.
Yeah, I mean, he really showed the world that Panasonic is about everything. Talked about smart homes, efficiency there, talked about businesses they work with, talked about avionics for airplanes, talked about their new headquarters in New Jersey, but at the centerpiece was TVs.
We make TVs.
We make TVs, and showed their sort of social interactive TV that shows your Twitter and social streams and shows your photos and everything else. And really, it seemed like that's how they kicked it off.
Sure.
They want people to know that we're in this race too for
As a keynote, though, did it excite you? Do you feel inspired?
It was pretty
I got
staged.
a little misty towards the end there.
Staged.
Yeah.
I saw some people on Twitter, though, saying they were shedding a few tears.
I didn't have that same kind of Balmer dancing on stage, fired up feeling.
There certainly wasn't the sense that anything could happen.
Yeah, he wasn't going to fly off on a rage anytime soon. I could tell that.
But
well, it was still as a change of keynote. I felt like it delivered the goods. There's something there. All right, so CNET will be back live here at CES in a minute. Covering the Sony keynote, Sony press conference, with Phil Molyneux, Sony Chief Operating Officer. Oh, he's a guest here. Never mind. But we're going to be back, so stay tuned.
All right, hey guys, welcome back to the CNET stage here at CES 2013. I'm Brian Tong, and joining me today are my lovely colleagues, Bridget Carey, senior editor over at CNET New York, and our special guest, Phil Molyneux, Sony's COO. Now, we saw you yesterday doing this big keynote in Sony's big, great booth, and you know, I was hoping you were going to carry in one of your 4K TVs on your back. Not possible.
I could have tried. I got about 5 yards, and then it sort of weighed me down a bit.
That 84-incher is a big guy, right?
That 84-inch is a real big guy, but it's some TV. It really is.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, you guys also showed off the Xperia Z, or the Xperia Z, depending on who you talk to.
I have to say Z, because
you have to say Z, right?
Yeah.
And
but
I
great bought
phone.
It for you.
You bought it, or you brought it? Because
I brought it to show you. Yeah. But here it is. I mean, we're really thrilled about this product. So it's got such a beautiful design. It's water resistant.
Yeah, that was really cool, right?
Yeah, right.
That was one of those cool things that a lot of people may not have expected out of that phone, dipping it in the water.
That's right. So we were talking about you can go blogging while you're in the bathtub.
Is that what you do? Is that what you do, Phil? Was that feature made specifically for you?
Here, yeah? Or if you're running in the rain, you can still, do a bit of work. So that's a cool feature. But the beauty here is we've used a lot of our knowledge and our experience.
So people can see it at home, right?
Yeah. Particularly on the screen side, this is 50 years of Sony's knowledge and experience that we put into the screen here. We use the best of our own technology for the camera. So this is the world's first HDR video capable smartphone. So I think we're really saying here that this is a super phone, I think, yeah?
Okay,
and it's going to take on anyone.
Yeah.
Now, this is amazing to me that it's water resistant, but most water resistant phones have these giant rubber plugs on every outlet.
Not this one. It's
and
beautiful, right?
Yeah, it's usually, water resistant doesn't mean beauty. So that's kind of interesting. That's cool.
Now, another thing, Phil, is you guys, we know that NFC-capable devices are out there, but sometimes the barrier to using them is that the transaction of tapping something isn't that seamless, and that was kind of a focus of some of your mobile devices. You brought some other things here. You're kind of infamous for your statement at the keynote about carrying pink balls wherever you go, right?
I carry my pink ball wherever I go. Actually, this is our brand new audio ball. We're releasing this in the spring. And what you have here is, I gave the story that if I'm in a hotel, I'm working away, I want some background music, I run it on my Xperia. Yes, I can do this and move it from my Xperia to the audio ball, and then listen in the background. And if I get a phone call come in, the music stops, I press the button here, and then I'm into an audio conference, a conference call. Once I finish, the phone cuts, I'm back to my music. Yeah? So it works really well. And we have a whole line of Sony One Touch, we call it. You can do this to transfer your music across multiple devices that we're showing at the show this year. So very cool. I'm really excited about that.
Now, also,
and,
your
people
headphones.
will love it.
Yeah, sorry about that. Your headphones over here.
Here they
this
are.
Is the X series, is that correct?
This is the next generation X. Well, first generation, we had a collaboration with Simon Cowell. He helped design not only the product, but the audio output, because he knows music.
He's a picky guy, as you know, right?
He's a great guy.
Was he hard to work with, Phil?
No. He was really simple. He was collaborative. He was in there, hands-on. And we came up with a great product. So this is next generation.
They look comfy.
They're really comfortable. This is memory foam here. So it fits on your ears. You can wear it all day, and it's not going to hurt your ears. And they're very light. This is all aluminium, so very well made. And the sound output is sound that only Sony can do.
Yeah, well, I took a listen, and I do have, right now, I'll be honest, I have Bose noise canceling because I use them on the plane and everything, but these guys did sound really good. I mean, Adele sounds beautiful on them.
Better than the Bose?
Well, I would say, I only use my Bose on the plane, but they sound fuller. If I'm talking about sound quality without noise cancellation, they sound a lot more fuller. I like absolutely, I'm not even lying, right? And also, they do match my outfit. I'm just telling you all at home. So,
goes so well with
come
your
on.
tie. I mean, look at that tie.
Did you plan this, Phil? Did you get some insider? I mean, look at this. Were you in my closet?
We have color variations, so 7 pairs. So I sent someone over here just to check your tie out and said, bring the reds.
Smart man.
Yes,
smart man.
indeed.
I like that. Now, also a big trend here. Sony's pushing a lot. 4K TV, right?
That's right.
4K televisions. We know you guys have the 84-incher that retails around $25K. You announced the 65 and the 55. There's obviously, you've heard both sides of the argument. You guys are there first. You're pushing the content, but there's a lot of consumers at home that are like, I may like a 4K, I don't need a 4K, but still the price is the barrier to entry for me. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I think, really you have to see the TVs themselves. So the Sony 4K TVs are just remarkable. Probably you're a little bit young to remember single definition to high definition transfer.
You know what? I have, wait, Phil, I have Asian genetics, all right? I am like 65 years old.
I'm going to set up a demo for you. Well, anyway, if anyone can remember that transition from SD to HD, when you saw an HD picture, you say, that's the one I want. I've got to have that. That stuff's old.
Yeah.
When you see 4K against HD, you look at the 4K and you say, that's it. I've seen the future. I want it now. And we're bringing it to you now.
All right.
So it's there, and we're thrilled with it. And if you want to go and see it firsthand, you can either see it on our booth or go to one of our Sony stores and go and see it live. It's remarkable. And the audio quality that we put in there, we're using something called liquid fluid speakers. First time ever, but they're really liquid-based speakers. So the sound quality and depth of sound is amazing.
All right.
So I'm going to buy about 20 for my house, yeah?
So you 20 for your house?
Well, my wife will spare one for me, right? I have it on every room, every wall, yeah?
All right, that's great. Well, thanks so much for coming out here, Phil. We really appreciate it, all right?
Pleasure.
All right, now coming up next, Donald Bell with some cool new products from TDK. But first, more of what we've seen so far here at CES.
Hello tech fans, I'm Luke Westway for CNET here at CES 2013, checking out the Philips HTL 5120 soundbar. So I quite like the design of this speaker. I'm told that it's supposed to look like a plane's wing, so it's kind of got this tapering, rounded effect on the side. It has an integrated subwoofer, it's 42 inches long, and it pumps out 120 watts of sound. For playback, you can connect using USB, or you can use Bluetooth to connect something like your iPad or your laptop, or maybe your smartphone. When you're hooking it up to your TV, however, you'll want to use the two HDMI in-out sockets on the back. Something quite neat about this soundbar is that if you change its orientation, so lean it up slightly, then the drivers on the inside will mechanically swivel round, so you don't lose any sound quality. I like the design, it's not too ostentatious, it's just got this black canvas over the front and these little aluminium effects on the front. It's quite a demure sort of style. I quite like the look of it, but let me know what you think. I'm Luke Westray for CNET, and this is the Philips HTL 5120 soundbar.
Hey everybody, I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET at CES, and I'm here at the Sony stand looking at all the different products with NFC inside. And what that means is basically two products can talk to each other that don't normally communicate. The most interesting one is here. This is called one-touch mirroring. And what you do is you touch the phone and the remote together, and you can see very easily there that what's happened is that you can see on your TV what you can see on the phone. You can scroll through, and that's that. They need to have something called Miracast inside, so this phone has Miracast, the TV has Miracast. If they both have Miracast, it works. NFC basically just provides the handover, and then Bluetooth takes over from there. That's one thing. The other thing is this, it's called the Personal Content Station. It's actually a 1 terabyte hard disk, so what you do is you pick up your phone, you just place it on there, and any kind of photos or music or video that you've taken since you last backed up will be sucked off that phone and onto the 1 terabyte drive. Now, there are cloud services that do this already, but I guess this is for someone that doesn't use those cloud services. You can't access anything here on the internet, but you can on your personal network at home over Wi-Fi or something like that. It's kind of cool. The final thing I'm going to show you is NFC working over audio. So this is a massive boombox that Sony's got, and if you tap this over here, then it will play whatever's on here on the boombox. It's pretty cool. And further down, there's also a home cinema system, headphones, a little speaker, all using NFC, so basically the phone becomes the hub of all this. Well, that's NFC. I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET. See you soon.
Hello, I'm Luke Westray for CNET, hanging out at CES 2013 with the Philips PPX 3610 Pico projector. Okay, so this tiny box of tricks will project your videos onto a wall or ceiling, anywhere you point it basically. It's quite bright, it's got 100 lumens of power if it's plugged in, and a slightly more moderate 60 lumens if it's running on battery. If you are running this thing on its battery, then you're going to get 3 hours before it dies. Check around the back, you'll see it's got plenty of connections. It's got USB, HDMI, VGA, and an SD card slot as well, and plenty of cables come in the box, so you've got loads of connectivity options right off the bat. It may look just like an ordinary projector. It's got a little manual focus wheel on the top, but there's actually quite a lot going on inside this device. It's running on Android version 3.2, bizarrely enough, and you can see on the top here, it's actually got a trackpad, so you can move around its menus, and it's got some built-in storage, so you can keep your videos on this thing. It's got a headphone out socket, so you can hook this up to some speakers. It's also got a Wi-Fi chip inside and a built-in browser if you need to do a quick spot of web browsing. It looks good, and in this reasonably lit room, it's pumping out a seriously bright picture, which is definitely good news. It is expensive, though. It's $579, which is quite a lot to pay. It's coming out in February. For more from CES 2013, check out CNET. I'm Luke Westaway, and this is the Philips PPX 3610.
Hey, I'm Donald Bell here at CES 2013, and I am joined here by TDK's Mark Plummer. I asked Mark to come here because I'm a big fan of TDK's line of portable speakers. I was a huge fan of the 3-speaker boombox that came out last year. Now we've got something smaller to show off here that was announced here at CES.
True.
Tell me about what I'm looking at.
Okay, so this is the TDK Life on Record wireless charging speaker. And basically the nice thing about this product is that it really gives the user a true wireless experience. And we call it the trifecta of wireless. First off, it's a Bluetooth speaker, so you do get Bluetooth version 2.1. So you do get that high quality audio streaming wirelessly from your smartphone or tablet. It also has a built-in rechargeable battery, 6-hour battery life, so you're cutting that cord that attaches you to the wall. So you're getting true portability, you're getting true wirelessness in that aspect. What makes it truly unique is the fact that it can wirelessly charge your smartphone. We integrated Qi wireless charging technology. And that's an inductive technology that with Qi-enabled phones and Qi-enabled accessories, you can wirelessly charge your device while streaming Bluetooth while this product is off your wall.
All right, so now you've got an iPhone here, but you've got a case on it that's helping to do the inductive charging to charge your iPhone.
Right. There are phones out there, and there more are launching every day that do have Qi built in, and we hope that trend continues. But there are also accessories out there that do enable your iPhone devices and your Apple devices to work with Qi as well.
It was one of the things I was expecting to see from the iPhone 5 when they announced it this year, is that they would have some kind of wireless charging system built into the phone, and Apple still left that off the table.
Yeah, we were hoping for that too, but I'm sure they've got something in the back of their minds, and they'll be catching up with the rest of the curve pretty soon.
Yeah. So this is, like you said, it's the trifecta of wirelessness all in one product. You've got the wireless charging, wireless audio, and then the wireless cable. I mean, for power, you've got your 6-hour battery life built into it. So I'm trying to think of where the other wires are in my home. You've killed them all over here with one product. So when is this thing coming out?
So this will be launching spring of 2013 in the U.S. The MSRP is $399, and you'll see it in various retailers throughout the U.S.
And I feel like part of that price is justified here because of the wireless mat that you're getting as part of the product.
Right.
You know, because I mean, I'm sure it sounds amazing.
Correct.
But $400 for a portable speaker system, I might not bite on it unless I knew that this was going to be this universal charging mat here to really help me buy into it.
Exactly. That's the key differentiator. And when you incorporate all the other features that kind of stack up, you're looking at 4 active drivers, 1 on each corner. It gives you 360-degree sound, which is truly unique in any environment where you've got closed walls and you want to hear that true sound anywhere in the room. This will provide that. It does have a subwoofer, so it does sound, and it does give you that powerful bass.
You can even turn it around here. You see the little ported hole in the back here for the deep bass.
Right. So you're getting that TDK signature sound, that balanced and rich audio experience. Then you add the rechargeable battery, you add the Qi charging, and the Bluetooth. We feel that the MSRP is justified. Yeah.
I'm not going to argue that point with you. I'm sure it is. There's like USB ports here on the back, aux inputs, other ways that you can connect to this if you don't have a Qi device for charging up. Now, for the poor people who have not seen my amazing first look of the TDK 3-speaker boombox, tell me about, people who've probably lost sight of the TDK brand in general, right? Because this is a brand that I think people still revere from the 80s, and they think of their boomboxes and their cassette tapes. Tell me about like the revival of TDK.
Right, so we launched that speaker about 2 years ago, and that was really to pay homage to what TDK was best known for, 80s boomboxes and 80s media. And we just tried to translate that use case to new technology. And we've also done that last year, actually last fall. We launched a Bluetooth wireless boombox. Again, taking that use case and that bold look of a boombox, translating it with new technology, and bringing a truly unique product to the market.
And I remember a lot of the first generation products still had like a USB connection for them. As a manufacturer, how do you guys wrestle with Apple's ever-changing connection standards and ways to adapt to that and not make a product that's going to be useless a year from now?
Right. Well, that's the beauty of Bluetooth. I mean, thankfully, that seems to be a very universal standard that a lot of these manufacturers are using. So that really makes it easy for these speakers to be used with Androids, Windows phones, and even Apple phones. So that truly helps out. But, of course, Apple's always keeping us guessing a little bit with the connectors, and we appreciate that. But we're trying to keep up with that universality aspect and also keep Bluetooth prevalent with high quality audio.
So tell me a little bit more about the other products in your line, your audio line for TDK.
Sure. So like I said, we have the wireless boombox, MSRP $399 as well. That's a boombox that's portable, Bluetooth. It has a built-in FM radio, and when I mean portable, it has a rechargeable battery, and it has the headphone jack and the line-in, everything, and a USB port for charging, everything you would need in a up-to-date, true digital audio product. We also have a step-up big brother of this product. It's our wireless sound cube. That's at a retail of $299.95. And that product, similar to this, offers that 360 multi-directional sound, room-filling sound, very powerful.
But you're not getting the cheap charging pad on the top.
And that's the difference between this product and that model. And we felt that we want to make that one wasn't portable. This product is, and that's why we kind of shrunk it down to size into a smaller cube.
So is the largest, most powerful bone-shaking system in your lineup, is that still the three-speaker, or where else do you have?
Yeah, that's definitely the flagship, and we still have that in our portfolio, and that's what turns heads, and that's what gives people, that's what drives people towards TDK. And we still have that in our lineup. We also have an A33, which is our wireless weatherproof speaker, a more ultra-portable product that is weatherproof, similar to this product. It does offer the Bluetooth, the functionality of rechargeable battery as well.
You ever think about going back to boomboxes, like cassette tapes? I hear they're making a comeback. I hear the kids are still really crazy about the cassettes now.
Vinyl kind of made a comeback. I'm sure cassettes might make a comeback. If the market's there, we'll consider it.
That might be a scoop right there. TDK moving back into cassettes. Yeah. All right. Now we're going to go to Sharon Vaknin, who is somewhere in the halls of CES, hopefully not lost. Hopefully she found something amazing.
Hey guys, we are here in the central plaza of CES, just outside the CNET booth, in a very large space so that we can take a look at a 50-foot snake and a Mondo spider. We'll get to that later, but first, I'm here with one of the creators of Eat Art. So Charlie, tell me what we're looking at right now.
So this is Titanoboa. It's a 50-foot long electromechanical snake, and it's actually a recreation of an ancient dinosaur snake that used to exist 60 million years ago.
What? Why an ancient dinosaur snake?
Well, the idea was that the ancient snake went extinct because the climate cooled down. So now, in the face of modern climate change, we're resurrecting this beast as kind of like a vehicle to generate discussions about energy issues.
Okay, so you guys are trying to make a statement with this 50-foot long mechanical. Okay, just tell me how this works.
Yeah, so this is a project that kind of blends a whole bunch of different disciplines of engineering with art. So that's kind of our target, is we're going to try and get people excited about engineering and technology using crazy mechanical sculpture.
But how is it built? It looks like a spinal cord to me.
Yeah, so what you see is there's 20 custom welded aluminum vertebrae, and between all the vertebrae you've got cylinders that are kind of like the muscles of the snake, and they work with hydraulic fluid. It's kind of like the blood that pumps through the snake.
Okay. So you said it's 50 feet, but I noticed that there's a tail sitting over there in the corner. So what happened to the tail?
Yeah, so we just took the tail off temporarily as we're getting set up here and we're getting rolling, because sometimes it tends to whip around and have a bit of a mind of its own. So,
have there been any injuries so far?
No. Usually we try and put ourselves between the snake and whatever else while it's operating, just so that we can, if anybody's going to get damaged, it's going to be us.
Okay, good, because I don't want to get damaged. So this thing is 1,200 pounds, and I'm really excited to see it go, and I bet all of you guys are excited to see it, so let's make this thing happen.
Okay.
Okay. So, everyone sign liability releases. Oh my god. Woo! Okay, this is insane. I cannot believe how smoothly this thing is just snaking its way through the parking lot. Charlie, don't get hit. Okay, so now I see why the tail was taken off, because I do not think that we could handle it.
So yeah, James over there is operating this Titanable wirelessly with his remote controller.
So he has the most awesome job right now.
Yeah, he is the snake charmer. He's the perfect driver for this machine. And he's communicating with one of the several brains along the spine of the snake. And they're all working in tandem to coordinate that movement.
Okay, how long did it take you guys? Okay, I heard you brought this to Burning Man, right?
We did. So our nonprofit organization called eArt is funded. These projects are all funded by grants from organizations like Burning Man and sponsorships from companies like Lenovo, who brought us here for this event. So
tell me how the heck you guys managed to keep this thing functioning when you're at Burning Man, and we all know it's a dust bowl where things are just flying, you can't breathe. So how the heck did this thing survive?
It was pretty rugged. Like, we had a lot of technical difficulties that first year, and dust, contaminating connections, and things. But we're going to take it back, hopefully this year, with a lot more robust setup and be able to do different kinds of motion and hopefully have a better time of it.
Okay, so I heard that you guys can actually monitor the diagnostics. I don't know if it's for the snake or for the spider via your smartphone.
Yeah.
Is that true?
So what we've got here is this
Let's show the people.
Like it's on a tablet, and we've got all the kind of voltages, battery levels, motor speed, pressure, and all the sensor values, so we can see what's going on via Wi-Fi from the snake as it's running. So we got it working on like phones and tablets and stuff. It's just a preliminary version of this app, but yeah, it's
so it's an app. Can I download it? Can I monitor it while I'm at home, wondering how my snake is doing?
If you want to, I think you have to be close enough to get the Wi-Fi signal that's coming out of the snake's head. But yeah.
Okay, so from my hotel room across the street.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the spider.
Yeah.
So let's.
Do you want to go over there? And
yeah, let's do that. Okay, guys, we're moving on to the Mondo spider. All right. So first of all, did you actually get your hands dirty? Did you build these things?
Yeah. So this Titanable was originally my idea, and then I brought more people on board on the team. And as we got more and more into it, I transitioned from doing like welding and hands dirty stuff to more to just kind of being the project organizer.
Okay.
Because there was about 15 or 20 people working on this thing, all volunteers in the evenings and weekends and stuff. So.
Okay, so you bringing up the word volunteers kind of makes me want to ask.
Yeah.
Is this what you do full time? Is this lucrative? How do you guys? Are you guys like all living in one bedroom and building things by night?
We all have our day jobs. We're engineers. Some of us are students, artists, and technicians, and we all share this kind of common interest of making these crazy machines, and we do it in our spare time, and yeah, so it's.
Were you expecting it to be such a hit?
No. When we first started with the spider, we just were kind of driven by this desire to make something really cool, and then once we had built it, it became clear that desire was kind of, we'd hit upon something that was actually valuable and could be enjoyed by lots of other people.
Okay, because I am ready to enjoy this thing. The great thing about the spider is that it is actually operated by a person sitting in it, and today that person is going to be me. Oh yes.
Maybe like John can explain how the spider works.
So thank you so much. Yeah. So I have John and Ryan with me. So tell me about how the spider works.
The spider is a big, magnificent piece of clockwork. Yeah, it's very.
Those are a lot of words.
Yeah, it's very easy to operate as long as you're properly trained. So.
Oh, sorry. Real quick, I am not properly trained.
Well, let's hopefully we can get you up to being properly trained in the next couple of seconds.
Oh, perfect.
So the first thing you have to do is figure out how to get in.
Okay.
And then we'll show you the controls and
Okay.
some of the emergency safety maneuvers.
Okay, but before I go in, I'm just kind of curious as to how this works. Right? I'm not an engineer, so pretend
Well,
that.
it's actually a totally closed-loop zero-emissions machine. So we have a mobile...
That makes complete sense to me.
You know, one of those. So,
Okay.
We have a mobile solar array, which charges a set of lithium iron phosphate batteries, like you might see in an electric car.
Okay.
And then the batteries run electric motors. The motors run hydraulic pumps. The pumps run hydraulic...
Where are the solar panels?
The solar panels are back in Vancouver.
Oh, so it's already been charged up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's charged and ready to go.
And where are the batteries?
The batteries are up in the front next to where the operator sits.
Okay.
On either side.
Okay.
And then the batteries run the electric motors, which are in the back under that glass dome.
Wow.
And those electric motors are running hydraulic pumps. And those hydraulic pumps are running hydraulic motors.
Okay.
And those hydraulic motors, as Ryan is demonstrating, run the chains, and it's just clockwork from after that, basically.
Where do you guys get the parts for this kind of stuff? For this kind of structure?
Well, most of the structure was custom engineered by us. We designed all of the chassis and the legs from scratch, but a lot of common components like bearings, chains, sprockets, hydraulic components, they came from a farm equipment supply store in Vancouver.
Are you guys going to reproduce, like, can I eventually have one of these in my home?
Well, the Mondo Spider is a one-off piece of art, but as with so many creative endeavors, there's always a market opportunity if somebody wanted to start a Mondo Spider mass production facility. We certainly know where to find the
Or a
engineers.
mini Mondo Spider. I would love a mini Mondo Spider.
We've actually toyed with the idea of making Mondo Spider toys, little radio-controlled ones.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I need one of those. Actually, I need to ride this thing.
Okay.
So, should I go ahead and give him... Okay, I'm going to give you the mic.
All right.
So that as I'm... Okay, that's okay. So the mic just sort of fell apart, but as they put it back together, I'm going to get in this thing. And, okay, so I'm getting in. This thing is really dirty.
We've been cleaning it for the last couple hours. Too.
I'm going to give you a nice package of Lysol wipes after this. Okay, so as you can see, this Lexus-style Spider is really luxurious. And I even have some arm rests right here, so I can chill out. Now what do I do?
All right, well, it's quite straightforward.
Okay.
What we have here is the big red button, as we call it. This is what activates...
Nothing will explode, right? I just
No,
need to know that now.
no,
Okay.
this is the eject button. Don't push that one. Okay. The big red button turns it on and off.
Okay.
So right now it's off.
Okay.
And if you ever see me doing this, or this,
Okay.
just hit the big red button.
Got it.
And the machine will shut down and nothing else will go wrong.
Okay, sweet.
So I'm going to unpush the big red button.
Oh, God. Okay.
So the machine is
Let's
now...
practice. That's off?
That's good.
Okay, good.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You got it. And then a little bit of that.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay.
So the machine is now active. I'm not going to stand here because that's where the legs go.
Okay.
This is the safety zone. I'm going to turn up the motors to crawling level.
Can you guys hear that? This is awesome.
The electric power is ready. So the pumps are now active. If you push on these levers, it'll make the legs start moving.
Okay.
And it's just like a tank. You push them both forward, the machine goes forward. You pull them both back, you go through the Lenovo tent.
Okay. Sweet.
Move them in opposite directions, and
Okay.
you'll turn on the spot.
Okay, you need to get out of my way because I'm ready for this thing.
All right. Always keep one eye on me in case I have to stop you.
I'm a spider. I'm a spider. I'm Spider Woman. I'm gonna turn. This is epic. Okay, let's turn right. Let's turn right. All right, out of my way, cameras. All right, guys. You've seen the Mondo Spider. Stay tuned because at the top of the hour, Molly is doing a whole slew of torture tests But before that, a real quick break. I'm going forward with this thing. Oh yeah.
Hey, I'm Donald Bell here for CNET.com, here with Vizio's 10-inch tablets at CES 2013. Now, there's some cool things we're seeing about these particular 10-inch Android tablets. They're one of the first I've seen to run NVIDIA's T4 quad-core processor, so you're getting very fast processing speed when it comes to images, games, videos. That kind of power is going to be here in the 10-inch tablet. The other thing this does that's pretty interesting is that it has a super high resolution display, something you kind of expect from a company that makes super high resolution televisions. The display here clocks in at a 2560 1600 resolution display, so you're getting that retina display type, even better than that, pixel density and picture quality. Hopefully we'll see this sometime soon, but we don't have any information on a release date or pricing, but we know that they actually cooked this up and are capable of making this NVIDIA T4 processor, super high resolution 10-inch Android tablet. Tablet also runs Android Jelly Bean, so if you want the latest and greatest Android operating system, you'll have it here. It's an attractive, lightweight tablet, although right now we're only working with an engineering sample, so who's to say how it will look when it actually comes to market. So there you go. I'm Donald Bell here with Vizio's 10-inch Android tablet at CES 2013. Hey, I'm Donald Bell from CNET.com here at CES 2013, and I'm here to show you a first look of the Vizio M-Series HD TVs. This is a brand new industrial design for Vizio, probably one of the more attractive designs we've seen in any Vizio TV yet. Very slim bezel around the TV with a very subtle little Vizio tag down here at the bottom right corner. And we're looking at the 80-inch HD TV over here, one of the largest sizes we've seen from Vizio, and it's pretty stunning. The image quality is great. This is really Vizio's flagship line here of TVs. You're getting an all LED, LCD, edge-lit screen with local dimming, passive 3D, everything that you would want. It's Vizio, so you're going to have great pricing here as well. The available sizes for the M series, or as I call them, the MTVs, are 80 inches, 70, 65, 60, 55, 50, 47, 40, all the way down to 32 inches. The other thing you're getting with Vizio is that they have their Smart TV platform across the M series and their E series TVs, which gives you a connected TV experience. You get your access to apps and all kinds of streaming content. I believe this version also comes with a Wi-Fi enabled remote control, so you don't have to worry about line of sight issues controlling the TV. You'll actually be able to control it from anywhere in your house with the Wi-Fi remote. So the availability for the M series or the MTVs is going to be the first quarter, so we're going to see these soon. This is a great looking TV, hopefully a great price, and a great value if you're really looking for something in that 80-inch size. This is probably going to be one of the most affordable ways to get up to that size. So there you go. Those are the Vizio M-Series TVs from CES 2013, and I'm Donald Bell.
Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES 2013. We're taking a look at a new tiny camera from Sony. This is the CyberShot WX80. So this is pretty standard stuff as far as digital compact cameras go. There's a 16.2 megapixel sensor inside this little device and an 8 times optical zoom. There is a bit more zoom you can squeeze out, but it's digital, so you will lose picture quality. It has 1080p video recording, but a really nice feature about this camera is that it's got Wi-Fi sharing. Now this is the first time Sony's put its Wi-Fi sharing technology in a camera this small, and it's a particularly good idea on their behalf, because if you're thinking of buying a small camera like this, you might be wondering, why don't I just use my smartphone? So the idea is that you take a picture with this, the camera creates a Wi-Fi hotspot, you connect it to your phone using an app which is available for iOS and Android, and then you can transfer your pictures across. It sounds like a great idea and a good way of easily transferring your photos. Unfortunately, there's no Windows Phone app on the horizon, so if you're using a phone running Microsoft's operating system, you're out of luck for now. It's coming out very soon in January, and it's going to cost $199, which isn't too bad for a camera this tiny. Wait for the full review though, where we'll be testing image quality and all the other features. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET, CES 2013, and this is the Sony CyberShot WX80. Hello karaoke fans, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES 2013, checking out the Philips AEA 7100 Star Maker. So this is pretty simple. What you've got is an 8-watt speaker and a microphone, and this free app, which is the Star Maker app, plugs into the top of the speaker. Now the app itself is free, so what you're paying for is all the extra kit. It's not too hard to use. You get a list of songs on the app. Here it's running on an iPad, but I assume you could also use it for an iPhone, iPod Touch, anything iOS basically. You choose a song, you set it to record, it plays through the speaker, and you sing along on the microphone. The microphone communicates with the speaker via Bluetooth. If you think you can do better than all of your favourite pop stars, you can upload your vocal creations to Facebook and share them with your friends, who I'm sure will be very, very happy to hear your efforts. It's quite an expensive way of getting your karaoke kicks. It's certainly more pricey than just singing along to the radio. It costs $180, but the good news is that you can buy it now from the Apple Store. So that's everything you need to know. Let us know whether you'd have the guts to use this product. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET, and this is the Philips AEA 7100 Star Maker. Now if you'll excuse me.
So here's my number, so go and
Hey, I'm Donald Bell for CNET.com here at CES 2013, where I'm giving you a first look at Vizio's smartphones. Vizio is not a manufacturer you typically think of when it comes to smartphones, but they're releasing 2 phones in China only. They're not coming to the US, or at least they haven't announced them coming to the US yet, so we don't really have pricing, we don't have carriers. What we do have are 2 pretty attractive looking dual-core phones. One's a 4.7-inch screen with a 1.3 gigahertz dual-core processor. The other one is a full-on 5-inch screen, full HD resolution, with a 1.5 gigahertz dual-core processor. They're both running Android Jelly Bean, and they're both pretty thin and light, attractive. They kind of fall into that Google Nexus-y territory when it comes to their design and their feel, and their screen quality. Vizio, so as you'd expect, the screen quality is pretty spectacular, and hopefully the pricing will be spectacular too, if and when they come to the US. So there you go. I'm Donald Bell from CES 2013 for CNET.com, giving you a first look at Vizio's 2 new Android smartphones. Hey, I'm Donald Bell here for CNET.com at CES 2013, where we're taking a first look at the Vizio XVT series. This is an Ultra HD TV, or 4K TV, that is going to be offered in the second half of 2013. It's going to come in 3 sizes. You get a 55-inch, a 65-inch, or the one we're seeing here, which is a 70-inch 4K resolution HD TV. It's a new design for Vizio with a very thin bezel, so it looks probably like one of the best HD TVs we've seen from Vizio. So you're paying for looks, you're also paying for that video performance. They're not downgrading or processing the 4K signal before it hits the TV. Apparently a lot of the 4K TVs we're going to see this year, there's going to be some intervening processing before that 4K signal actually reaches the TV screen. This one is undiluted and bringing it right to your eyeballs. Another cool thing is that it has a 4K resolution input, so if you're loading, if you have a 4K compatible camcorder, you can put that content directly on the TV and see it at its full resolution, uncompressed. One of the reasons why this is probably one of the 4K TVs to really pay attention to is because it's coming from Vizio, a brand that is really known for their value and really aggressively pricing their TVs. So what we're looking at here might just be the most affordable 4K TV, Ultra HD TV that we're going to find in 2013. And looking at it right now, I can tell you that the picture quality is beautiful. The content might not be there yet. 4K content, it's not quite reaching the mainstream yet. What we're looking at is a specially requested video clip from a DreamWorks picture
that's slowed down to the half frame rate, so you can really see when you're looking up close here. When you're looking up close, you can't even pick out the pixels on the TV. The video resolution is that fine. So there you go. That is the Vizio XVT Series Ultra HD TV from CES 2013. I'm Donald Bell.
Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES 2013 in Las Vegas, taking a look at the Philips stand. This time we're examining the A3. It looks like a nice little wireless speaker. Okay, so we've got quite nice diamond-shaped design here. I like this aluminium finish on top, and you get this rather nice sultry black canvasy approach around the sides. It looks quite good for a speaker that's quite modestly priced. It's a 30-watt speaker. It has wireless music playback over Wi-Fi. Unfortunately, that's not Apple's own AirPlay system, but instead you're going to use Philips' own app to wirelessly transmit your tunes. The app works on iOS or Android. If you're a Windows Phone user, then the app isn't available, but I have been told you can have some success getting your music playing anyway because the speaker has DLNA built in. I've had a quick go with the app. It seems reasonably easy to use, but it remains to be seen whether or not it's easier just to plug your smartphone or laptop or whatever into the speaker and play it over a cable. So I like the size of this speaker. It's quite slender, it's quite small. It's not one of these enormous affairs that's going to hog your living room and mess up your feng shui. It costs $250 or thereabouts, and it's going to be coming out in June. Stay tuned for the full review. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET, and this is the Philips Fidelio A3. Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES 2013 in Las Vegas. I'm here with Amy Cotman from Sony, and we're going to be talking about this. It is Sony's concept consumer 4K camcorder. Okay, so what's the basic idea behind this device?
Well, one of the big buzz, you're seeing here at CES is 4K, and the idea that there's TVs that allow you to display content in 4K, but you want to create your own. You don't want to watch movies. So obviously, with us introducing high def years ago, and now 3D a couple years ago, 4K is the next big thing in video. But not everybody can afford a studio camera or production piece. So we want to bring 4K consumer high def to the masses.
But this is just a concept at the moment. That's right. There's not many details on this. When do you think we might see this thing become a reality that you can actually buy?
I would like to say tomorrow, but that is definitely not the issue or the case on it. I don't really know. It's like you said, it's a concept piece. There's some things that have to be figured out. But it would be a form factor like this because with shooting 4K, you want control. You don't want it a little consumer point and shoot piece. You want something that's going to give you a massive amount of control over your content.
Well, yeah, I was just taking a look at it. It's obviously quite sizable, quite chunky. So you don't think there's any chance that in a couple of years' time when it actually goes on sale, we might see the size come down for a slightly more holiday-friendly, what do you reckon?
Probably not the first generation piece. When we introduced high def years ago, this was the form factor because your average consumer just didn't know what to do with it or didn't have the processing power on their computers to handle it. So I'd like to say, if we're back here in 5 years, doing the same thing, I'd love to show you a full lineup of 4K pocket camcorders. But first one you'll see is probably going to be a more robust piece, if you will.
Okay, thank you, Amy. That's fantastic. So, confirmation, at least, if nothing else, that Sony is thinking about ways to bring 4K stuff to your 4K TV, because let's face it, there's not an awful lot of 4K content out there at the moment. But you don't need it anymore, you can just make your own. Thanks very much, Amy. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET, CES 2013. Be sure to check out the site for more.
Hello, everyone. I am Molly Wood. Welcome to Always On at CES 2013. Hello, audience.
What's up, everybody? How you guys
doing? They're all safely behind the caution tape over there, and I think you're going to see why in a little bit. Sorry, guys. I think it's going to be worth it, though. You'll be able to see it on the big screens. All right, we are about to do something that I am fairly certain you're not going to see anywhere else at CES this year.
There's no way. Now, I'm Brian Tong. I'm here to assist the lovely Molly here where we do all these crazy things. We're getting the showmans from Buzz Out Loud back together today so that we can basically break a lot of things.
Break things. So for those of you who are watching at home, live streaming right now, you may not be familiar with my show, Always On. It's kind of like an extreme reviews show. Think of it as Top Gear for tech. Now, one of the things that we do is something called torture testing. So I put these gadgets through pretty intense testing, but it's all to simulate the kinds of things that can happen in real life, like when you leave your car leave your gadget in a car on a hot day or on a snowy day. You drop them in water, which happens all the time, obviously, the toilet.
You've done that before?
I haven't yet.
How many of you have actually dropped your phone or device in the toilet bowl? Raise your hands.
There are hands up back there.
And how many of you have used it immediately after?
Oh, the same hand.
I like you guys keep it real. You keep it real.
The toilet is the #1 device, or the #1 thing. Actually, I read that it's the #2. The first most common is cooking disasters in the kitchen. But this stuff really does happen. So every gadget that comes on the show goes through this battery of tests. The heat, cold, water, drop test, and then a wild card test that we make up. So in case you have not ever seen it, here's a quick look at some of the things that we have done in the past. Time for the opposite of a day at the pool, into the freezer.
Go, little buddy. I'm keeping the case on. Hot pink. Might keep it a little warmer. Pink up my freezer. I think maybe my camera needs to go into the ice. See if it can handle the cold.
Look how pretty the crystal pattern is. It's going in the oven, 200 degrees for 1 hour.
I'm gonna bake an egg on the surface. It's a little overdone. It does not say fireproof anywhere on there. Turns out 200 degrees is not the ideal temperature for cookies.
Ooh, it does not smell good, I'll tell you that. Come on! Come on!
I haven't even seen the Nexus really.
Yeah.
Whoops!
Oh! Try bowling. Oh, I need to change this song. Oh no! Beat it, B. No! My Kindle!
Cookie.
Oh no! It's gonna be okay, Kindle. Good job!
My phone! My phone's in my pocket!
But I have to check the water and see if it's warm enough. And then, oh no! I know you've all done this. I'm right here.
It might snap. I mean, I would have assumed it would have cracked, and it is not cracking.
Oh, that's not in good shape at all.
This thing is coming through with flying colors.
Be careful with your Nexus 7, folks. This could happen to you. We have 2 juice-soaked, Cheeto-encrusted, grease-covered iPod Touches that, at least as of this second, are totally still entertaining children. Oh yeah! It's a pretty fun job, basically. But this has all been, I think, pretty helpful. The Samsung Galaxy S3, for example, went through all kinds of torture testing. It came out of the washing machine and still worked after we dried it out for a couple days in a bag of rice. So it's actually, people have emailed me and said, that's the phone I bought because it was so tough. So we are trying, generally speaking, with the show to give you useful buying advice. Not so much today. Today's testing will be a little more intense. For example, we have a ladder for dropping things from. And our wild card is liquid nitrogen.
Liquid nitrogen. You remember Terminator 2 and the T-1000? He was indestructible. Indestructible.
Yeah. Indestructible.
Well, we're going to see if some of these devices are just as indestructible. So we're going to be torching all kinds of big-name gadgets today, like the major full-size tablets. We're talking about the iPad 3. That doesn't bother me at all. I want to see that thing go down.
Excited about that.
The Amazon Kindle Fire HD 8.9-incher, and the Nexus 10. We'll drop test just about everything, including a Lytro camera. That camera's $400, guys. a Kindle, a rugged camera.
No, but to be fair, it's super annoying though.
No,
Lytro.
I like the Lytro, and I want to also destroy that. A Kindle, a rugged camera, and an Nexus 7, and we'll test out some super rugged cases on both the ladder and the liquid nitrogen test. You know, they say these cases protect it from anything. We're going to find out about that.
We're going to find out. We're going to put that to the test. And if you've watched the show, you know that I actually don't like to just waste these devices after they've been through the ringer. I am trying to do legitimate buying advice and to keep my car, not today, like I said. That's why we're not going to freeze everything, Terminator style. But we always give our tortured devices away. So we're going to do the same thing here today as long as it is safe to give you guys one of these devices after we've dropped it or heated it or whatever.
Who out there wants a broken Nexus 7? Right? Put your hands together.
Broken Nexus 7. Broken
That's what
Nexus
I'm talking
10.
about.
And you know what? We've actually gotten videos at the show from people who have taken these things, gotten them repaired. You saw that IBM ThinkPad, the X1 Carbon Ultrabook, which I soaked with coffee, hot coffee, and someone just replaced the keyboard and the battery and sent us a video of themselves using it. So it's all, hopefully you will just give it a better home.
All right, guys, now to tease you a little more, there is a fishbowl going around, and you can drop your card in there to try and win one of these poor creatures
and
give them
nurse it back to life.
just a little better home. You know, massage them, love them, kiss them.
Kiss
do
them.
whatever you guys do with your gadgets. I
Repair
don't
the
care.
screens. Put your business cards in the fishbowl. That'll go out this whole time, and you could win something. It's like its own sort of wild card. Enough talking. Let's get to the gadgets.
All
we
right.
are heading on over to our stations.
Let's turn up the heat, y'all.
Let's do it. All right. So what happens with the heat and the cold test is that we put them in for a certain amount of time. So normally a car on a hot day can get up to about 155 degrees. We boost that a tiny bit because it's a shorter period of time. That's my logic. So we usually, he's like,
I'm just
that's
testing.
hot.
I'm testing to see how hot this is, guys. Like, you know, it's about like if you ever walk out on a hot sunny day on the asphalt and your feet burn, it's a little hotter than that.
It's like that. It's like if you sit on your black leather seat after it's been in the sun for a
I
while
think
and
it's
then you
hotter
get the
than that.
burning
I think it's hotter than
So
that.
this is about 200 degrees, and the Kindle Fire HD 8.9 is going to go in here for 20 minutes.
Oh, that's
20
so
minutes.
messed- that is
Usually
so
we do.
messed up.
Usually we do an hour. So this is like nothing. I will warn you though, there are occasionally toxic fumes related to the.
That's
to the thing.
why we didn't prepare ourselves with toxic.
But look, we
fume
even
maps,
have
right?
these cute little cards. Heat. All
Okay.
right, so in it goes. Let's
wanna
get
give
the.
I'll
You know
give
what?
this?
This is our little infrared thermometer, so we should see how hot it actually is in here. And look at this cute little owl timer that we got. Okay, focus.
Yeah.
It's just adorable. You know what? We need our towel, I think, though, to lay the Kindle on.
You know, our producer over there just yelled in my
We can
ear.
get that.
Careful!
She did. She's our mama. She's totally our mama. Let's see if I can make this even work. Wait. We need our towel.
Oh, we need a towel.
Oh,
You don't
it
want
is.
to melt?
It's a balmy 140 degrees in here. It's like nothing. So,
All
but
right,
yeah,
let's
we
put this-
usually
let's put this
I
bad
lay
boy
it
in.
on a towel because I don't really want the plastic to be directly on the. I'm trying to protect it a little bit. In the past, we've had a little bit of meltage. I think the IBM X1, actually the Carbon Ultrabook, probably had the worst damage from the oven. It started to separate, the back started to separate from the screen a little bit, which was really disappointing because that is supposedly a rugged laptop. And that is the only one that I think has actually really had a problem. Yeah, it's not going to smell good in a little while.
Okay, so we're gonna put that in for 20
Let's
minutes.
set our
instead?
timer. Let's see if I can outsmart the owl. Oh, I got it. It goes this way. 20 minutes. The owl is the hardest part of this job today. Okay, next up,
You're gonna go over to your
the
little
cold
right?
station. I think you should do the honors here since I know how you feel. By the way, our cooler's full of beer and sodas, which we could also pass out after the.
Who wants a soda?
There's not that many beers. Don't throw sodas in the. Oh my God!
Good reflexes. Good reflexes.
Seriously, that bounced around like 3 people. I just had a little heart attack.
All right, so what we're gonna drop in this guy here, the first test. This is an iPad 3.
Yep. iPad 3. Now this iPad actually
Ooh, everyone's like, oh no,
has
that's
had,
wrong. That's
this
cold.
has
That's cold.
already had a long history with Always On. This is one of the first gadgets that we ever torture tested.
working right now, guys.
We dropped it a whole bunch of times. We dunked it. Actually, I spilled a glass of water. It's all, and it has come through with flying colors. This thing has actually been pretty tough, which is why it's now getting an ice bath, which is a combination cold and water because it's a little
Okay.
melty.
So you're just gonna drop this bad boy in.
Yep. I
Make
just
sure
gotta-
he's in there
just
deep.
make sure it's nice and buried here.
Okay,
Try to-
okay.
I'll make a little. Oh, it's cold.
Oh, here we go, guys. Look. Oh yeah, that mail app ain't gonna work no more. Woo. Someone's like, yeah.
Hey, this is going to surprise you. The screen just turned off. We have static guard in here, too.
All right. Do we have a timer for how long we're going to put on this guy?
We do. Where's our timer? Isn't it? Oh, we have a tomato for this one.
I thought it was a deformed
I
apple.
love these timers. All right. Oh, it is kind of a deformed apple. That's
Okay.
pretty appropriate. Okay, so these are going to cook for 20 minutes while we do some of our other testing. Meanwhile, we'll move on to
This
the
is my favorite
dump
part,
test.
salsa. Okay.
That was my
Did the
favorite
aquarium
part,
effect
too.
work at all? No? Okay.
It didn't.
Okay,
really.
sorry.
It didn't. I'm sorry, it didn't go. All right, so we have here the Kindle Fire HD 8.9 inch tablet, right?
Yeah.
No. This is the
This is
Nexus,
the Nexus
10.
10,
We
sorry.
already did the Kindle. It's over there.
Nexus 10.
Pay
right
attention,
here.
Brian.
I'm totally paying attention.
This is the Nexus 10, and so far, so we have previously torture tested the Nexus 7 on the show, not the Nexus 10. I was somewhat disappointed with the build quality of the Nexus 7. Now, it's an inexpensive tablet, so that's not a huge surprise, but it definitely, we went through 3 of them. Let me just put it that
It
way.
didn't
because-
last the torture test very long,
No,
right?
so it immediately broke upon the drop test. It did not even come close to surviving the water test, and then it even
Who's
had
going to
trouble
cry if I
after
drop this in here? Who's going to cry?
the heat test. I'm going to back up.
No.
So, okay, this isn't going to sit in here for 20 minutes or anything. This gets like a quick dunk, maybe about 30 seconds while you panic.
All right, should we
and
just
then-
put it
and
in,
then you
guys?
take it out. Ready?
All right, hey, I want you guys to count with me, okay? We're going to do a 3, 2, 1, drop it. All right, here we go, guys. Ready? 3, 2, 1, drop it!
I know it's bubbling.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the screen is off.
It's going to be fun, guys, right? No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should
Oh,
let it
it's all
soak
good.
for like just a
It's all
couple
good.
seconds. Maybe a rescue? Maybe a
want me to
rescue
rescue?
attempt? Let's rescue it. Now we're going to do all the things you're not supposed to do when you dump something in water, which is we're going to try to turn it on, even though that's exactly the opposite of what you're supposed to do. If you drop something in water, immediately power it down, take it apart as much as you can,
I'm holding the
and
power
then
switch.
dry it out. And look, there's actually water inside the screen. Turn that around so Celso can see. It's kind of like one of those little toys that has the sand and the water that sort of, yeah.
I think it's about...
Our
All right,
producer,
we're good.
by the way, once again, just came into our ear and said, "Stop doing that."
I scared her.
She does
All right.
not like any of this, and we haven't
Okay.
even gotten to the ladder.
Okay, here we
All
go.
right, we're not going to try to turn this on because, well, there's water in the inside. So later we'll take this and try to put it in a, or one of you will take this, put it in a bag of rice. The previous Kindle, the, what is it, the 7-inch?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kindle Fire HD 7-inch. That's the one you saw in that teaser video, actually, that I dumped a soda on and then hosed down to try to rescue it from the soda. That actually, this is like, look, the water is just
It's
dripping
out of it.
out, and you can see it.
I don't know if you can see this line here.
There's like a water line,
Look,
and it's getting.
It's filled. Can you guys see that? Hold on, let me get the glare a little better. Right there. It's filled with water, and I'm moving it. There's the water line
and the
right
water
there.
is just dripping out. Oh, there it is.
There you go.
yeah.
Hey, now it's flat.
See,
Like,
doesn't it remind you of one of those like
one of those
relaxing
desk things.
sand kind of desk things?
Yeah. Okay. That's
Not
cool.
that there's anything relaxing about this.
All
I know.
right.
Let's put it on this stand with a towel underneath. Anyway, the smaller Kindle was fine after I spilled a soda on it and then hosed it down. It didn't get it dunking, but I hosed it down with a high-powered hose, and it was okay. So I have, I think there may be hope for this guy. I wonder if we put it like this.
Will it
There,
make-
it's
will
got,
it really
it's
make
got
a
a little more
difference?
dripping. Will it really?
Really?
Will it really matter? All right, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we have a table full of devices that we're going to drop onto a cement pad, and then we'll get to the liquid nitrogen. See you in a minute. Welcome back, everyone. We handed out a couple sodas during the break, but no beer because I didn't want to get us in trouble. Although I am assured that you have to be 21 to get in here. We'll see.
Not necessarily.
Now, though, yeah, I don't think so. Now, though, it is time for the drop test. Under normal circumstances, mostly people drop gadgets just from like this high, right? How many of you guys have dropped your phone or your tablet? Almost everyone. How many of them survived?
Yeah, a good amount.
All right. We're gonna push it a little farther than that, and part of this is based on the assumption that this is what they do when they're trying to test them
in their own labs,
right?
to see how durable these actual phones are. So
we were like, let's get a ladder, and we did. And Brian Tong's going up the ladder first.
I'm gonna go up the.
I can do this one. This is a Note 2. I just can't. I can't.
No.
I love the Note 2. I'm kidding.
We're gonna drop this one first because you just said that.
I
right?
love the Note 2. It's
Okay.
not gonna make it either because we already torture tested the Note 2. Spoiler alert. Kind of fragile. I was heartbroken too because I love it. So we have a Lytro camera, which we mentioned earlier. iPad Mini. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, I want to drop that thing.
Oh, there's some people happy about that.
They should have made one with a Retina display. Let's drop that thing. Come on.
iPad 4, 6 months after iPad 3, you're dropped. All right, actually, we don't have that here. The Surface tablet.
No.
Oh, some happy
We got some
unhappy
little whiny
Microsoft
babies
folks.
over there. Wah, wah. Oh, wah, wah.
Oh, you're terrible. All right, this case actually came from us from the nice people at G-Form who are showing it off here, so they brought it over. This is their iPad Mini, so apparently they're feeling at least
According to
somewhat
sources,
confident.
it's indestructible. We'll find out.
I know, we're like, all right. You saw the ladder, though, right? All right, what else? Droid, Razer, HD, the 8X, right? HTC?
Yep,
8X,
Windows Phone
yeah,
8X.
Windows Phone 8X, that's a nice one. This is interesting. This is the Samsung Rugby Pro, and this is supposed to be a rugged phone. So
We'll see.
we'll see. Note 2, Breaking My Heart, Kindle Paperwhite, Nexus 7, Nook, iPhone 5. It's a little, this one's already a little messed up because it's the one that we tortured a bit. It's got some scratches on the back. We slid it shuffle puck style across the pavement to see how scratchable that back really was. Turns out quite a bit. That happened one time. So like if you accidentally skidded your phone across the pavement, that's what it's going to look like.
Okay, not bad.
iPhone 5 is one of the few phones that I highly recommend a case for. Otherwise, I feel like they're tougher than you expect, but this one is pretty fragile. And then, of course, the Galaxy S3.
Okay, so what are we
What
going to
will
drop?
you choose?
Just why don't you just hand them to me? Let's get this
All
thing
right, cool.
going. I'm going to climb the ladder.
I know, oh my God, be careful up there. So he's going to drop, and then I'm going to go assess the damage. Let's start with like a sort of an easy one. The
Okay,
HTC
so
8X.
guys, when we drop it, do we drop it flat or we drop it on its corner, guys? Exactly, that's how we do it, all right? Just count with me. We're going to go 3, 2, 1, drop it. Here we go. Ready, guys? 3, 2, 1, drop it!
Oh.
Oh my gosh, is that the screen?
That didn't go well.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
That feels so bad
It turns
for that.
out, Brian, I can't believe it, but when you dropped it from 9 feet, you broke the screen.
That's horrible.
That's your basic bad damage right there. However, totally replaceable, so put your business cards in the fishbowl, because this could be
someone's going to
yours.
win that thing, right?
Right. Let's set this aside and move on to the next. I don't think there's any need to do that one again. I think that the Razer is supposed to be pretty tough. The Droid Razer, right? Razer HD. This is meant to be rugged. It's got Kevlar on the back. I have high hopes for this one.
Stop
high
looking
hopes.
at my butt. Okay, here we go, guys. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Drop it. Hey. Wait. Oh my god.
Hang on.
Are these things bad?
Well, it's not like okay. It has hairline fractures.
Someone's like, oh.
So I'm trying to turn it on.
Oh, I don't care.
Oh. And I'm pretty sure it came on before that drop, but now it doesn't. So that's also kind of wow, that's a pretty big letdown, actually, that not coming on. There's like, I think there are glass shards in there from
Windows Phone X shards. It's all
this
good.
one, though, this one, I have seen people using phones in way worse condition than this, so I'm going to call this usable, assuming that it comes on later on.
You guys want to do something bigger?
Because normally, a pass-fail. I think we have a fail, for sure, on the HTC 8X, and then a conditional pass on the Droid.
All right.
What are you thinking?
No, I want to.
You ready? You ready for something a little larger?
You know, we'll get a little bigger. I think we should do the mini. I really want to take that bad boy down.
You want to go all the way to mini? This is like a headliner.
Yeah. Well, you know, we could just throw a different. Do you want to get rid of Lytra? What do you want to do?
Well, we have this mini.
I mean, it has a case on. I want something without a case.
He's been wanting to drop the mini all day. All right.
This is. Hey, you know what? You tell me what to drop. This is your thing.
I'm gonna give you your wish.
On the corner.
Oh God.
Dear Lord, forgive me for I have sinned. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, drop it. Oh, it went flat.
It went flat. It's getting kind of hard to get in here. Oh my God, you guys, it's totally okay. Wait. Will it turn on?
Oh.
There's life.
Whatever. We'll see if it survives liquid nitrogen.
I feel like you guys are all wonderful torture test apprentices too, because I heard you back there being like, "Try it again with the corner." Which I will say.
One more drop. One more drop. One more drop. One more drop. All right, we hope if this drops on the corner now, we just gotta live with it. All right, here we go. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, drop it.
Oh, it wants to live.
It put the weight in the booty, guys. What can you say? More
That
junk
was
in the
smart.
trunk.
You know what? That's funny too, because I took an iPad mini to Paris recently and dropped it on the Champs-Elysees, and it completely broke. And this guy is A-okay. This is our first success story.
I can tell you that I literally tried to drop it on its corner.
I know.
Everyone saw that here, right? This is no like Apple by preference thing, right? Be like.
This also seems like a good time to remind you to put your card in the fishbowl, because you could win this guy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
This is totally safe to give away. The fishbowl, by the way, is over here by the red ball. All right, let's see. Let's give you a couple more, then we'll switch.
Yeah,
for a little bit.
I like that. Yeah.
How about? Oh, you guys really want to see the Surface? You're kind of on a little tablet run. I think I'm gonna do Nook first. I gotta save some of the good stuff for me.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, not that the Nook is not good, which it is. The Nook is good, and I think the Nook is somewhat sturdy.
All right, here we go. Ready? Let's do it. 3, 2, 1, drop it!
Oh, there's damage. I can already tell.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, we have some coming apart at the bottom here. But it comes on. Totally still usable.
Welcome back, covered under your 30-day warranty.
I know your Nook is okay-ish, except that your little SD card slot here, I think, is not in good shape. So that's not going to be as usable anymore.
Okay.
No longer expandable.
Why don't you come up and drop a few? So
okay. I can't believe the iPad is okay. All right. Oh God. Turns out this ladder is pretty high.
One more step.
Why would we do this? This is awful.
Yeah. That's...
One more step. Let's try the iPad mini with the case. Since we've already, you're going to have to retire in that, shorty. Okay, so this is the G-Form case that they lent us to try the drop. They asked us to drop it flat. We'll see what we can do.
I'm like, oh.
That's kind of anticlimactic. It looks okay.
I mean, if
go get it.
The one
you're the fetcher.
If the one without the case survived flat, and we drop it flat, it's probably gonna survive.
I don't know if the.
Ah man,
I think it's okay.
I think I fetched it like a dog.
Well, I did.
Okay.
It's totally fine, you guys. That case, you can tell, is completely tough.
Still good, guys.
Still good. Your iPad's okay.
Okay. What do you want next?
Okay. Next.
You got iPhone 5 on it.
Let's go Nexus 7. That has been dramatic in the past. Alrighty. Okay, I'll go up one more step for this. Oh God. All right. I'm gonna die. It's okay if they do, but not me. All right, Nexus 7. Ready?
Are you gonna do it on the corner?
3, 2, 1. You guys, you only do that for BT?
Hey, come on, y'all. Let's go. Let's do it. Hey, hold
you
it
say
on the corner. Hold it on the corner.
All right, okay.
All right, ready to go.
Make them
3,
do the thing.
2, 1. Drop it.
Oh! Now that's exciting. It came apart.
Wow, this is amazing. The Nexus screen
By the way,
awesome
we
here.
have this super... We have this wonderful system down there, a GoPro, that is streaming, so that's how you're getting that cool split screen there.
All right, here we go, guys. We're gonna do.
See if it comes
power
on.
test here. Which are here?
He's like, "Where's the?" I think maybe that thing has to touch that other
The
thing for
button.
that thing to go on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got to get the buttons on that part. Okay, okay, here we go. This is like, I feel like I'm at Foxconn right now. Okay.
I'm just up here on the ladder.
Too soon? Okay, here we go. I'm trying to hopefully this works. Okay, here we go. Holding the power button. Holding the power button. No.
No. Huh.
All right.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay.
I bet that's going to be fine. I'm not worried about that. Usually when they come apart like that, they're okay. Like the Galaxy S3, I think part of the reason that it survived so many drops was that it could come apart pretty easily. And the unibody construction makes it harder not only for it to absorb a drop, but also to dry it out. So the unibody of like an iPhone is sometimes more dangerous because you can't take it apart to dry it out. I think that's why the S3 has been more durable in our tests.
Speaking of the iPhone.
Speaking of the iPhone.
Here you go.
All right, time for the iPhone
That's not my
5.
personal one, right? Okay, just want to make
No,
sure.
no.
Just want to make sure.
It does still work. You can see my little kid on there. But this is the one that we've already tested. So, okay, make him do the thing.
3, 2, 1, drop it!
I know. I saw a piece go flying.
You know, it kind of fell sideways flat. You have the damage here where it actually made impact right here. Can you see that? Oh yeah.
But otherwise, it's okay.
Right on that corner, right there. Okay. Everyone's like, "Wow, I'm mesmerized."
Next.
Okay, yeah, it's okay.
All right, let's do a rugged phone. Let's see how. Oh, we got to do the Surface. You're right. Yep.
Let's just do that.
It's time.
I don't know. That thing's heavy.
Okay, Steve, I want you guys to know that during his announcement, Steven Sinofsky dropped this thing a whole bunch of times. He skateboarded on it. It was pretty tough when Jeff Kanata had to go on it on our show. I'm going to die on this ladder. Okay, make him go.
All right, make him go.
Yeah,
all right,
make
here we
him
go.
do the
Hold it up
thing.
high, Molly. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, drop it. Oh! That did a little bounce.
That was dramatic.
That did fall in the corner.
I think
okay,
I
here
can
we
see
go.
some damage from here.
So you can see some of the battle damage here where the camera, the alignment of the little camera piece here. The metal's been warped, right? Oh, that's too bad.
Oh.
Does that hurt?
No, but... Dude, turn it around. Turn it around. Look. It's on. It's sending a message. I'm okay. I'm okay to go.
That guy's clapping. I'm like, all right.
that
And
guy?
here's the corner where it hit. But there you go. Surface up to this point.
Survived.
Survived.
Surface has been really tough for us. All right, let's do one ruggedized phone, and then we're going to have to take a quick break, and then we'll get to liquid nitrogen.
Okay, here's the class.
Don't you worry.
This is your little
Turns out it takes a
rugby
long
guy.
time to drop a bunch of stuff. All right. Oh, we'll go back to heat and cold, right? Okay. All right, here we go. This is the Samsung Rugby Pro ruggedized phone, so if it is not fine, I'll be very surprised. Okay, ready?
All right, here we go. Let's do it, guys. In 3, 2, 1, drop it! Oh. Wow.
It's rugged!
Molly works out, clearly. Okay, here we go. The USB port guy did open on the drop. That's kind of new. That's a new feature. And over here, here's the battle damage here. You got the little rugged. I did...
Chip. A rubber chip. Aw. Do you want to be on the show all the time? Because...
All right, so there you guys have it. Let's see if we can power this bad boy on here.
That's not so bad, though. I mean,
There you go.
Right?
It's alive!
There you go. Survived. Boom!
Okay.
I love it. All right, I'm going to come down from this ladder, and we're going to go rescue our tablets from the heat and the cold. See how they are doing.
All right, Chef, what you got?
All right, we still have a few. Oh, no. Ding.
Perfect.
Ding. Ding. Look, promise. Look, the timer ended. I didn't hear the ding, but I don't want you guys to think that we're like skimping on our time in the oven because.
Oh man, these
I know. Let's open that guy up. We have our.
I can't tell you how many times I worked careful.
Yeah, we have these little earpieces in, and our producer from the back every time is just like, please God,
I can kind of smell
be
it.
careful. Yeah, they do get a slightly strong chemical smell. Okay, let's get this
All right.
guy out of here. I'm probably going to let it cool for a minute since it will probably be too hot to touch while we rescue the other guy from the... Ooh, yeah. Get a whiff of that.
Really, you really want me to smell it?
Just sort of smell, not like a...
Smells all right.
Oh, our iPad is done too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's got some nice heat.
A little too
got
hot
some
to
heat on
touch.
it. Yeah, for sure.
Should we see if we can power it on while it's still
You
super
want?
hot?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Might
Let's
as
see
well.
what happens.
My biggest complaint about the Kindle...
You've got a really big thumb.
Honestly, is that you can never figure out where the power button is. I think it's... Ow!
Why
Ooh,
would
super
you
hot.
do that?
I'm not saying it was the smartest thing I ever did. This is the part where Bonnie's like, what did I tell you? Be careful! All right, this is...
You're going to let it cool down?
I'm going to let it cool
Is it
until
too
it's-
hot to handle?
It's too hot to handle.
Well, let's go to too cold to hold.
What's wrong with him? Oh, wow.
What is wrong with this guy?
I don't know, but I love it.
Okay.
We should probably turn this off. Ding. Okay. Next up, oh man, I think you should do the honors
You
here.
want me to
'cause
take
that
this
is
guy
cold.
out?
Here,
All right,
I'll
this
hold
is
it
when
for
we
you.
dropped the iPad 3 inside of here. The screen immediately turned off just because it just wanted to go to sleep. That's
It's
all.
been, oh, that's full of
Uh-oh.
water too. You can totally see that. Here, I'll help you out.
Here we go. Let's see if we can grab this. Down on the bottom, if you guys can see here. Yep, there's the water. We've got a fish tank, baby.
We do have a little, for very, very small fishies.
Okay.
So this unfortunately due to meltage turned out to be, look at the, it's frosting up from how cold it is there on the screen. This was both, see, we're like running out of towels. This
Here, I
turned
got it,
out to be both a water and a frozen test, but I think we should try to turn it on. What do you think?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, the
even
screen
though,
is
even
definitely
though it's
frosted on the
full of
front.
water, I have high hopes.
There's no way that thing's gonna turn. Oh! Oh wait, did it?
You guys, the iPad is so tough. There's
Wow, that's
water
awesome.
inside. Look at the water inside the screen.
There's the water, guys. Who wants this one?
The high water mark on the iPad is about halfway.
That's
before it'll
pretty-
come
that's
back
pretty
on.
impressive.
We should power it down though, because it's gonna probably short out.
Before it explodes.
That I gotta say, this is everything. All right, it won't
Whatever,
even-
who cares?
We have found this over and over with the iPad. Since this is a device that you give your kids a lot of the time, you can feel pretty confident because I've done a lot of stuff to this iPad and it is okay for now. We're
Okay.
gonna take a quick break. When we come back, liquid nitrogen time.
Liquid nitrogen. Come
we got,
on now.
In fact, we got our awesome Chuck Curry, special effects engineer, waiting for us up on stage because he's going to be doing most of the.
Look at how
actual-
excited he looks too, Chuck.
He is excited. He's fired up. Chuck looks so badass. All right, we'll be right back, you guys.
All right. This is our Amazon Kindle Fire HD that we put in. We're just going to really quickly, it's still hot to touch. The glass is a little, I could cook something on this. I'm going to press the power button right now and we're going to see what happens, okay? Whoa! Too hot! That is literally too hot. It didn't survive, guys. Look! Oh, it might actually, you know what? If it cools down, we'll check it later. But yeah, it's it's trying to make it. It's kind of there. It's kind of there. Okay, well, you know what? Why don't we get to the real business? Kindle Fire, showing its worth. All right.
It'll be all right. Okay, and with that, I'm here with Chuck. I'm ready to get suited up for a liquid nitrogen. I have my apron on for splashing, and look at the freezing steam coming out of this thing. Have you worked with liquid nitrogen a lot, Chuck?
We use it with special effects to do fog effects,
Yeah.
and different type of smoke effects.
But not to
not so much in this
dip
in
electronics.
Dipping electronics. No.
What do you think though so
Not
far?
much of a
Have you seen anything that you're going to buy because it's so tough?
I already have the Mini, so.
Were you happy to see the outcome
I was
there?
happy to see that
Yeah.
it's aerodynamic enough to fall on its back every time you try and hit the corner. So that was,
That's the
that was
thing.
nice.
Do you think? Okay, so here we have a GoPro camera.
Yeah.
We had a GoPro camera. We have an iPhone 5 in a ballistic case,
Right.
which they say is like military spec, but there are holes.
Mhm.
And then we have the naked iPad. Do you think anything on this table is going to make it? We also even have, I think we can't do the Samsung, right?
I don't know.
Anyway, we're going to do
Liquid
these three.
nitrogen is 321 degrees below zero, so.
So no.
We'll
GoPro's
see how
supposed to be really tough.
We'll see what that
Well,
case
can
is
you
like.
can you give us like a little demonstration?
Sure.
I'll put my gloves and my goggles and stuff on. Show us what happens to things when they go in liquid nitrogen. I love gear. Anytime there's gear, I'm happy. Whoa, there's snow flying.
Suit it up.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you can see the rose
Kind of bubbles.
is basically bubbling in there like it's being fried. It looks like it's in a fryer. Celsa's going to try to get us a shot there.
Yeah.
All right, fry it up. Probably our devices aren't going to go in that long, huh? Oh, poor little thing. Look at that. Look, it looks like eggshells. I probably shouldn't lean over that close to that.
No.
I want you guys to know we got clearance for this little stunt from the county fire marshal and then the
Clark County
Fire Department, and we had to have a fire marshal inspection this morning. It's all been extremely exciting for me. Okay, these don't fit that well. I'm just going to put them right here. Okay.
So which one are we going to?
First up, let's go. I think we should go with the GoPro, which is recording.
Oh, okay. As we go.
Yeah. So as it goes to its doom.
Okay, let's put it in there.
We got our little fryer basket. We'll record every. Oh my God! Look at that! Oh, it's still recording. The light is still flashing. I mean,
Well
GoPro.
done, or do you want it medium?
I think medium. Because I'm a softie.
Yeah.
Seriously though, it's still recording right now. Look, the fryer basket stuck to the side.
Now, do you want to do a drop test on it?
Not this one. Not this one. Look at that. Look, though. Near as I can tell, even though there is cold smoke coming off of it, this is a highly unexpected outcome, I have to say. How long is it going to... I can feel the cold, by the way, through these gloves, which are like an inch thick. How long do you think it's going to take to warm up?
Yeah, that's a good question. That I don't know. Each item is different, as far
Yes,
as
that's true. All right, well, we're going to set... I hear, cracking as it's warming up, though. I think the plastic is starting to crack as it warms up. All right, well, this is dramatic, though, because the camera inside, still okay. I'm calling this a conditional survival, and I am pretty surprised. All right, let's keep moving. We have our two ballistic cases. Turns out these are both ballistic. We're going to try them both. The iPhone 5 is in here.
Okay.
And this one has some little holes in the front. Let's see how it does. Oh, wow. These gonna like turn it
Oh,
around.
yeah.
Oh, you're brutal. You're really getting into the
I
spirit
don't
of
want to
things.
play around.
You're like, I don't have this kind of time. Let's cook this bad boy. Ooh, sizzle, sizzle. That one clearly we're gonna have to wait, remove from the case, try to turn. I don't even know. The sounds are insane. It's just frozen solid. This is the power button. Ooh, I hear crackage. It's not coming on.
I think the button may be frozen.
So I think the button's frozen. Yeah. Okay, but you know, we'll let it warm up over a period of days, I guess. Look at the frost on that one. Okay, and then let's try the S3 in the case. The case, though, by the way, structural integrity-wise, at least, the case is looking good. The Samsung Galaxy S3 is inside this ballistic case, which seems to have a little, but the cameras are exposed.
Oh, there's no film over it. Okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of a bummer for that device.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, in it goes. Ooh, look at the bubbles. It looks really pretty, like Halloween. I think our studio audience is horrified right now. They're in stunned silence. GoPro, by the way, still recording. Okay. Can you hear
There's a
this?
lot of cracking going on in there.
Do you hear those sounds at all? All that cracking? All right, now though, okay, once again, the phone seems okay though. All right, once again, we'll let that warm up. You guys will probably still be here when we see if it's okay, but we have one last device to do, the only one that's going in unprotected. Brian Tong, can you come here for a minute? Because I think we're gonna, this is a two-parter.
This is the one with the water in it as well?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So, you gotta have that for after it comes out.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you guys, there is one device that we're taking out of the giveaway pool. And that is our so far indestructible iPad, because everything we've done to it, it's been okay. Now, it has water in it,
Yeah,
and
liquid nitrogen.
it has no case, and
I
it's
think
going
it's
in.
gonna last. I think it's gonna survive.
Let's see.
In it goes. And then,
It actually sounds like it's frying.
I know, it sounds
It looks like
exactly
it's
like a
frying.
fryer, and it looks like it too. The bubbles are
That's
actually...
just one on. The
they're quite
screen's
pretty.
on.
The screen, no.
Can you guys see that? Yeah, look.
The screen is on!
And it just went away.
Wow.
Its last breath.
Look, it restarted.
Yeah, the logo just started.
Yeah.
You guys, this thing is unbelievable. Look, the water on the inside is starting to freeze. You can see the ice where that was the water from the inside. All right, well, now that it's well and truly frozen, it wouldn't be a liquid nitrogen test if we didn't go a little bit Terminator on it. So maybe I should bring it over and you should climb up. 'Cause I don't think you can climb while you're holding it. We're going to go ahead and drop this one.
Okay, so you guys over here, I would just because the glass is only so high here, I would, you know,
Maybe back up just
take
a
step
tiny
back.
bit. Take one step back. Yeah, put your hood up. I think that's smart.
Cover your
I do
beautiful
wanna show this
faces.
to you guys, though. We'll just give you a look.
All right.
It's like it's frozen on the inside. All right. Be careful. Look,
Hey, the logo
it
just went
came
on.
back on.
The logo went on.
It really
refuses
wants to live.
die. All right, be careful, Celso. Okay, you want to get a little further back? You're gonna be okay.
He's totally like, nah.
And
Not
up.
the top step. The logo's still on, you guys. That thing is amazing. You can give that to any kid you want.
Okay, you guys.
Ready?
We're gonna count this out
Except
real good.
not Chuck, because he's
We're
like
gonna
a really
do
dangerous
3, 2, 1, drop it. Cover your eyeballs. I mean, I'm gonna
Cover
be
your
like
one
this.
eye,
I gotta protect this face. You know what I mean? Okay, here we go, guys. Ready? 3, 2, 1, drop it. Oh! Is that screen?
It's not okay.
I actually think it was so strong it dented the cement.
It dented the cement.
Okay, here we go, guys. Let's pick up the pieces here.
What? You guys!
Yeah!
Okay, as far as I'm concerned, that is a pass. This thing is still kicking. That's unbelievable. All right, you guys.
That's ridiculous.
Coming up Tuesday, we will have an all-new episode of Always On from CES. It will include highlights from this. Thank you, everybody. Stick around because the giveaways are after this. We really appreciate you hanging out. Once again, the iPad the star of the show.
Survives. All right,
Thanks,
guys.
everybody.
Thank you.
All right, Sharon. Wait. All right. We now have Sharon Backton live in the Central Hall where she's doing something that may not be as exciting as this, but I bet she's going to have a good report.
Video wall, and that's what all these joyful faces are looking at. But let's go into the booths, shall we? It's super crowded right now, so we're gonna try to muscle our way through. And the first thing I want to show you guys is LG's new TVs. As you probably know by now, they announced a new 4K TV and a new OLED TV. That's right. OLED is no longer a myth. You can actually buy these things. So what we're looking at is the 55-inch OLED TV, and it uses WRGB technology. So behind every pixel is a light that can show white, red, green, and blue. And the reason that black you're looking at is so black is because it's actually not a color. It's just the light turning off. So that's why you have such rich colors on those OLEDs. Okay, let's go and take a look at the 4K TV. I'm telling you, it's insanely crowded in here. Oh my gosh. We have a camera, we're important. Woo. Okay. Okay, so over here real quick, let's try to get around. Okay, over here is the Ultra HD TV, also known as 4K. Hopefully this year the industry will figure out which one they want to use. It's absolutely gorgeous. You can buy this guy for a modest $20,000. But as you can see, it's super sharp because it's about 4 times sharper than current full HD. So you have something like 8 million pixels packed into that screen, and it shows. But of course, the challenge with 4K, as we all know, is that there isn't much 4K content. So LG, I believe, is having a partnership with Disney to bring some 4K movies. This is bananas. Okay, guys. But I know that before I buy a 4K TV, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm going to want some 4K content. And until I get that 4K content, that $20,000 is staying in my pocket. Okay, now I'd like to welcome you to my dream home. Okay, LG has been so kind as to set that up for me, and where we're going to start is LG's smart refrigerator. So all of their smart appliances this year are NFC enabled. So when you get it, when you arrive home with your new smart refrigerator, all you do is tap your phone to the NFC tag, and you will automatically be synced up with it, and it'll be added to your LG smart appliance app, where you control the rest of your appliances, because it's not just a smart fridge that can keep track of all of your groceries and give you recipes based on what you bought. There's also an oven that talks to the refrigerator. So the fridge says, hey, you have chicken and Parmesan cheese. Why not make chicken Parmesan? So you send that recipe to the oven, and the oven begins to preheat at the right temperature for that chicken parm, okay? And here you can see there is the Wi-Fi signal and a whole load of settings that I can't even begin to learn right now. It's out of control. But this is the future. This is my future dream home, okay? So washer, dryer, also smart. You can start a cycle remotely. You can tell the washing machine what types of garments you're washing, and it'll pick the perfect cycle. Another great thing that I love, though, is, okay, what you're probably thinking now is, Sharon, there are all of these electronics in my washing machine, my refrigerator now. How do I maintain it? So LG is one step ahead of you. And what they did is every so often you can just tap your phone onto that NFC tag, and it will give you a diagnostic report that the LG technicians will automatically receive, and they'll be able to fix your malfunction much faster. So there is a benefit to adding more tech into the washing machine. Now what we're looking at is, of course, something you're probably already familiar with. It's like a Roomba, but LG calls it a home bot. It's got a camera on it, so you can spy on your home while you're away. It also somehow touts that it can feed your dog. I have not yet tested that, so we'll look into that later. But it's your standard robotic vacuum. It maps the room. And you can set it up to start cleaning while you're not at home. Okay guys, that's LG, but right now we're going to take a quick break and then we'll show you some highlights from the Qualcomm press conference.
This is the first time the mobile companies open the Consumer Electronics Show. Now, of course, Qualcomm's not a traditional consumer electronics company. I mean, obviously we don't make TVs or stereos or game consoles, but we are at the heart of mobile devices and a growing number of connected consumer electronics products that are at the center of everything you do. It's kind of amazing if you think about it right now. There's more than 6.4 billion mobile connections worldwide. That's almost as many mobile connections as there are people on Earth. Pretty soon, the mobile connections are going to outnumber us. So if you think about it, almost 1 million new smartphone users are added every single day. That's more than double the number of babies born worldwide. And mobile is fueling economic growth, it's transforming industries, and it's really redefining the way that we live. So, you know, we went out and we asked some folks, what does it mean to them to be born mobile?
What does it mean to be born mobile?
Born mobile?
Being born on the way to the hospital.
Somebody born in the age of mobile devices or something else. I started running in the beginning of high school. Just kind of you get out there, run, you kind of guess how long it was. Yeah, maybe it was 8 miles. Now I'm in college, and every time I go on a run, I throw my GPS watch. I know exactly how far I ran.
I do like big metal public art sculpture stuff. I got contacted for doing a sculpture symposium in South Korea. I have an app for the 3D software I use. I can just email that off to a 3D printer. And I built this 20-foot long, 12-foot tall, 2-ton stainless steel sculpture. The same process that took me a month and a half took me about 3 days. It's like I get like 10 careers out of one career.
My goddaughter, I've seen her 3 times in my life, but I've watched her grow through a screen 6,000 to 7,000 miles away just through video chatting.
With my mom's phone, I just like look at pictures and just has a camera and you go like.
I started a company called Dog for Dog to help as many dogs as we can in need. These dogs that tend to be in rescue groups are escape artists. We're able to track them with GPS devices on their collars. We see our office maybe once a week, Other than that, it's all mobile.
I'm kind of had a hard time because I've just gone to a new school. I don't think we'd still be friends now if we couldn't connect. They can be halfway across the world. He lives in India, like China, Indonesia.
I have a grandson in Seattle.
My name's Aryan Simhaji, and I'm 6 years old.
I'm 21 years old.
57 years old.
66 years old.
And I'm 5.
Every generation is now
Born mobile.
Born mobile generation.
Born mobile is the generation I'm in.
And I don't know if people are going to look back at our time and just say, those were the pioneers.
They were right on the cusp.
The beginning.
The brink of something amazing, crazy awesome.
It's a hell of a generation.
Let's make this better. Let's make it faster.
Born mobile means like when you grow up, you actually connect to your people, talk to your people. You actually connect to them in mobile.
Now, this chip industry, it is highly competitive. But we have the advantage of being mobile natives, and we have been since day one. And we're continually creating new breakthroughs, which lead to amazing new products, including products from companies like Microsoft. I mean, 2 years ago, right here on this stage, Microsoft took a major step forward, announcing that the next version of Windows would be born mobile, that would run on the chips that power smartphones and tablets. Then last year, they showed how Windows was completely reimagined, starting from the chipset all the way to the user experience. And this year, Paul? Welcome, my friend, Steve Ballmer, Microsoft CEO. Glad to have you here.
Well, thanks, Paul. Thanks, all of you. It's great to be back here at CES with Qualcomm. This year, I'm here to actually have a chance to show you some of the phenomenal new Windows devices on Snapdragon and on the market today.
I mean, it was a big year. Microsoft reimagined Windows and introduced completely new forms of mobile devices into the world.
Well, we really have, and maybe if you don't mind, we'll have a chance to show you just a couple of things here. The new Windows PCs, tablets, and phones, I think, are stunning. Windows RT devices are the new addition to the family. They're highly mobile, thin, lightweight, super, super impressive battery life, and they have instant on, always connected operation. This one is the Samsung Ativ, and right here we have the Dell XPS. They're both powered by Snapdragon. They're quite unique in how they bring together the best of worlds. The world of the tablet and the PC, the touch and the keyboard, computing and mobile, which we think make them absolutely perfect for work and for play.
So why don't we start with play? I mean, these tablets are really wonderful. They're super fast and fluid, and they're connected to a growing world of applications.
Well, they're now 4 times the number of applications that we had at the time of Windows launch just a couple months ago. 10,000 applications were added in the last month alone, including some fantastic new applications like Expedia and Fitbit, Huffington Post, the No Textbooks, Dropbox, Barnes & Noble Nook, the Disney's Where's My Water application, and we have a lot of others coming, including CNN, Sony's Crackle, Songza, Twitter, and again, many, many more, Paul.
You know, and these Windows RT devices, I mean, they really do let you enjoy hours and hours of entertainment, but they also have plenty of power and productivity to get your work done, too.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, Microsoft Office, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and these easily convert between the two worlds of work and play just by attaching the keyboard. Just that simple, and built into every Windows RT device is our new world-class Office 2013 productivity suite with Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and OneNote. Windows tablets are the only tablets in the world with Office. And I think the capability to not only be to have some fun, but to be really productive.
Absolutely. I mean, what I really like seeing is how Microsoft took many of these innovations that originated in mobile and incorporated them into Windows to redefine the computing experience. So, okay, so we talked about these things. What about these smartphones you got here?
Well, these guys have been great partners on the phone, and we really appreciate it. And the new Windows phones, I think, are incredible. In November, we reported that sales of Windows phones were 4 times greater than during the same time last year. And during the week of Christmas, we were running at 5 times the number of phones from the Christmas week of last year.
Oh, it's not hard to see why. Look, you got Snapdragon in the middle. You got these great designs. I mean, this hardware is killer.
Well, this one is the Nokia Lumia 920, and this is the Windows Phone 8X from HTC. These Windows phones are cutting edge and are really leading the smartphone industry with hardware capabilities like optical image stabilization in the Lumia 920 and Beats audio in the HTC Windows Phone 8X.
All right, so we're going to check out. I think we're going to put up my Windows phone up here. So I personalized it by pinning my favorite apps and the people I connect with most to the home screen.
And it's the unique thing about Windows Phone is this ability to be personal. This is, in fact, my Windows Phone with everything that's most important to me. Each Windows Phone is as unique as the person who owns it, Paul, me, or any one of you. When we set out to reinvent the smartphone, we didn't want to build just a single phone for all of us. We wanted to build a phone that could be personal for each of us. We also designed the Windows Phone to be the best phone, absolutely the best phone, for anybody using a Windows PC or Windows tablet. They share, as you can see here, the same iconic look and feel, the same live tiles. By logging in with your Microsoft account, you can access the same photos, documents, SkyDrive, all of your Xbox music, Xbox games, and on any Windows 8 device. You can also use these mobile Windows devices to control your TV, provided it's connected with Xbox and you use our Smart Glass applications on all Windows phones and Windows tablets and Windows PCs to literally have an integrated second screen experience. So you can cue a movie or a song to play from your tablet and have that come up on the PC, navigate the internet on your phone, but use the full TV for that experience.
Pretty clear that you guys have completely reimagined Windows. I mean, I got to say, it is really exciting to me to see what we've been able to do so far and what we're going to do in the future.
Well, I want to say thank you to Paul for the chance to be here today, but most importantly, I want to thank you for the opportunity to partner with Qualcomm to bring to millions of people new Windows experiences on this new Snapdragon processor and with an experience that was born mobile.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Pretty clear that Microsoft and that man, Steve Ballmer, are born mobile.
Sweeping the clouds away. Hi, everybody. I'm Big Bird.
And I'm Dave.
That's Dave.
I'm a writer and I'm a designer in Sesame's Content Innovation Lab. And I'm here to show you something pretty special.
Yeah, and you're a bird-keteer today.
Yeah, I'm also a bird-keteer today.
Hey, flap those wings.
Oh, okay.
Well, pretty good. You remind me of my Uncle Henry. Only you're better looking.
Thank you, Big Bird. Yeah. So, guys, we're going to show you a new app. It's called Big Bird's Words. And with it, kids can learn about words wherever they find words.
Okay.
And that's... Yeah, Big Bird?
Well, tell them all about it.
Okay. So with Euphoria, it gives kids mobile devices the ability to read words that are out there in the world.
Well, bird-keteer Dave.
Yeah?
I got an idea. Why don't you show them how it works?
Okay.
Let's try to find the word Crasinophilus. No, it'll take too long. Try the word milk.
Okay. Yeah, let's find the word milk in our kitchen.
Okay.
So, guys, a young birdketeer that's still learning to read.
That's you.
That's me.
Just for today.
That person probably doesn't know the word milk, but Big Bird's words will help us find it. Euphoria is going to give the application the ability to read. Watch. Let's see. Ooh, here's a word on this box, Big Bird.
Is it milk?
Let's find out. Guys, I'm just going to take my wordoscope, and I'm going to move it over to the word on the box, and Big Bird's voice is going to tell us if that word is milk.
My own voice?
Your voice. Check this out,
okay,
guys.
I'm going to listen to this. Gee, you're good at finding words. You found this one, cereal. But we're looking for another word. Look for milk. Hey, that was my voice,
you're good
Dave.
at finding words. You found this one.
Your voice again.
Yeah, hey, it was talking while I was talking. I bet we'd find the word milk, say, if we looked on a milk carton.
Yeah, okay. Why don't we do that? I'm going to take my wordoscope again. And guys, this time I'm going to move it over to the word that's on this carton, and Big Bird's voice will let us know if that word is milk. Here we go. And?
You found it. Milk. Milk starts with the letter M.
That was my voice.
We did it, Big Bird.
Yeah, well, that's great. We did it. Hooray.
Guys, so at Sesame Workshop, we know that kids are entering kindergarten with a vocabulary gap. Now, to help close this gap, we have to build vocabulary skills early. We have to help kids learn the words that they see every day. Guys, with this app, we can introduce kids to new words wherever they are. And we can give kids a deeper understanding of what those words mean and how they relate to their own lives. And guys, I'm thrilled to let you know that, that Big Bird's words will be commercially available this summer.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Well, that was a good job, Birdketeer Dave.
Oh, thanks, Big Bird. But good job yourself. You made a fantastic app. Question, though.
Thanks.
When did you learn how to code?
Well, I didn't. I outsourced it to a bunch of owls.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, guys, thank you very much. So long, Paul. Bye, Scott.
So long, Paul. Bye, everybody.
Come on, Big Bird. Let's find some birdseed cookies.
Oh, boy, birdseed is my favorite.
All right, let's hear it for our friends from Sesame Street. Thanks very much. Gotta love Big Bird. So, this Qualcomm Tricorder X Prize probably gives you a little hint that there's a few Star Trek fans here at Qualcomm. And, you know, we can't really wait for this new Star Trek Into Darkness, which is the next film in the franchise. It's coming out on May 17th. This film sounds great. There is a ton of buzz around it.
There's greatness in you. But there's not an ounce of humility. You think that you can't make mistakes, but there's going to come a moment when you realize you're wrong about that. Then you're going to get yourself and everyone under your command killed. You think you're safe. You are not. Is there anything you would not do
cool is that? So we're excited to be helping Paramount leverage some of our newest technologies for their incredible new Star Trek app. They're using our context awareness platform called Gimbal to make new connections and interactions with fans. Now, Gimbal uses a combination of geofencing, image recognition, and audio recognition to present information to us in creative new ways. So here to tell us more about the app and the movie is actor Alice Eve. Hey, Alice. Glad to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I gotta guess that you're facing a little bit of pressure because, you know, Star Trek fans, and I'm guessing there's a few of you out there in the audience. We are serious about our love for this franchise.
Yeah, so am I. You know, obviously when we started filming, I was nervous because everyone had made a movie together before, and of course I was the new girl on set. But as you can tell from that, JJ's bordering on genius, and so he was also very welcoming and a gentleman.
So, there's been a lot of mystery here. Are you going to tell us a little bit about your character on Star Trek Into Darkness?
Yeah, mystery is the name of the game, I think, on Star Trek and any JJ project. But I can tell you, thank goodness, that I play Dr. Carol Marcus, who, like you, has a PhD. And although...
I knew I had something to do with Star Trek.
I can't tell you anything else. Obviously, Dr. Marcus was in the original series and the second of the original movies, but since JJ split the universe in 2009, any eventuality is possible.
So, you're really not going to tell us anything more?
Well, what do you want to know, Paul?
Anything you want to tell me. Come on.
No, my lips are sealed.
You know, we're just with a bunch of our friends.
Yeah, it's
here.
just a close little group of us.
Yeah.
My lips are sealed, as the prompter is telling me to say. Although I'd love to tell you more. But there is a way you can delve deeper into the Star Trek universe and unveil perhaps some of the mystery.
So I'm guessing you're talking about this app we're doing?
Yeah, that's right. And I was just playing with it, and it's pretty cool. Let me tell you how it works. So fans can become a part of the crew the minute they log in. And they go out on real-world missions. So you have to find, like, a trailer, or if you find a billboard, a poster, or if you go into your local theater, you gain points and become more heroic.
So it's pretty fun?
Yeah, it's the hero-making app.
I like it. So the way that thing works, it's Qualcomm's new context awareness platform.
Yeah.
And it makes all those features possible. And what it does is it lets this app sort of adapt to the user's surroundings. And so the app can actually detect when a mission's completed using a combination of audio scan or geolocation identification or image recognition. And this app is actually the first one that's used all three of these technologies together in our Gimbal platform.
So Big Bird just uses one?
Yeah, you guys have a few more.
Yeah, we have two more than Big Bird.
Yeah. Got it. Everybody's trying to get something over on Big Bird. I don't know.
There's a bird joke in there somewhere, but I'm not going to make it. So, there's a sound scanner, as we just said, and so fans watching Star Trek Into Darkness videos can manually unlock and sound scan their missions. There's also an image scanner, so they can interact with the film's images to accomplish additional missions.
So, you know, the way that works is with this Vuforia platform that Big Bird was using, and it really allows the app to recognize a whole bunch of different visual targets. So you can interact with, you know, real-world billboards or images or posters. And it's all much, much more seamless than it ever was before.
Yeah, so don't forget the Star Trek app also uses geolocation. But what was quite cool about that, I just heard, is that if you're near a billboard, like the app will tell you, oh, if you just go over there, then it's quite cool. It's like an Easter egg hunt.
Yeah.
So it allows fans to take part in a real-world scavenger hunt, or Easter egg hunt, where they accomplish missions by finding specific locations.
So what happens with that technology is pretty cool too, because it uses this very low-power location technology. So this geofence, the thing that tells you when you're near things or inside a place, that capability is always on. And so what that means is that fans can auto-complete their missions. I mean, they don't even have to take their smartphone out of their pocket to do it. So the app just runs silently in the background, And fans can unlock special missions just by walking into the local movie theater.
A bit lazy, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's kind of cool.
So as you accomplish these real-world missions, you rise up in the ranks to earn special content and rewards.
So, you only told us a little bit. Are we going to hear any more soon?
You will. You'll hear more in February during one of the biggest, perhaps the biggest, American sporting event of the year.
Right, the American sporting event.
I am a Chelsea fan myself.
We had to make that clear.
There we go.
Chelsea, anybody else?
Yes!
Star Trek.
I love
Chelsea.
Vegas. So there'll be another sneak peek during that, and much more to come after that, obviously, including the film in May. So that's great. Also, one lucky fan who registers to be notified once the app launches will have a chance to win a VIP trip to the US premiere.
That's going to be fun.
Cool. Yeah, that will be fun. That will actually be fun. Go to StarTrekMovie.com/CES for details and a chance to enter.
So the stuff that Paramount's doing with Gimbal really fits this vision that we have where the smartphone's going to enable a digital sixth sense for us. And what Paramount's doing is they're using the smartphone and gimbal to market the film in the real world, but at the same time they're pulling the user into the film's world. So the line between the physical and the digital world, they're really blurring.
Yikes. So with the new Star Trek app and gimbal, the future is really not the future anymore.
No, I don't think so. So, hey, thanks, Alice, for being here. I'm really looking forward to seeing you on the big screen.
Thank you, Paul. Nice to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Bye.
I want to show you one of my favorite battery-powered mobile devices. Now, this is something that was really born mobile. One type of mobile product that's particularly promising and cool is electric vehicles. We're working on a unique wireless charging technology called Qualcomm Halo. With Qualcomm Halo, your electric vehicle automatically begins to charge when you pull into your garage or into an activated parking space. And there's no cables to hook up. You don't have to worry about aligning your car exactly. It just works. And as we're working on commercializing this technology, we are seeing some amazing concept cars come out. So we borrowed the keys to this one. So Rolls-Royce pulled the V12 gasoline engine from this car and replaced it, thank you very much, with an electric motor. And it's powered by incredible batteries that can store 73 kilowatt hours of energy. So let me put that in context. Those batteries would fully charge over 12,000 smartphones. It's kind of impressive. There, right in there. Anyways, so this electric Rolls-Royce went out on a world tour. Visited Tokyo, Beijing, Paris, Pebble Beach, Singapore. I was just in Singapore. Great place. During that tour, it was recharged by either a cable or by our Qualcomm Halo wireless charging system. Now, let me tell you, at the end of the tour, the wireless system proved more reliable. So for the last 3 months of the tour, they used the Qualcomm Halo system exclusively. Now, if you want to check out this gorgeous car for yourself, or if you want to find out more about our connected car and wireless charging solutions for EVs and devices, come by the Qualcomm Experience area on the exhibit floor this week. This car is pretty sweet. I mean, everything about it is awesome. Even the sound system is awesome.
Welcome back live to the CNET stage at CES 2013 in Las Vegas. This is CES In Depth. I'm Bridget Carey with my colleague Roger Chang, and for the next 25 minutes or so, we'll be diving into the hottest news of the show so far. And the big trend word here today, aside from TVs always being big, is 4K and OLED.
Right.
And we just heard from Panasonic that they've combined the two together. They have a 4K OLED. This is one of the first. It's a prototype they're showing off.
Definition. This is the TV for you.
Yeah. It always has to one up the other guy when it comes
Exactly.
to TVs. That's how it works.
Exactly.
And Panasonic's been doing a lot at this show. I mean, we've seen all types of products, everything from headphones that have bone conduction, so you don't actually stick the music in your ears, you stick it on your cheekbones and hear it that way. Some crazy stuff like that. They're taking on Roku with a streaming media box. They're all over the place, it seems. It's like they're coming out with guns a-blazing.
Right. Well, it's interesting. If you go to the show, if you follow the show, look at the show floor, and listen to all the presentations, you'd never know that Panasonic was actually in deep financial trouble.
Yeah, they're not doing so good lately, I read.
Yeah. I mean, this really could end up being the last hurrah for Panasonic. I mean, at one point, the CEO even dropped a hint that he might even drop the entire consumer business because a lot of it's not profitable.
Well, this is the Consumer Electronics Show, so that's a big deal for them
That
to
would be a
have
big
all
deal.
these things out
Absolutely.
here. So do you think, I guess this is their big hurrah that if it doesn't take, then we might not see them again?
It could very well be, yeah.
That's pretty crazy. Well, we'll have to, keep watch on that. Another trend we're seeing this year is NFC and everything just wirelessly connecting to other devices by touch. We're sharing all of our media in different ways. We've seen, once again, Panasonic, right? They had a phone be able to just touch to your TV to be able to send your media that way.
Right.
But Sony had a lot of devices. They want
You
your
can tap
phone.
your phone to your remote control, which makes a lot more sense if you think about it.
Yeah.
You're not going to walk all the way over to your TV to tap it every time. So it's nice. That's a nice, thoughtful thing.
It's interesting. When NFC first came out, it was all about mobile payments. It was all about, hey, you're going to be able to use this at the register. And now I'm seeing nothing about payments here.
Yeah, well, I mean, having covered the industry for a while, I've heard about the mobile payment story for the last several years. And this year is supposed to be the year of mobile payments, is what I've heard every year. The last
Every
3
year,
years.
I think we hear that this is
So,
the year we're going to pay.
yeah, and NFC has sort of been hailed as the technology that will bring mobile payments out there. You take your phone, you tap by the counter, the grocery store, boom, you're done. That hasn't really happened. But what we're seeing at this show, a lot of different other uses for NFC. The biggest one, obviously, pairing the devices together. And it's something that makes complete sense for consumers, right? I mean, you just tapping two devices together to kind of bridge them. It's instinctive. It makes sense. And I think we're going away from this whole mobile payment shift, and it seems like the shift is more towards pairing. Pairing speakers, pairing other accessories.
So is it going to save me much time, compared to when I'm just opening up Bluetooth anyways? Probably not, but it's kind of cool.
I think it does, actually, because Bluetooth has always been, one of the knocks is it's a little cumbersome.
Yeah.
You gotta log in, you gotta type in the ID. NFC is dead simple. You just tap the phone onto a speaker, remote control, TV, and boom, they're connected. You don't have to think think about it.
And then you go to someone else's house and we're all tapping each other's speakers and
well,
we're all going to have a party with our own
an
music.
NFC tapping party will be awesome.
I think that's probably the one home device that you can see people getting their heads around and wanting to understand and actually wanting to buy versus, how payments have been going nowhere.
Right.
But that'll be interesting to see how that picks up in the consumer space. I don't know about you. I've seen a lot of quirky gadgets this year. I'm loving all the different innovations I'm seeing. And one that has been written about today is something like a Rosie the Robot for smokers. This is weird. It's called the FamiBot. And I'm pulling it up. It's the concept of a Roomba where it just kind of roams on its own.
Right.
But it's an air purifier that will sense when the air is impure in a certain corner. So if someone's a smoker, it's going to go after you.
I love it. I think it's the best passive-aggressive way of telling a smoker to quit, because you have a little robot following you everywhere you go. It's like,
yeah,
gotta quit
if you
smoking.
tried everything else, now you can have just sick this robot on someone. But it does a little bit more too. It apparently has a camera in it, so the home monitor, it'll let you know if someone is unexpectedly home, and it also plays music. It's another Bluetooth device.
It's the first step of robotic butler.
Yeah,
exactly what I'm looking for.
$900 for a robotic butler. That's what it'll come out in March. So if that's in your price range, you don't have to worry about holiday tipping for normal housework. So.
Yeah, I guess you could save some money. My studio apartment probably couldn't use a robot like that, though. That would be pretty much a waste.
When it comes to these smart devices, I mean, could you use anything that could help you out in the home? I mean, I know we've seen pool cleaners even here.
Smart pool cleaner, smart vacuums, because I need to play Angry Birds on my vacuum cleaner.
Angry Birds on your vacuum cleaner. Usually a big hit with the home pets.
I'm sure.
Well,
I mean, what else have you seen? And anything else on the show that you've seen?
More and more health devices every year. I'm not sure how many people are actually wanting to check their blood pressure, but it's cool that you can, and there's more choices for it.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's getting the price down. I don't know about you when it comes to health devices, what maybe you actually want to track. I mean, I care to know if I have a pulse. It's good to know that you still have a pulse, But
I check every 15 minutes, really. But I kind of get it. I mean, especially stuff like the Field Band and Fitbit.
You've used some of these workout devices.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, does it motivate you anymore?
What I've found is it motivates for a little while, and then your natural, my natural ADD tendencies, it just sort of becomes less interesting to me and less gimmicky, and so I stopped using it, basically.
Really?
Yeah. Although the Field Band I love because it's on your wrist. Whenever I'm drinking beer, I'm actually working out. And it tells me I'm burning fuel. I'm burning Nike fuel.
See, there you go.
So,
positive reinforcement.
Positive reinforcement.
Makes you feel good about yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
I would like something to actually, motivate me because unless your friends are on it, the gamification of all this.
Yes.
People are pushing apps for gamification. I'm curious just if I have any friend who actually would be on it. Otherwise, it's just me.
I think
I'm not motivating myself as it is. So.
That's, I think, the key is getting your friends on it, and I'm sure that's what Nike wants to hear with the Field Band. But it doesn't work as well unless there's a social element there. Like if all your friends are on Fitbit or have a Field Band, and you guys are comparing and competing, I think it could work. It works really well. I mean, there's something that kind of keeps you in the game as opposed to just sort of doing it yourself. There's still, ultimately, I mean, you're still exercising, and it's all about self-motivation, right?
Mm-hmm. So. What about the laziness factor of now Fitbit put it on your wrist instead of having to be on your hip and then taking it off to go to sleep on your wrist? And so maybe everyone's just going to have a wristband? I mean, is that where we're going, you think? I don't know.
Seems like it.
Easier than having the pedometer, because especially as a woman, where am I going to put it on my dress?
It's also easier.
Can't
to
really
cheat.
work that.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the pedometers are cheaper, though. Okay, we have to squeeze in a quick break, and we'll be back with our special guest, Samsung's David Steele. Stick around. Welcome back to CES In Depth. I'm Bridget Carey with Roger Chang, and joining us on the CNET stage is David Steele with Samsung. And you brought some goodies with us, so love to see them.
Gadgets and goodies.
So what do we have here?
Okay, so this is the first one.
Looks
This is the Samsung Galaxy Note 10.1. It launched last year, but this brand new here at CES is with embedded 4G LTE with Verizon Wireless.
Oh, so for the first time, we're going to get some 4G LTE on Verizon.
First time we'll be able to use that outside.
Yep. So now you can take it around with you. You've got access through the 4G LTE network. Obviously, it's a great tablet, but the key feature on this Galaxy Note 10.1 is the S Pen.
Ooh, and I think it's hidden back over here.
Right on cue.
Oh, it just snaps
Please,
right
Bridget.
out.
And this is really coming out of a sense of how do we make all of our products more intuitive, easier to use. So in this case, having a pen where you can enter through handwriting, it's very easy to manipulate. And it's also a feature that we came out last year with Samsung, right on cue.
Oh.
Samsung Galaxy Note. This is a
Tablet.
Note 2, and the same thing about just having this S Pen pull out. So being on different devices.
It's
Yeah, I'm a big fan of having that pen embedded in the actual device because how many times are you going to lose that? That stylus is
gotta
just
be
prone to be
embedded.
lost.
To leave one with you? Is that,
Yes,
is that-
actually.
okay.
Well, we'll just leave it out in the green room.
Okay.
No, this is definitely a popular one with the Galaxy. I love it. It's always so beautiful. You guys are good at that. And what else do you got?
What do you got here?
So this is one of our new laptops here at the show. This is a Series 7 Ultra. So this one, it's using Windows 8, so you have all the advantages of touchscreen.
Touch is everything now, isn't it?
Life. Touch is very important. I mean, we see displays now on so many different devices, all the way from smartphones, tablets, PCs, obviously
But
smart.
I'm curious though,
smart
especially
appliances even.
smart. Yes, I definitely need to tap my refrigerator 3 or 4 times a day, just randomly.
Just for kicks.
Just for kicks. If I had a touchscreen there, I probably would. But I want to ask about the touchscreen. It's cool, but what do you hear from consumers about whether or not they want this? I mean, especially, I'm assuming there's an added cost to having a touchscreen, a giant touchscreen display like this. What exactly is the demand for touchscreen?
So touchscreen we see really becoming very common across a whole series of devices because it's so easy for consumers to use. I think so many consumers with smartphones have got used to touchscreen.
Right.
It's something they're very familiar with. So on a PC environment, again, having it there is something very familiar. It's very comfortable. Trying to make it more intuitive, and that's something we've done also on our smart TV interface this year. Trying to get, as we make devices smarter, more complicated, put more functions and features in, how do we still think hard about how to make them easy to use?
Gotcha. And it's obviously a Windows 8 computer. Wanted to ask you, so far, it's early goings, but how is Windows 8 doing?
So for Samsung, we're doing very well in the PC market. I can't talk about Windows as a whole, really.
Right.
Thank you for buying 10. So we're doing well. We were the fastest growing PC brand in the US last year. We think Windows 8 brings a lot of great features. Again, experience from smartphones and tablets now into the PC environment. Design is becoming more of a feature of PCs. We see the consumerization of the workplace, the bring your own device.
Sure.
Obviously happening on smartphones and tablets, but also everyone's looking for an easier experience for the PC at work. So again, we can see the benefits of touch and the Windows 8 functionality.
Okay. Obviously, TVs tend to be the star of CES, and you guys brought a couple whoppers out for the show.
Not right here, though.
No,
a little too big.
A little too big to roll out on the stage. But everyone's talking about Ultra HD, 4K. It's not exactly in your basic consumer price range, And I want to know from your perspective, when it comes to televisions, what do you see as being the more popular feature that we're going to be getting sooner and wanting to, get in our TVs next year? A little more practical than maybe taking out a car loan for our big 4K TV that we were
Or buying
suspending.
a new home to fit the Samsung 110-inch UHD TV in.
What are some of the new features we're going to be seeing that probably more of us will be able to be affording and checking out in the next line of TVs?
Yeah, so certainly in the short term, it's going to be a lot about smart TVs. More than 60% of our large screen TVs now are being internet connected, so the TV is really an internet device or appliance in the home. And then we see all the different applications and services that come from that. We're showing a new recommendation engine at this year's show that will help you.
What to watch when I don't know what else to watch.
It will help you find content that you're interested in from broadcast TV. It will link to all your other devices like smartphones and tablets, so you can get access to content that's stored there, videos you've taken or photos that you've shot, and social media, because TV is still a lean-back experience. You want to look at the big screen TV, but you want alerts about social media at the same time, right? Everyone's always connected. So many people are multitasking. So smart TV is really going to be the focus, I think, for the next few years. And then we'll see technologies like OLED, we'll see UHD as well starting to grow.
Okay, very cool, very cool. And what you were talking about with getting content, between the TV and being able to search for that. What was that new technology you guys? The software was
the search function, right?
Yeah, it was like a search function.
How does that explain how that works? I mean, it's supposed to cross different devices beyond just your TV, right?
I think it was called single search.
Yeah, so more and more consumers are looking for one device to connect to other devices, and you can either do that device to device or you can do it through the cloud, through a service. But what we're putting in a new smart TV lineup is a way of searching content that's stored on other devices that are connected wirelessly to that TV. Okay. So it's a way, if you do have like photos you've taken on your smartphone or you've got images on your tablet, you can connect to those and very easily view those on the TV. So trying to connect devices, that's going to be a big trend for us in 2013. Obviously, we've got all of these different screens. How can you link them together?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to ask about that. The phenomenon of sort of stacking.
Really
I know. We're trying to keep you on your toes here. The sort of phenomenon of stacking of the watching a TV and playing with your tablet. What we find is a lot of people, what I do at least, I'm usually searching for stuff on that TV. Usually, whether it's X Factor, I'm looking at the bio of the singer there. Not that I watch X Factor. But what exactly is Samsung doing? What's the thinking there for how you sort of better bridge that information gap from the tablet to the TV? Is there like a way to actually get some of that information automatically fed into the tablet? Or?
Yeah, so one example of it is the remote control. I mean, we've already seen lots of apps on smartphones and tablets that connect as remote controlled. Some of them are quite smart, meaning you can actually see certain previews, things like that. We also have second screen content, and increasingly now working with content producers who actually want to produce content for multiple screens, so that they're programming to a TV together with a connected tablet environment.
And they're working specifically with you guys? Or?
Yeah, we sponsored in the New York Television Festival a contest among producers to actually come up with TV content on multiple screens.
Oh, wow.
So as more of these screens get connected, games are a fantastic example, right? You could be sitting there with your smartphone, this is your hand of cards, and on the TV is like the dealer's deck or whatever for everyone to see. So this multi-screen environment is one that now content producers can program to, and we can connect the devices.
I know the big problem a lot of us have is that we have video that's in the cable box, but it's also on Netflix and Hulu, and searching through that. I mean, is this something that you guys are looking into being the answer I need to, so I have to stop opening up a different app each time I want to search for something?
Yeah, so more and more we're getting there, certainly as the APIs are opened up, and then we work with third parties. We have a very big program on our smart TV platform to partner with third parties for that. Most consumers do have preferred services that they'll watch video content through. But yeah, we have that way that you can see, here are the different services that you can use to access that particular content. Okay. So really making it easier, taking advantage of touch screens, and then really the smarts in the TV. When we talk about smart TV, you should get some benefit from it.
I could always use to be a little bit more smarter every day, right?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Steele. I appreciate it. Next up is the 404 with special guest Felicia Day. Stay tuned.
The universe is expanding.
Hurry, stop that! Put your pants back on!
No wonder TV Guide says The Big Bang Theory just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
It's a quark-gluon plasma.
No.
It's an observational rebuttal of the lambda CDM model of the universe.
No.
It's a chocolate chip cookie! Yes!
It's TV's #1 comedy.
Wrestle. Amy, do something. Amy, help. Amy, eat. Hey guys, guess who's back from space? Not now!
So don't be afraid to get your geek on.
I wish we looked as cool dancing in clubs as we do right now.
This is exactly how you look when you're dancing in clubs.
Thursday is now Nerds Day.
Your relationship with Amy is causing you a red-blooded man with sexual desires.
The Big Bang Theory.
That is literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Thursday, only CBS.
going on, everybody? Welcome to Las Vegas. We are the 404 Show, live from the CNET stage here at CES 2013. I'm Jeff Bacalar.
And I'm Justin Yu.
And we want to tell you guys just a little bit about our show real quick. We're CNET's scathing pop culture and tech program. Every day we sort of make fun of the internet, and we have a great time doing it. You can check us out every single day, Monday through Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, cnet.com/the404.
You can also follow us on all the social networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat if you're feeling freaky.
Yes, we feel freaky all the time. Let's get to our guest for today's show. She is the creator of the YouTube hit The Guild and has appeared on an array of film and television programs, including Joss Whedon's Emmy Award-winning internet musical, Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. This year, she's the Entertainment Matters Ambassador here at CES. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Felicia Day. Hello, Felicia. Here you are. I like that they gave you a sash.
CES is this year. Oh, hey, there's a man.
There
was a man in my pants. CES made me this because I was tweeting the last couple months that I was the ambassador. I was going to abuse all my privileges, and I needed a tiara and a sash. And last night at the party, the Media Link party, they gave me a sash, and I said, could I wear this when I do all the press for you guys? And they were actually cool with it. So I just say thumbs up because I did not think they would be cool with it.
That's pretty...
So, are there any special powers that come with the sash? I mean, there's got to be a lot of responsibility there. Do you get to cut in line at the bathroom? Or
I would like to abuse any power that I have, regardless of whether I'm wearing a sash or not. So cutting line, getting... I mean, I did cut in line at the razor booth. I was like, can I see the edge, please?
So you just flash your sash and you're like, hey, ambassador, ambassador.
It actually kind of devalues me. I mean, a girl wearing a sash does not maybe get you all the places you want to see. Right. But the good thing is I get to go see. I picked out a bunch of things that I wanted to see. I got to, get tours of things, and hopefully if I park anywhere, I don't get a ticket.
Very cool. You just leave the sash on your car, and then
I
that's
should,
the
yeah.
equivalent of a handicap spot.
Exactly.
So you are the Entertainment Matters ambassador here at CES. What's that mean? What's that all about?
Yeah, it's a really cool program where I get to highlight or just kind of represent the cross section of entertainment into technology, and there's so much of it. This year I think is a particularly important year for it.
Right.
Not only are there tablets everywhere,
Sure.
And screens everywhere, I mean you have to put something on those screens, and that's why content and the things that people are consuming is becoming even more and more important. And there are a lot of tracks here with Variety and AOL that are doing seminars and things about making content for digital and other platforms and other screens. And then there's the IWTV Awards, which is the International Academy of Web Television.
Right.
It's highlighting web video, and that's tonight. The awards are streaming live tonight.
Oh, right on.
So I get to wear a nice dress. I'm nominated. My channel's nominated. So yeah, it's going to be really great.
All right, excellent.
Obviously this isn't any of our first CES. We are veterans now, and I think we've all kind of gotten the hang of what to bring and how to survive. But I know a lot of people, for them, this is their first time coming to CES, and it's kind of a daunting thing to walk the showroom floor. I find that waving your arms in a windmill as you walk around really helps to clear the crowd in front
Yeah.
of you.
Well, I mean, what
Do you have any tips on how to survive?
I would say automatically put a blinder on any iPhone case.
Yes.
There's literally every iPhone case. I mean, not to insult iPhone cases, because there are so many iPhone cases.
Yeah, you can only put one on your phone at a time.
I know. I only own 2, and they were both free. So.
Do you switch off between them? Just Wednesdays and Thursdays I'm going to do
But
one?
some girls change their purse. I just use mine until there's so much garbage on the bottom of it.
Have you seen the people who they change their iPhone case depending on their wardrobe?
Those are the girls I admire and can never aspire to be.
You admire that?
I mean, listen, it's hard to put an outfit together.
Yeah.
I actually try to put outfits together without showing up with a free gamer shirt and dirty jeans here.
Right.
So I put a little effort in. It actually is a lot of creativity. I mean, I don't want to discount anyone. But my tips would be to be really targeted. For the last week or so, I've been just looking at news coverage and following the brands that I really like and seeing what exactly do I want. And then it's a little bit like tower defense. You have to be like, okay, in this area, I can do this in 2 hours. I can go here and I'll group up these 5 things, and then I'll go here. Because honestly, it's like nothing I've seen before.
Right.
Comic-Con is nothing compared to
forget it.
the floor
it's a
space.
carnival.
It is. It really is.
So you definitely have to prioritize where you want to be for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
We were reading an interesting article on CNET.com that basically said that the locals were complaining about the CES demo, saying that techies aren't social.
Yeah.
What?
Well, there's a lot of cabbies talking about how a lot of their business just completely stops around 10 p.m., which is normally for vacations. I didn't know people from Vegas are called vacations. Even.
I
That
did not
sounds
know that.
kind
It
of
sounded
dirty.
a little bit offensive.
I thought it had something to do with you.
No.
I thought I was going to say that it sounded like you were saying Asian.
Yeah,
Weird.
like vegetarian Asians. Maybe.
Vegetarian Asians,
Yeah. But yeah, they're saying that vacations don't really go out at night, especially around CES, because maybe, I don't know, they're too busy working or they've tired themselves out from walking the floor. Maybe they smoke too many e-cigarettes on the floor.
It's possible. What do you have to say about that?
I don't know. I mean, I can't defend everybody. I'm not very social. I went to bed at 11,
Yeah.
so maybe I'm just the problem here.
Felicia's part of the problem, is what we're saying. All right, we want to get into a new segment that we're going to try out. Maybe you can help us out with it.
Okay.
Every time we come to CES, we try out new segments. Last year, we did something called Tech Confessions. That didn't go over too well. Oh, no, it was all right. It was okay. This year...
downvoted?
It was downvoted into oblivion. This year, we're going to try out something new. We're focusing on the press conferences that happened last night. Did you catch any of those?
No, but I heard some very weird things. I saw some weird things on Twitter when I woke up.
So Twitter imploded. People lost their minds. They thought it was a big parody. It was real. Everything we saw last night really happened. So that leads us to a segment that we're going to call That Just Happened. Do we have... oh, there we go. That just happened. There you go. Okay.
It's happening right now.
It's happening right now. So we're going to show something from the Qualcomm press conference last night. You have... I love that you had...
This is like me reacting to something. It's
This
like
is
a
gonna be
reacting
so
YouTube
organic.
video.
We're going to get Felicia's organic reaction. Ariel, let's play that first one right now from Qualcomm.
Coming up with the next billion-dollar idea. Check this out. Imagine funny cat videos meets Gangnam Style. Boom.
Dude, oh man, it's like we're more empowered, we're more connected
than any other generation in the history of man.
Dude, it's like we've evolved. We're like modern nomads.
Can you dig it?
Happened.
That just set all of us back, I think, 10 years
Yeah.
in terms of where nerds have come.
Rudy, how do you feel about that?
As a diplomat.
I was going to say you have to be diplomatic here.
Right.
What?
As a
Let
diplomat.
us make fun of
I
him.
mean, he seemed pumped up.
Pumped up.
But I mean, I can't fault the guy. I mean, here's the thing: when you're on stage, you're playing to thousands and thousands of people.
Yeah. Right.
The graphics look cool.
The graphics did look cool.
Yeah.
That was a very safe answer.
I am an ambassador.
You are an ambassador. You're very
It's
good
good
at
to
that.
know that Qualcomm has such a great idea of what kids want these
They
days.
seem to have a good grasp on
Yeah, they
how
know
kids
exactly
act.
what's
Yeah,
up. They're
I
trying
like
to
it.
rename our generation Generation M, and that was the big focus of the
Is
conference.
that true?
Yeah.
What happened? Would you go all the way around from A to L
He
already?
He skipped every
we
letter
that
and went
old?
right to M. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But I want to get into a little bit more about what you do.
Mm-hmm.
You're responsible for the web show The Guild. I'm sure we have some fans in the audience who have seen The Guild. Round of
Yay,
applause for The
thank
Guild.
you.
Everyone's psyched about
It
that.
wasn't too awkward.
It's
Thanks, guys.
it's in the 6th season already.
We actually released our finale episode today
Right.
on my YouTube channel, Geek and Sundry.
Right.
So that's where I produce a whole slate of content. I run a network, which is crazy. But we released the Guild Season 6 on that platform. And today is the finale, so go watch
So
it.
everyone go check out the finale of The Guild Season 6. 6 seasons, that's amazing. We were talking before, that's longer than most sitcoms get on regular
It
TV. What
is.
is it? How does it feel to just completely shame them?
It makes me really proud. I mean, it really has been a phenomenon, and the fact that we shot my house again. I
Yeah.
mean, really, it's been a journey that I don't know if you can really compare it to anything else. And we really the fun thing about it is that this show has grown with what social media is. Like 5 years ago, I joined Twitter before any other actors or anything
Right.
were on there, and it was really new. I did it because tech people I admired were on it. I was like, this service kind of seems fun. And the minute I got a mobile phone in my hand, it just became huge. So, and now people just take it for granted that all these things that we are so used to, exist. And these were just literally like baby things when we first started the show. And whenever I saw new technology that I enjoyed, I would use it to grow the show.
Right.
So really, the show has grown with the internet, and it's been an amazing journey. And that's kind of the cool thing about being the ambassador between entertainment and tech, because that's what I love. I'm an actor, but I've always grown up on games and technology. I was a Prodigy addict when I was like 12.
Oh, wow.
I posted fanfic for Ultima games on the Prodigy Ultima board. Like, that's how I started.
People need to appreciate how insane that is that you're admitting that right now.
Well, yeah, I got my hair professionally done, so I feel not ashamed. But but it's been it's something. So literally, it's the worlds are melding, and like when you go to the floor here, you see people with their ideas, and they make me wacky, crazy ideas. But really, now is the time, if you have a wacky, crazy idea, to get that idea made.
For sure.
Because the barriers are so much lower. And whether you're making content, you're making entertainment, or you're making the tech that is serving that content. And that's what's exciting to me. You can invent the new world.
It's pretty cool because if you watch the first season of The Guild and then sort of see how it's evolved,
Yeah.
not just in terms of the content, but just production value wise, the leaps and bounds that the show has made really is an unbelievable sort of evolution to watch.
Yeah, we've been on so many platforms. We started on YouTube. We were funded by people on PayPal before Kickstarter started, and then we were really fortunate to go to Xbox, and for 4 seasons did our show there, and then we came back to YouTube to kind of do this season. It's literally just everything has grown with the show, and that's why I love, there are a lot of opportunities for me to just become an actor, but I love making stuff online when I can be one click away from the person who loves or hates me.
Right on.
But that's just what I love. I mean, you guys do the same thing, right? That's
sure.
why you do this.
That's why a few more people watch your stuff, though. We have to like siphon off some of that. You probably have some viewers to spare. Maybe we can.
It's all a communal pot.
Right. I like that answer.
Technology addiction is something that you obviously talk about a lot on the show, and it's something that I think we all have in common coming to CES every year.
We got the itch, maybe.
There was a story on CNET earlier today. I don't know if you read this, but Chris Matischek wrote a story about a father in China who actually hired digital hitmen to kill his son's character in a video game that he felt like he was playing too much and wasting his life on. How do you feel about that? I mean, technology addiction's crazy these days. Do you think that was the best route to go, or maybe you should have sent him to one of those addiction camps?
Or maybe you should have just sat him down and like, hey, stop doing that.
Yeah, maybe because like he's just gonna respawn, right? I mean, it doesn't seem like it seems like a dude who doesn't understand games.
How it's gonna work.
The son's 35 years old, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, that's another thing. It's like, I mean, I do, having been. I created the guild because I didn't think that people represented gamers in the way that I experienced gamers.
Right.
And it was a very small, online gaming was much smaller, 5, 6, 10, whatever many years ago. And I thought that the best of the world could be encapsulated with the internet because you don't have to feel isolated if you don't like something that everybody else doesn't like. Mm-hmm. You can find other people who love what you do and you can celebrate it with them and you can feel included and accept yourself in a way. And, having started from there, and I still love the internet, I think it's very much can be that, but there's also the other side of the internet where people can isolate themselves into only hearing what they think they believe, and they don't ever grow out of their cage in a sense. I mean, that was one of my resolutions this year was to change all my RSS feeds. And I know that that's really stupid, but like I want to grow as a person. I don't want to always have the same input and just be preaching to the choir myself. I have to expand my worldview in order to be able to do that to the people who listen to me. And I think that's something we just have to be conscious of, that we're not isolating ourselves and like our truths are not what everybody else believes because we're just listening to our truths over and over again.
Right on. That's some lofty aspirations, though. I'm going to try and do the same myself.
Took a couple hours to get my
sure
RSS feed.
we have to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk some games with Felicia Day. Stick around. The 404 Show will be back right after this break. To the 404 Show live from Las Vegas. We're going to round of applause for Felicia Day right now. How fantastic. Felicia Day.
Oh, you got the wave.
My ambassador wave.
That's the ambassador wave.
Wrist, arm.
That hand gets encapsulated in glass every night. I'll have you know.
It's creepy.
So we're back here on the 404 Show with Felicia Day. I think it's time for another That Just Happened. Ariel, please show us what's next.
I'm here to show you something pretty special.
Yeah, and you're a bird-cateer today.
Yeah, I'm also a bird-cateer today.
Hey, flap those wings.
Oh, okay.
Just happened.
What?
You're right.
Wow.
So Big Bird making an appearance at CES.
I have had the unfortunate circumstance to work with that guy. He's a D-bag. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Big Bird's a D-bag?
Oh, no. I just ruined my diplomacy. No,
I don't think
He's just
so.
a diva. He has a lot of writers in his contract. He
Really?
can only...
Only yellow M&Ms. He'll only eat yellow.
Anything. Only has to be yellow.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So, what'd you learn today? Today I learned Big Bird's a douchebag.
More terrifying than Big Bird himself showing up was the guy dressed in a skin suit of Big Bird, like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre
Why didn't
style.
that freak Big Bird out?
Yeah, that was weird.
You killed somebody.
And wrapped his skin around your
It
head.
had a whimsical homemade quality to it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
That happened.
So let's get into a little bit of gaming discussion because, and I just want to apologize to Justin. For people who don't know, on our show, whenever we talk about games, that's when Justin goes
Nap
out
time.
and has a coffee.
Yeah,
you know,
little bathroom
takes a little break. I want to know what you're playing now. What did you play last year that you really loved? What are you trying to play? What are you looking forward to? Answer all that right now.
Right now. Last year, wow, I loved Dishonored.
Of course.
I only killed 3 people, which in retrospect, it's like, why was I so lazy? Why didn't I just clean up a little bit after myself and get the achievement?
So that's the ghost achievement, right? The
Yes,
for not
why-
killing anybody.
why did I just
Any
not-
fans of Dishonored in the
Yeah, right?
audience today? No one played Bethesda's
Really?
Dishonored. Of course they did. They're in the back.
Come on, guys. That was a good game.
That was a great game.
It
That was
a really
my
good game.
number one game of 2012.
I love the world building. I really thought the mechanics were really fun.
Yeah.
I love the stealth mechanic. I'm more of a sniper because I get like really flustered. Like in
Yeah.
Far Cry 3, I just started playing that, and I don't know how much farther I can go because
It's pretty intense.
I can't stand the peeling of the animals, and like when people come at me, I'm like kind of spazzing out. I'm just shooting everywhere. You know, I'm much more like I will creep up and I will pick them out and I will stealth kill all of them,
Right.
which takes like 10 times as long, but
Of
it's so much
course.
more satisfying.
Oh my god, those animations are pretty
It's
awesome.
I would have to give that game that. I mean, but as far as like the peeling of the animals, it's a little.
I want to explain that to
Yeah,
Justin because
for
that sounds
someone
awesome.
to know that we're talking
So-
about video games, this is a very terrifying
You
conversation.
kill a lot of animals. There's animals
good.
everywhere.
Yeah,
you
they
kill
deserve it.
them. You skin them. It's all the hunting and like for some reason, if this was like a bear in Skyrim, I'll kill 40,000 of them. But like one
Just lined up. Just genocide.
Whatever.
Bear genocide.
Exactly, but one dog in Far Cry actually made me almost cry. I was like, I can't do this.
Well, you know what's so sad in Far Cry? When you kill a dog, it goes like,
Oh, yes.
yeah, that's
and then
sad.
you're like peeling it.
Yeah, and the guy
because you skin everything for wallets.
So you
food, not
skin
sport.
so you skin these animals so that you can carry more guns.
Right, naturally.
So obviously,
Obviously, or a wallet. You want
right.
to carry more because you can't possibly have another pocket.
Right, exactly. He's got a very limited, sort of inventory. He
He's
can only
kind of a
carry
douchebag.
a little bit.
Right,
What
a
about
little
his
bit.
brother though.
Oh, his brother was.
He's
I
kind
was
of a
like,
hunk, right?
he was a hot guy, and
Yeah.
then in the opening thing, spoiler, he gets killed, and I was just like, no, I want to play that guy.
My wife saw that scene, and by the way, the Voss, the villain in that game, is out of control.
Oh yeah, no, the writing is really good.
I was playing it. My wife was watching, and when he got killed so early, she was like, "Oh, I can't watch this."
It was really
it's
good
intense.
writing, yeah, intense. So I actually I've just finished the Skyrim DLC.
Okay.
Dragonborn, and I love that game so much. I will sit there and just like sort tomatoes sometimes, and I just installed it for the PC
Yeah.
because I played it on Xbox, and everybody's always like, "Okay, you're a noob," and I'm like, "Well, shut up," because people are so. They get
Judgmental.
really bitchy.
Oh, yeah.
They get really upset when
Yeah.
you post anything about Apple. Oh, Android boys will just, they'll be very mad at me. And then you do Android, and then the Mac people will be mad. And it's just like, okay, guys, back off. I'm not going to play it on PC. It's so good on PC because you got all the mods.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And you load in and out so much faster through doorways. So like now I'm starting from 0 after 212 hours in Skyrim Xbox.
212 hours.
Yeah.
You got
Surprised
that?
you're able to come out to this show.
No, it's good. I've included every quest, every single quest. Like
100%.
No, I have a couple of like kill that dragon and kill that vampire, but
Or like make that brew in the.
Oh, I'm a good blacksmith.
You're an alchemy expert.
Oh, no blacksmithing.
Oh, blacksmith,
I
okay.
can make everything. I have a bow, and I name them. I name them things like icy hot. It is fire and ice damage. And then
Where are we need more women like you in the world? I think.
they're out there.
They are.
They're out there. They just they have a voice. You just
They
have
do.
to
Just have to look.
exactly.
Right
So
on.
anyway, and I'm looking forward to BioShock a lot and SimCity. Sorry, I love
So they're
SimCity.
bringing SimCity back, which is we have SimCity fans in the audience today. No one has
Nobody
ever
loves
played a
SimCity
video
without
game.
Civ.
There we go.
Civ 5. I mean, come on, those
So-
strategy games are the funnest.
SimCity, this has been in production for years.
I know, I'm
it's
excited.
finally ready to see the light of day. Have you played it at all yet?
No, but I'm angling.
Yeah.
I'm angling.
So
I'm
what
gonna
else?
Make some phone calls.
I think so. So what else in 2013 has caught your eye? BioShock, obviously.
Yeah, I went
for
s-
me, that's definitely the. Were
Did
you out in
play some
LA?
of- Yeah, I did play a little bit in LA, and I'm like, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, those guys just are on a different level.
I mean, it's just consummate storytelling. I think that it's evolving so that story is very, very important, especially in these epic games. And they're basically on the same footing as like a AAA movie.
Right.
You know, AAA
Absolutely.
titles.
And budget as well.
Yeah, the budget too. But with the kind of storytelling and attention to detail, like these games are, they last forever.
Absolutely. We get a lot of, we have a huge sort of demographic that listens to our show. Some people are not gamers. Some people are hardcore. For people who maybe are just trying to get into gaming, people like this guy, who he picked up a PlayStation controller and started blowing into it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this,
I was a big PC gamer back in the day. I played Warcraft, but I always just sent the peons out to go harvest like wood and steel and
You mean
things.
your guildies?
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't do anything violent related. I was a big farmer.
Yeah, your farm. I love farming too. I was addicted to Puzzle Pirates. There's a Java game. It was actually the secret of the guild is not. It's about WoW a little bit because I was a huge WoW addict. But before that, I was addicted to Puzzle Pirates, which is basically you're a pirate and you have a guild and you sail the seas and there's a lot of resource gathering, and I love resource gathering. That's why I love tabletop games now too, because there are a lot of resource gathering games. And I would recommend. There's a lot. I would definitely recommend Xbox because that's the thing I'm most comfortable with. And they have a great, the arcade games are the best, like Castle Crashers. I love Steam as well. Like I'm a huge Steam addict. I've spent so much money on Steam, especially their sales. And, games like Trine 2, like little small ones like that, I think, and anything by PopCap. I recommend, those are the kind of the entry-level games that I recommend to people because I understand the intimidation. I never had a console before I was an adult, and when I picked up my Xbox, I was like, I don't know where all these buttons are. But you get really comfortable really quickly, and you just have to have the confidence to not give up. So you don't want to jump into Call of Duty or something because that's the worst
It's a very humiliating experience for sure.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, very cool. Before we say goodbye, I think it's time for one last That Just Happened. Let's check it out. You should be scared. Let's see what we have up next here.
Hip hop to the top. We're going to hip hop to the top. I got more soul than I can control today with my friend Hopper. Hopper, you're the best.
That just happened. Wow, that's
amazing.
That
I
is
wish I
amazing.
admitted that one.
He was channeling Belushi and Aykroyd right there. What do you think about that?
You know what? The hardest thing to do as an actor is to commit, and I have to give him. I have to
My
give
man
him that.
is committed
He's
right there.
committed. Yeah.
How many practice sessions do you think it took for him to get that rap down to? It seems like that was very well rehearsed. I gotta give him that, right?
I
kind of
think
impressive.
the kangaroo was totally phoning it in, though.
Yeah.
Totally phoning it
Way
in.
more.
Totally. He was a last-minute addition for sure.
Scrub.
We want to tell everyone where they can find you on the internet. Obviously, The Guild wrapping up season 6 today. You said that was the last
today.
episode?
And we also have another show, Space Janitors, that comes on. Geek and Sundry is my network. Like I said, it was one of the funded YouTube channels, and I created everything. The business to create a lot of different shows. We have 7 shows. Our biggest show is called Tabletop, which was created by me and Will Wheaton.
Right
it's
on.
about people playing, different board games every show to highlight sort of this culture that I don't feel like is highlighted as much as it should be.
Absolutely. Well, you're definitely fighting the good fight.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Check out Geek and Sundry. It's geekandsundry.com. You can follow Felicia on Twitter. At Felicia Day is her handle. And that's going to do it for us today. Thank you so much, everyone, for checking us out. Be sure to come back right here tomorrow, 1 p.m. We'll be welcoming Danny DeVito to the stage. So that's going to be a lot of
Danny
fun.
DeVito, really?
Danny DeVito. You want to come back and hang out?
I love
You're
It's
more
Always
than
Sunny.
welcome.
I love Taxi. I love him.
Of course.
Can I stalk him?
You
Just a little bit?
you may.
Okay.
You may. I think we just got in trouble, but that's fine.
It's all right.
Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.
Jessica Dalcourt from CNET here at CES 2013 in Las Vegas. This behemoth that I'm holding in my hand is the Huawei Ascend Mate. Just announced today, it has a whopping 6.1-inch screen. It is literally about the size of my face, I think. It's definitely a big phone, huge phablet, largest one we've seen. A little small for a tablet, but enormous for a phone that you might actually hold to your face. That said, it does have a lot going on for it in terms of features. It's got Android 4.1 Jelly Bean on it with a few customizations. It's got a 1.5 gigahertz quad-core processor made by Intel, an 8-megapixel camera on the back with flash, and a front-facing camera as well. Powering all of this, of course, is an enormous battery, largest one we've seen. It's 4,050 mAh, so that's larger even than the Motorola Droid Razr Max. There is no LTE on this model yet. That doesn't mean that it won't arrive at some future point. There's no pricing or availability either, so right now this is kind of what we see. Definitely expecting it to come to Europe and Asia first, then the US might get a carrier at some point as well. So how does it feel in the hand? It's definitely really big. I'm not going to be putting this into my pocket. It will definitely fit into a purse or maybe a very large jacket pocket. It is pretty light, but this is a meaty chunker. For operation, there is one-handed operation, which will kind of squeeze the keyboard down and slide it over the side. We've seen that for phablets before, but I'm not sure I really want to reach my thumb across. Of course, I also have small hands. Anyway, this was your first look at the Huawei Ascend Mate here at CES. For all CES news, go to CNET.com.
Hey guys, this is Eric Franklin from CNET. I'm at CES 2013. I'm taking a first look at the Alcatel One Touch Evo 7 HD. This is a 7-inch tablet with a 1280 by 800 resolution screen. Also has a dual-core CPU with a quad-core GPU running at 1.6 gigahertz. Also has a 3-megapixel back camera and a VGA front-facing camera. Ports include a micro USB slot, headphone jack, volume rocker, and power button. Now this is just a mock-up, as you can probably tell, so it's not a working sample, but the final version will come in 3 different configurations. So it'll be Wi-Fi, 3G, and 4G versions of this. And the final version will also have a removable back cover that allows you to easily upgrade from Wi-Fi to 3G and on up to 4G. The price of the Wi-Fi version is $179. The 3G version is $249, and the 4G version comes in at $349. Now you might have to wait a while for this one. It's not slated to come out until Q4 of 2013. Once again, I'm Eric Franklin, and this has been a first look at the Alcatel One Touch Evo 7 HD. Hey guys, this is Eric Franklin at CES 2013, and I'm taking a first look at the Alcatel One Touch Tab 7 HD. This is a 7-inch tablet with a 1280 by 800 resolution screen. Also has a micro USB port, has a micro SD card slot, volume rocker, of course, power button, headphone jack. Has a 3-megapixel back camera and a VGA front-facing camera. Runs Android Jelly Bean 4.2. The tablet will come out in the first quarter of 2013 for $149. Once again, I'm Eric Franklin, and this has been the first look at the Alcatel One Touch Tab 7 HD.
From CNET. I'm at CES 2013. This is LG's booth. Now, at CES, you see a lot of televisions around, but behind me is a unique take on TV. This is a sort of a deconstructed rear projection television. This is a 100-inch laser TV, LG is calling it. There's a small projector right below the screen. It sits about 22 inches from the screen. The unit comes with the screen and the little projector unit. You set it up at this fixed distance, turn it on, and voila, you have a 100-inch television right there. So this uses laser projection technology. One of the advantages is increased lifespan. The bulb lasts about 3,000 hours, I've been told. This TV has all the normal specs for LG's flat panel televisions, including 1080p resolution. It's got the smart remote. It's got the voice control. It's even got little speakers inside the projector down here. The only thing it doesn't have is 3D, so if you want 3D, you might have to wait till next year's version. One of the downsides traditionally with projection technology is screen brightness. This thing is supposed to have 150 nits of light output, which is plenty for a moderately lit room. You can see below here there's a little bit of a sound bar that's not included with the box. What is included, however, is the screen itself. It's going to be a very large box. The screen is included. The screen's about 0.8 inches thick, so again, very thin, really slick form factor. And if projection's form factor of the two-piece and the screen is kind of holding you back, this thing is a totally different alternative. Sits right in the front of the room and is a really neat take on television. Of course, one downside for all that technology is the price. I've been told it's going to be around $10,000. That hasn't been set yet. This product's going to be coming out around March in the U.S. That's a quick look at LG's Hecto Laser 100-inch TV. I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET. Hi, I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET. I'm at CES 2013. This is the LG booth, and I'm here with one of LG's new features for their highest-end TVs. This is called finger gesture. LG is calling this a new way to control the TVs via gesture, a little bit more precise than using your hands, they say. There's a little camera on the top of the TV. When I hold up my finger, I can actually point using a little bit more precise action. Now, I tried it out. This demo isn't quite as precise as I'd like to see. In fact, my arm got pretty tired trying to wave around and figure out how it works. LG says that they will improve the technology when the TV comes to market. This is going to be on the LA 8600 TV in the US and higher models elsewhere. Going into the system, you can see I can play with the games here. I can make menu selections, and I can do a bunch of other things. The way it's activated is you just hold up your finger, make a little clicking motion, and then kind of wave it around the screen. So very basic. Of course, if you misplace your remote control, it might be a little handy. The motion remote that LG includes is a lot more precise than this finger thing, but again, it's a pretty novel way to control your television. I'm David Katzmeyer here with LG's finger gesture feature, CES 2013.
Mic happening? All right. Donald Bell here for CNET.com here at CES 2013, here with my kind of celebrity, robots. I'm here with iRobot. Jeff Carlson from iRobot is joining me here to demo two new products that we're seeing here at CES. Tell me about iRobot's new products.
Sure. Well, everyone knows about iRobot's Roomba vacuum cleaning robot, and we do more than just vacuum cleaning. We like to solve problems that are dirty, dangerous, and we're taking it outside the home. So we have two outdoor products. We have this.
Ooh.
Luge 330 gutter cleaning robot.
It looks dangerous.
It's not dangerous. Cleans your gutter.
No, it just looks dangerous. I appreciate that in a robot.
So this is our gutter cleaning robot. We're also going into the pool. We have our Mira 530 pool cleaning robot.
And the pool robot, I have to say, is a kinder, gentler looking robot. That's kind of got some Roomba.
The Oasis feel.
Yeah, I can see that just tinkering around in the pool that I don't have. Great. So when are these going to be introduced for us to buy them?
Sure. So the Luge came out in North America this past August. It is going global this spring, and is available on iRobot.com and select retailers around the world. The Mira is coming out this spring for the pool season, again, globally.
All right. Now, we made the mistake of not having a pool here for you to demo the Mira. I thought maybe you'd be bringing like a kiddie pool or something like that, but I can understand logistically that'd be tough. So we can't demo the Mira, but can you tell me a little bit about how it would operate, what someone would expect?
Sure. So the two cool parts about this robot are, first, that it's going to save you money. It's designed for residential in-ground pools, and those pools on average will cost you maybe $100 a month in electricity bills to run that filtration system. What you can do with this robot is you can turn that filtration system off and just run this. This will cost you single dollars a month. So you're saving 10x on your electricity bill. So that's a huge saver. We love that.
All right. Now, it's swimming around in my hypothetical pool. What is it doing to clean? Is it all the suction happening on the bottom of the pool there with something that's going on underneath it, or?
Absolutely. So the other thing is it's very easy to use. It's got a very strong motor in it. It pumps 70 gallons of water a minute. So over a gallon of water a second rushing through this robot. So if we flip it over and look here, underneath you have 2 intake ports. This is where all your debris is going to come in. We also have this scrub brush, which is geared 4-to-1 to the drive motor. So it's actively scrubbing all the surfaces of the pool, lifting up that dirt, that bacteria, that algae, that oils, and getting it into the filter. The robot will travel around the entire pool, not only on the floor, but up the sides, up the walls, all the way to the water line. It will do stairs, cover the entire pool.
Now, how the heck is it doing that? Is it an anti-gravity robot? Is there a much more cooler technology you put in here that you haven't told anyone about?
I wish I could say it was that, but it's actually due to the power of the robot. The force of the suction goes in here, and it exhausts right out this vent on the top. The force of that, with that 70 gallons of water per minute, is pushing it down. So when it goes up the wall, it's just pushing it onto the wall, holding it there, letting it crawl up and clean the walls.
All right, so you can't demo this one, but you can demo, what is this one called again? The luge? All right. Show me what the luge can do.
Okay. So the luge, this is what it looks like. This is your handle. I'll put it in the gutter in a second, but you can take this handle off. This is now your remote control. This is what goes down your gutter. This is our auger on the end. It spins at 500 RPM, and it's going to blast all the dirt and debris out of your gutter for you.
So, but it's not like an automatic thing you keep in your gutter all the time. This is like when you're crawling up there, you want to clean the gutter out. This is the easier way to pull that off.
Correct. It's the easier way and the safer way. You know, gutter cleaning is dangerous. You have to go up on your ladder. Some people, they reach over, they're going, that can be dangerous. We don't want people doing that. Also, you have to put your ladder up, do 6 feet, go down, move it. You're doing this over and over and over again. This way, put your ladder in the safest place once, go up, put the robot in, let it do the work for you.
All right, I can already see where the next version of this needs to go, which is you need to pair up with like the Parrot AR drone people and get like the helicopter version of that can save you the step of actually getting up on your roof. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. Show me what this one can do.
Okay, so it's also operated by it's powered by a 7.2 volt lithium-ion battery, kind of like a cordless power tool. Slide it right in. You're going to lock your door. It's now waterproof and up to 8 inches of water. Obviously, there's water in gutters, so it's got to be ready for that. I'm going to turn the robot on.
I'm going to be down here for sound effects.
Do it. Put it into the gutter. Take off my handle. I'm going to select my rotation for the auger so that the debris goes away from the roof, out onto the ground. Now I'm just going to run the robot. It's going to throw the
It's not going to put leaves in my face right now.
I can do that.
No. I'm just making sure.
No, well, I promise.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I love how there's going to be an entire generation of children who will only know that fall is here when they hear the slapping robot sound in their gutters. All right.
So now that I'm safely here down on my ladder, let the robot do the work for me, I can double click my reverse button and it's going to come right back.
All right.
Put my handle back on. Good to go.
All right. Now, how could this go wrong? I'm thinking that there's a treacherous looking design somehow. I know it's a very simple thing, but I kind of want it to be more dangerous. Is that a problem people ask for? Do they want the Roombas to be more dangerous?
No, not more dangerous. We just want the robots to solve our problems for us, to do our chores.
It's just me then, that's all. Okay. Great. Well, and now tell me about the kit. Looks like there's some other stuff that comes along with this particular robot.
Well, sure. There's an accessory kit that comes with a storage case, and it's just a nice, easy way to put all the parts of the luge together. You have your charger, your battery, your robot will go here, your auger, my belt clip folds up so that, when you're not using it, put it in your garage, put it in your basement, all in one place, ready to go.
I think it's the belt clip that's actually throwing me, because that feels like you've got a gun holster right there, and it just adds to the entire equation of this being a post-apocalyptic, robot blaster torture device.
It is my gun holster.
Okay. Very good. Well, Jeff, thanks a lot for showing us the new iRobot. Tell me when you make the robot that can actually take laundry off my floor and do things that are more useful to me or don't involve pools that I don't own yet and make me feel bad about myself. All right, Jeff Carlson, thank you very much. All right, and we're going to take a break, and we're going to take a look at some videos we've already shot here at CES 2013, so don't go away.
Hey, this is Jessica Dalcourt for CNET here at CES 2013. I'm in Samsung's booth. I've got the Samsung Ative Odyssey. This phone was just announced for Verizon. We did get a look at it in the fall, but this is the first time that we're getting hands-on. It's a Windows Phone running Windows Phone 8 operating system. It is 4G LTE. Now this phone is smaller than what Samsung has been doing. It's only a 4-inch screen. It's got a Super AMOLED display. It's running off of a 1.5 gigahertz dual-core processor, so it should be fairly fast, but it's not quad-core. It has a 5-megapixel camera on the back with LED flash, and it takes 1080p HD video, also 1080p HD video playback. There's a 1.3 megapixel camera on the front. There's also the physical hardware button to take photos. I love that. That's on every Windows phone. And there's a micro SD card slot that will take up to 64 gigabytes of offboard storage. There are only 8 gigabytes of onboard storage, so that's something you definitely want to expand if you're a person who likes your media. Verizon hasn't announced any pricing or availability yet, but it should be coming soon. For CNET, I'm Jessica Dalcourt. You can catch all of our CES news at cnet.com.
I'm Donald Bell here for CNET.com here at CES 2013, where I'm showing off Vizio's new line of thin and light laptops. That's what they're calling them. You get two different sizes. You get a 15.5-inch and a 14-inch. And you also get two different processors to choose from. There's an Intel Core i7, the latest generation, and the latest generation of AMD processors. So you can take your pick on either one of those. Some other cool specs here. You get solid-state storage, just as a default option here. You're getting a newly redesigned trackpad so that you're getting a much more touch-sensitive trackpad that integrates with Windows 8, since these are both Windows 8 computers. And because they're Windows 8, and touch is a big part of Windows 8, they've made these both touchscreen laptops. In fact, pretty much their computing line across the board now is all touchscreen enabled. It's a pretty attractive looking laptop. It looks very similar to the previous generation that we saw from Vizio in 2012, but this one's a little bit more refined. They've definitely taken the time to make it a Windows 8 kind of flagship computer here. You're getting all the bells and whistles you want. It's in the Ultrabook category, but because there's the distinction between the different processors, there's an AMD option, and because they're running the processors themselves at their full voltage and not at a low voltage. They don't qualify, or it makes that Ultrabook distinction a little bit harder to apply here, but it's a great laptop. It's going to be a powerful laptop, and although pricing isn't announced yet, it's probably going to be an affordable option for you. So there you go. I'm Donald Bell for CNET.com here at CES 2013, showing you Vizio's newest laptops.
1080p is so yesterday. I'm Bridget Carey, and this is your CNET update. It's opening day at the 2013 International Consumer Electronics Show. On Monday, we have 12 solid hours of press conferences from all types of tech companies. So here's a quick breakdown of the highlights so far. Let's talk televisions, because home entertainment is always the star of the show. LG finally announced shipping and pricing details for its 55-inch OLED TV, which was the hit of CES last year. The TV will begin shipping in March and will cost $12,000. This TV won CNET's highest honor at the show last year, but it was delayed due due to what was rumored to be manufacturing issues. But this year, everyone's focused on TVs with 4K resolution, also known as Ultra HD. You need a very large screen to appreciate that extra resolution. Sharp showed 2 Ultra HD sets, the 60-inch Purios available this summer and the Aquos coming out in the second half of the year. Samsung unveiled an 85-inch version that comes with a floor stand that looks like an easel. Sony also focused on 4K, but it was the only one with plans to bring 4K content to consumers. There'll be a video distribution system coming this summer. Smart TVs are getting a bit smarter. Panasonic's new TVs have personalized home screens for every member of the house, and people can share content by tapping an NFC smartphone against the TV. We're also seeing more televisions incorporate voice commands. And Dish has a new Hopper DVR that's integrated with Slingbox. The device lets you transfer a recorded show to your iPad for viewing on the go without an internet connection. There are only a few smartphones being unveiled here, and the ones that are here aren't all that exciting. That's because companies tend to show off the good stuff at Mobile World Congress next month. Sony, however, did show off the waterproof Xperia with a 5-inch high-def screen, 13-megapixel camera, quad-core processor, and NFC. But my favorite part of CES is seeing all the cool new gadgets. Globotrack can help you track your lost luggage with the TrackDot, a small battery-powered device that sits in your suitcase and monitors its location with GSM. Panasonic has headphones that don't go in your ear. They rest on your cheekbones and send the music vibrations to your head with bone conduction. We're also seeing more smart watches that sync with your phone, and I love this new Lego Mindstorm set that lets you build your own programmable robot. It teaches kids how to program, but also can be fun for adults. There's lots more coming up during the week, so stay tuned to our live streaming coverage at cnet.com/live and catch up on all the news at ces.cnet.com. From CES 2013, I'm Bridget Carey.
Welcome back to the CNET stage here at CES. I'm Paul Sloan, Executive Editor, and I'm excited to be joined by two people at the cutting edge of media, video, music, and its rapid transformation as we all watch and listen anywhere and anytime. First, Russell Simmons, often called a hip-hop mogul and business magnate who got his start when he teamed up with producer Rick Rubin to create Def Jam Records in the 80s, bringing us everyone from the Beastie Boys to LL Cool J and Public Enemy. He's done much more, of course. He's created fashion lines, TV programs, movies, even financial service products, to name a few. And now he's running ADD, All Deaf Digital, which is an original content YouTube channel aimed at what he calls a post-racial America. Next to him is Brian Robbins, a film and TV director and producer who runs Awesomeness TV, which is one of the first original channels launched on YouTube. The two are now partnering on All Deaf Digital. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Russell, I understand it's your first time here at CES. I know you haven't had time to walk around, but impressions, why are you here? Tell us what you're here for.
Well, I'm here primarily, my YouTube channel is about the same pursuit I've had from the beginning, like discovering talent and crossing it through different media, and this is the place to be. So I'm here because I basically have to. It's what I've done my whole life, and I'm a little late, I think, being here, but it's funny that I'm late, but the industry itself seems to have this huge white space where there's all this integration that happened through hip-hop and in media has not happened really, online as much as it could. So if you take, for instance, there's not been one black comedian since Def Comedy Jam who's emerged as crossed over. I would say Kevin Hart, but he hasn't yet either. So Hollywood and media in general has not, like advertising, like music, like other industries, have embraced a new America. And so for me, I wanted to buy a TV network, but they wanted to offer me very minimal subs and start crawling. And I thought, I didn't really want a young person telling me what content to release or what to expound on. And so this, for me, is my network. This ADD, all deaf digital, all deaf music, all deaf poetry, all deaf comedy, all deaf, this whole space in America is underexposed. And so for me, building this network, and with YouTube's help, and Brian, who I've known for 20 years. Does that date you?
Yes.
Well, that's all right. But so doing this, for me, is the next most obvious thing to do. So.
ADD, by the way, I think one of the great names just for this ADD generation.
Yeah, online for this moment, you look at things, and if it doesn't happen this second, you press the button. But you watch a TV show for 15 minutes, and after 15 minutes, you say, I hate this, this sucks. And you sit there for 15 more minutes to be sure that you hate it. But I think people are learning to broaden the appreciation, and more content is being viewed for longer periods of time.
So what will we expect to see and when? I mean, you said it's focused on the cool side of pop culture, BET for YouTube. What's it all mean?
I don't like the BET thing. Every time they say black, they say, or diversity, they say some more black stuff. I mean, it needs to be more black stuff, but this integration that Hollywood, they're all liberal and nice people, but they don't really understand that there's America, if you watch Jerry Springer and the rest of the world in the suburbs of Cleveland, is integrating. And if it's not a post-racial America, there's a potential. And that's what people want to see. Hollywood should be in the front. And since Hollywood is not, the internet is. I signed yesterday, for instance, Spoken Reasons. Mm-hmm. Like, he could be the next Chris Tucker. Right? He's online. He's like the #1 online video blogger in the urban space, but they don't see him. And so I'm here to kind of like integrate and move forward culture.
But for all these new channels and new opportunities, isn't it these industries are still driven by hits? Are you not worried?
I like hits. What does that mean, Brian?
Yeah.
I mean, what's the opportunity for a YouTube channel?
It's a giant opportunity.
So tell us from your experience.
Never before, 25 years ago, no one knew what ESPN and MTV and Nickelodeon, CNN, no one knew what's cable. And you had to go, operator by operator through the country to get clearance. Today on YouTube, there's 850 million unique people on the platform. 850 million you're able to reach from day one.
Let some older or younger person who knows nothing about what you're doing tell you what to do, and it's exciting.
And how
I'm sorry, I won't cut you off, huh?
How do they find you? How does it grow?
That's what I do. I make people. Take something that's emerging and spread it across all forms of media and through this genre. Through this distribution.
The world's changed a lot, right? So when I launched Smallville, for instance, on the WB, we had a huge outdoor campaign and commercials everywhere and stuff like that. Today, on Awesomeness TV, my audience is all teens and tweens. And I know how to reach them. I don't need a bus and a billboard. I can tweet to them. I can Instagram to them. They're on Facebook. I don't need a $20 million marketing campaign to launch a video television show anymore. And it's proven. Like, we're up, 6 months with 60 million views, 300,000 subscribers from 0 6 months ago.
This is Awesomeness TV.
This is Awesomeness TV. The same thing will happen with ADD. I mean, Russell has 2 million something Twitter followers.
Right.
These artists on YouTube that you don't know. He said Spoken Reasons. You probably have no idea who Spoken Reasons is, right? He's a comedian on YouTube who has 1 million subscribers, a couple 100 million views, but he's undiscovered. Well, we're going to rediscover him and let the world know who he is.
So is this how new genres are going to happen? I mean, when Def Jam came around, when you guys
genres,
started?
Yeah, I mean, this is the opportunity to let the people speak, and also to, if you're paying attention, and nurture talent, which is my whole life's work, to nurture talent, and that emerges on its own. The record business long ago stopped developing artists. They sat there and waited for artists to develop themselves, and they'd fight over them when they got hot. And it's about curating, because you find out when to chase them. Or if you don't have it in your heart, you can just look at numbers. And so that's the reality that entertainment is. It's becoming more user-friendly, and user-generated stuff is becoming the key. I mean, we don't have a Justin Bieber. We don't have, Diggy, my nephew. He didn't call me, say, Russ, how do I get a record deal? I saw his video that he made for a nickel on TV, and he was a star. I called my brother, like, hey, Rev, your son is on TV. He's like, yeah, I heard. So, that's real talk. I mean, people are doing, on their own. And I think they need a help, obviously, and navigation through the whole media world. And they need to take what they're doing online and spread it. And they need to broaden what they're doing online as well.
Yeah. So what's your view of the music industry now?
We're going to start a music company. as well. All deaf music will be music from people. We're going to curate and build out a multi-channel network, and we're going to help people build their own, and that's going to be part of our process. So the music thing, we just partnered with, we haven't announced yet, but we just announced today our partnership, so only one announcement a day, right? But I think it's important that people nurture them too. And I think the record companies, they don't realize it's a 360 business. I'm an entrepreneur. I used to look at the contracts the artists would bring me, even though I left the record business. So they want to own a piece of your sneaker. Well, they don't make sneakers. They want to own a piece of your film work, but they don't know how to produce a film. They want to do TV with you, but they don't really know anything about television. They're kind of a stagnant business that's not entrepreneurial. There's people who work in the record. They still call it the record business. I mean, they're a little. So I think that there's a music. To exploit people's position in the music business or a brand in the music business or broaden their brand and use it for what all that the people want to be is a business, but it's not really being monetized in the ways that, and I'm sure there are ways to monetize music that are coming, and there's always new ones, but until they figure out how to monetize music, they're not a 360 business.
Right. Are you fans of Spotify, Pandora? These services seem great for consumers, but musicians?
I think that the musicians themselves can find ways to monetize, and they direct more. And the brick and mortar system that the music business has at this moment is not benefiting. But as music gets exposed, more artists should get greater benefit, and they will.
And so, what's it all look like a couple years from now?
I can't. That's a question. I'm not sitting there trying to analyze it every day. And I don't see every innovation that comes in that. Push aside. I remember bringing them Napster and saying, "Why don't you talk to these guys?" They're like, "We won't talk to them." I said, "Okay," and I was by that time I was almost done. So I saw it. I remember they're kind of stagnant, but they learned a little bit, I guess, after iTunes and all these things kicked their ass. They learned some. Yeah.
They were forced. Desperation. Look, you've done so many different kinds of businesses. Is there a thread that ties them together?
Well, my partner Brian, what he built with Awesomeness is not to be. It's unbelievable, and I think that. What's going to happen online is going to really have synergistic value for anything that I do. And it already does. I have an internet company. I do have a content company, which I built up over the last few years called Global Grind. And I see this thread, this Next America, in that company is proof of concept, that there is this integration and there's this core community that needs to be spoken to but not segregated. So I'm already doing that, and I think that's what I'm looking to do now with ADD.
Okay. There's so much more, but unfortunately we are out of time.
He didn't say nothing.
You're not allowed. He was welcome to jump in.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
He's
all right.
good.
I'm excited.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russell Simmons and Brian Robbins. Thanks so much for being here. We'll take a quick break. And CNET's UK's Jason Jenkins will be here with the panel he calls The British Are Coming. Stay tuned.
Hey, this is Donald Bell from CNET.com here at CES 2013, and I'm showing you Vizio's glasses-free 3D TV. This is a 55-inch TV,
It's a proof of concept right now. There's no ship date, there's no pricing, there's no proof that this thing will ever actually see the light of day for consumers, but it is the coolest version of glasses-free 3D TV I've seen yet. Instead of the technique of using a camera to track your head to determine who's going to get the 3D signal sent to their eyeballs, they've actually made this so that it is static, and there's multiple zones set up for different users, so anyone can sit on their couch. You can get multiple people on the couch sitting in front of the glasses-free 3D TV, and they're all going to get that glasses-free experience. And instead of the headaches involved in the head tracking version that we've seen before from Toshiba, if you fall out of range, if you fall in one of the little dead zones for the glasses-free 3D effect, it just turns 2D. It just makes the 3D effect a lot more subtle so that you're still getting a great viewing experience and you're avoiding any of the nausea associated with a computer trying to process your head tracking movements in real time. So it looks great. Another benefit of glasses-free 3D TV that I'm noticing here for the first time is that it's a pretty bright 3D experience. You're not getting any of the dimness that's going to come along with having a pair of passive 3D glasses over your face. You're getting a bright 3D experience, and hopefully Vizio will bring this to consumers. If they do, it's going to be under the XVT series designation. So there you go, that is Vizio's glasses-free 3D HD TV here at CES 2013. Donald Bell here for CNET.com at CES 2013, and I'm taking a first look at the LG Smart Refrigerator. This is a connected refrigerator with a built-in touch panel here that also connects over Wi-Fi. The refrigerator also is able to connect over to the smart grid. If you have a smart energy grid around your area, you can have that be able to manage the refrigerator. A lot of the things that you would think you'd want in a smart refrigerator are here. There's a food manager that allows you to manually enter in any groceries you've picked up from the store. You're having to manually enter them in and delete them at this point, but there might be an update in 2013 that would allow you to scan a receipt maybe, so that the refrigerator would quickly be able to know what's in your refrigerator. The refrigerator would be able to quickly know what's inside. You can also use these ingredients in a separate menu here to create recipes so that the refrigerator will know what you have inside and hopefully be able to tell you what you can make out of those ingredients. So you've got your recipes here, you've got your food manager, you've got a memo pad here if you want to scrawl a quick note to the kid or if you want to record a voice memo for your family. You've got Google Calendar integration that will allow you to hook up multiple accounts so that you can see the day's activities or the week's layout here right from your refrigerator. Other things, the photo album, yeah, you can still, it's still all made out of metal. You can still tack up photos the old-fashioned way, but if you want to have a photo album here on the front of your refrigerator, it's nice. It also kind of defaults to a photo album view I've seen when the screen kind of goes, before it goes to sleep, so you can see some pictures of the kids before you rush out the door. That's it. I mean, it's a pretty cool layout. It's not that much more expensive than the conventional refrigerators that LG is offering. And it's just one of those things that I'm sure we're going to see pop up more and more in refrigerator and home technology. So there you go. That is the LG Smart Refrigerator here from CES 2013. For CNET.com, I'm Donald Bell.
Hello, I'm Lee Westway for CNET here at CES in Las Vegas. I'm taking a look at Sony's 4K OLED television. Now 4K is a very exciting technology. We're going to see more of these extremely high resolution panels popping up in living rooms across the world, and OLED is also very exciting. It's a display technology that's currently most popular in smartphones, but when you apply it to a panel this big, you get something that looks really, really fantastic. And I'm pleased to say that indeed, when you merge these two exciting bits of display tech, you get something that looks really gorgeous. This is probably the best looking television I've ever seen in my life. The detail is fantastic. The colours are amazing. You just get something that looks absolutely wonderful. This particular unit we're looking at is a 56-inch model. Because it's a 4K resolution, it's got 3840 by 2160 pixels, which is absolutely loads, and it really, really comes through in the detail that you can see on this television. The bad news is that this is totally concept. This is not something we're going to see on sale for a while. I asked Sony when we might see it popping up in shops, and they told me eventually. So that's the bad news, that there's really no firm release date, and you can be sure that when it does eventually make its way into high street shops, it's going to be extremely expensive. Still, this is an excellent indication of the way that TV is going, so there's a lot to be excited about. I'm Lou Westray for CNET CES, and this is Sony's 4K OLED TV.
Hi, I'm Jason Jenkins, the editor of CNET UK, and welcome to The British Are Coming, a quick look at what our little island has to offer the world of tech at CES. Now, I've got 3 fascinating guests from the British tech companies coming up, but before we meet them, I made a little film that explains it all. Let's take a look.
Here I am in Las Vegas a few days before the show starts, outside a typical British home. Now, I've been coming here for over a decade to report on the latest trends at CES, but one country I never see very much reported on is the UK. But why is that? I thought I'd go out on the street and ask a few people at random what comes to mind when they think of the UK.
Dank skies and dismal days.
Drinking. Wake up very early in the morning and have a spot of tea.
I'd have to say rich.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you have nice cars.
Sid Vicious, Johnny Rotten, Paul Cook, all those guys.
They're very, very nice, and my son just got back from London, and he said it was the best curry he's ever had in his life.
Is Britain a high-tech country?
Britain seems pretty low-tech country to me.
I'm assuming it would be. You have a video camera. That's pretty high-tech.
I think that pretty neatly answers the question about why we don't read too much about British tech at CES. But it's a shame because historically Britain's been involved in lots and lots of inventions.
It's a hard question. A British invention. Beer.
I'll say ale. Have you heard of any British technologies?
No.
Have you heard of any British inventions?
No to that either.
British technologies. No.
The fingerprint.
Let me think here. Big Ben?
How about the Louvre?
So are all of Britain's tech triumphs in the distant past? Have we lost our tech magic? I've gathered together people from Britain's gadget makers, entrepreneurs and inventors to hear what their take is on what our little island has to offer the world today. Let's head inside and see what they have to say, shall we?
Well, those are the views of some random people I found in Vegas. So let's see what the people here have to say. Let's start by introducing someone representing Britain's gadget makers. I've got Colin Crawford from Pure. And Pure make wireless music and internet radio systems, supplies digital radios across Europe and Australia. And you're launching a Wi-Fi speaker to rival Sonos at CES. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, it's a very affordable multi-room audio system, Jason, called the Jongo family.
And this is it here, right?
This is the sort of baby speaker in the range, if you like. So it's battery-powered, mains and battery-powered, surround sound, Bluetooth and Wi-Fi across the range as well. But the key thing really is the multi-room side of things. So it's being able to control and stream your music from your smartphone or your tablet, which so many people want to do these days. So it's getting the convenience of that and then delivering it really beautifully. So lovely audio from your speakers, perfectly synchronized in one room or in multiple rooms around your house.
So I guess as a British company, how hard is it to build a globally recognised brand that people that we saw on the video might recognise?
Yes, British invention, something like a telephone or a TV. If anyone had mentioned any of that, but that would have been nice. But we did invent those, not me, but someone over there did. It's pretty hard, but it's hard for anyone to build a global brand. Britain tends to be really good at technology. We are actually real technology boffins. We've got lots of very, very clever people there developing clever stuff. But what we haven't been very good at, certainly over the last little while, is actually coming up with consumer brands which make it globally. I was trying to think before we came on of a global British brand. The one that came to mind was Dyson, actually, and without Dyson... Yeah. What else is there out there? Some brands that people might think were British, something like Philips, that's a Dutch brand. There aren't enough global British brands, and it comes down to Yeah, I think there's something in us that really likes to get down to the nitty-gritty, likes to invent stuff, but then we give it away. Then we give it away to other people, or we license it to other people. There's plenty of British technology in things which don't have British brands on them, and we'll talk to Ian in a moment, and ourselves, our parent company actually licenses technology which is in lots and lots of devices out there. But yeah, unfortunately, the vast majority of the brands that those are in, they aren't British brands.
And your parent company is Imagination Technologies, which has revenues about $200 million a year, and then Pure is the consumer arm of that. So why that? Why kind of diversify if you're doing okay by inventing things?
Well, the imagination want Pure effectively to keep them honest. We say, what they really want is a link, a real solid link to the consumer. And you can get a little bit isolated as a technology, as an intellectual property company, being a bit too far away from the consumer. And certainly our CEO very, very much wants to have that hard link to a company who have to struggle through the difficulties of making, kit that has to be sold through retail and dealing with all of that. It helps us understand that whole chain, if you like, and keeps us very much in tune with what's happening with consumers.
Okay, I think at this point we should bring in someone representing Britain's ideas industry, and that's Ian Drew. You're the EVP of Marketing and Business Development at ARM. Now, ARM is probably Britain's biggest tech success story. Your technology is in everything from phones to washing machines, found out earlier, but you don't actually make anything. So why is that, and how do you actually go about making money?
So ARM started 22 years ago when the PC industry, everybody was making their own CPU chips. So we designed the BBC microcomputer, which most of the people of a certain age in the UK will remember being their first programmable machine. At that stage,
on screen now,
yeah. At that stage, you'll see lots of CPU companies doing reasonably well, but nobody making any money. And the Apple Newton came along. And Apple said, we'd like to license your design for the CPU and have it made somewhere. So we started a CPU IP company, and we named it ARM, Acorn Risk Machines.
Oh, right.
22 years ago, and Apple being one of our first partners. Then all of a sudden, this IP industry took off, people wanted low power, and the phone industry went digital, went from analog to digital, and Nokia said we'd like a very low power device. And Nokia phones started growing, and ARM was very, very important in that. Companies like TI and Qualcomm started in that era. And so for us, we started in the phone industry and then branched out. So 95% of all phones now have chips in there designed by ARM. Same for tablets. DTVs and set-top boxes were in 70+% of them. So ARM partners ship billions and billions of units a year. We're very much into designing the IP. We make no hardware. We sell that IP and we get a royalty back. And I think where Britain really comes into this is taking that engineering knowledge and creating new business models. We're not very good at the branding side. And I think the British culture and technology of being fairly low-key also doesn't help us there as well. But I think this whole technology industry is very vibrant in the UK, although a bit more of an undercurrent rather than at the leading edge.
Do you want to expand a bit on the kind of Cambridge side, because that's where your headquarters is, and it's a centre of excellence for technology in the UK. Can you describe a bit what the culture's like? What are the businesses like out there? What's going on that maybe we should know about but we don't? What's exciting?
Cambridge, or Silicon Fen, as we like to call it, just north of London, really the high-tech centre of the UK. There's hundreds of companies there that do IP, companies that you may have heard of, like Autonomy, who've just been bought by HP.
Yeah,
very large there. For us, that whole culture of angel investment really comes into Cambridge ethos. There's lots of technology angels there, and lots of people starting small content companies or IP companies, spin-offs from universities, spin-offs from other companies in Cambridge. That really hasn't expanded outside of Cambridge very much. but there is a culture there of small companies that grow into slightly larger companies and then being bought by American companies or bought by European companies as we grow. So there's very much a culture of inward investment via angel funding.
Can you think of, I mean, are there any companies you can think of from the past that maybe should have been bigger than they were if they, if the story had just been different, maybe they've been bought out just on the kind of cusp of becoming great on their own right or something?
There's CSR, great company that did very well in the Bluetooth radio space. Companies along those axes that could have gone a lot more into the radio area and grown there. We see other companies bought out for $20 million that you think if they were in America, they would have more and more investment and would become really big silicon companies of their own. So for us, I think we're very good at that small startup that tends to get bought up by a big multinational rather than developing our own multi-billion-dollar consumer electronics company. The real company that grew huge was Autonomy, that's just been bought for $7.5 billion by HP. But that's really a unique situation. Most get to about $10 to $20 million and then get sold to big American companies.
Okay. Let's bring in my last guest at this moment. You're representing the young startup kind of culture in Britain. Rishi Mitra, you're the founder and CEO of Blipper, and Blipper provides augmented reality to advertisers. So if you install the app and point your phone at like a bottle of ketchup or something, it does something really cool on the screen. Now you've got around 2 million users worldwide. You've worked with big companies like Nike, Domino's, Sony and more. But it all started to get big for you at last year's CES when you won a free place at the show from the UK government. Can you tell us what that meant for your company?
Of course. I mean, there's a body called UK Trade Investment in Britain, and they try and encourage businesses inside Britain to go global. So we entered a best startup competition in Britain last year, and we won the first prize. And the prize was an exposure, an international exposure to an event like CES, where you get to see a whole large global audience of businesses and consumers, and it's a brilliant stage to showcase your technology. And the prize was a team coming to US, everything paid for, which is brilliant for a startup because it's pretty unaffordable for a young company like ours, at least a year back. And since then, we got tremendous traction in the US. I would say CES was the single reason behind us opening our offices in the US this summer. And we've already worked with brands like L'Oreal and Budweiser and more on an annual scale, on a national scale in US, which is very cool. So I would say that there are policies and there are opportunities in Britain which is encouraging towards young startups like us to at least showcase our technology and at least have a global dream about our business.
And you actually went to the US originally to get funding before settling on the UK for your headquarters. Can you tell us a bit about the differences you noticed in the business culture and kind of your thoughts on that? And maybe if you speak up a little bit, that might help, I think.
Yeah. There are significant differences, in fact, from a funding point of view and from a startup culture point of view. Most important in the VC community, the US-based VCs are less risk-averse, and they're willing to actually gamble on the next big thing. They try on an idea pretty much in its infancy and understand it. How much can this business really scale globally? Is this really a global opportunity to create the next big thing? And we saw that mindset really reflected from a US investment culture, which wasn't present in UK. In most of the UK VCs we met, year one revenues are always the first question, where you're trying to set up a business and you're trying to build a traction of large consumer base. Revenues are something which is not immediate priority for us or a business like ours. So that's one big difference we saw. Another difference is generally able to support. I mean, there's a better culture of mentorship. So what we noticed in US that actually the VCs or other current CEOs of large businesses or small businesses, they really help younger businesses to build something stable and give a lot of live feedback and a lot of forums to actually help each other out. And that culture lacks in UK definitely, where actually existing entrepreneurs do not support young companies as much, or there isn't enough forums where people go and informally talk to each other and help each other out to understand problems, because there's a lot of knowledge to be shared. I mean, today, in a year and a half, we've learned enough through running a business in US and UK, where I could help out a lot of entrepreneurs in UK and explain them the challenges and opportunities to set up a global business.
So, I mean, that's something that all of us have touched on, because in the prep to when we were speaking backstage, that Britain kind of lacks that. Is it an entrepreneurial spirit or something? What's the answer? Do you want to say something, Colin?
I don't think we lack an entrepreneurial spirit. Actually, I think there are plenty of great ideas in Britain, but it's the vision to really take that and make it global, and I do think we are lacking in that in Britain. It's certainly not. I don't think it's something that's particularly encouraged in Britain. It's not something which is part of our culture. I don't think it's necessarily something that the government, the whole sort of environment encourages in Britain. But it's to build a brand, to build a big global business. It involves more than technology. It's not just clever guys in a room. You've really got to have money. You've got to have marketing nous. You've got to have a lot more business nous, and maybe that side of that entrepreneurial stuff. Yeah, we just don't have enough of it. We aren't encouraging enough people in that area.
I agree with you, but I also think the government could do an awful lot more to create a culture that really allows big technology brands to grow. I think we do very well on the engineering and investment and R&D side, but I think that how do you go promote worldwide brands in the UK? The government try to do certain things, but I think you either have to go big and help companies go and create brands worldwide, or create a culture where it's okay to try and do this. And I think we need the correct entrepreneurial spirit that really starts growing this culture of brands in the UK, not just the engineering talent as well. We're brilliant at engineering. Our universities push out some brilliant engineers in this, and that's why all three companies have done very well. I think this brand side needs to be worked on, and how you create that culture of a big...
How do you actually achieve that? That's the question, isn't it? You know what you want, but how do you actually go about doing it? Well,
I think it's investment. I think it's support. I think when people stand up and go, this is what technology is all about, we need to be able to go and showcase everything that we've done. Very interesting, that video, people going, didn't remember the TV was invented in the UK, didn't remember the phone was invented. But you look at all of that technology, people sitting at this table designed a lot of that technology. We can go and create those companies that really enable big consumer brands to happen. Why can't we do it ourselves? I think a lot of it is to do with us pushing that cultural differences forward.
Yeah, I mean, we are creating all the engineers, as Ian says. We've got a huge, the university system in Britain pumps out fantastic engineers. One part of our issue is that we're great at exporting them. So you'll find lots of British engineers in this hall. They're working for US companies, they're working for Japanese companies, they're working for non-British companies, because there isn't enough, there just aren't enough those big British companies actually there to take the engineers. Whereas, certainly in our case, we can't get enough engineers, in terms of imagination technologies, our IP side of the business. We just can't get enough guys into the business. There's a dearth of them. I'm sure it's the same in Ireland.
Importing British engineers back into the UK that have been to UK companies, been to UK universities, exported around the world. We're bringing them back because that's how good they are. This whole CES is driven a lot by UK talent. We need to make sure that we grow the brands around that as well.
And it brings down to the whole issue of funding again. The reason we've lost so many engineers abroad is due to funding opportunities. I mean, many people have started businesses in Britain and really scaled in America because an investor in the US believed in the wider vision of the business. And that is something which is slowly changing. I mean, we're already seeing some big name Silicon Valley investors opening their shops in Britain and driving the change in investment culture. And today, I mean, there are 5,000 plus startups in London alone. And there is a significant change in terms of entrepreneurs wanting to do more and wanting to drive investment and scale. But challenges are twofold. One is the mindset of investors, another government policies to some extent, because sometimes the government vision about the whole tech entrepreneurship can be quite narrow, and trying to define a geography is pretty much a tick box. So there is something called the Silicon Roundabout in London, which is considered Britain's answer to Silicon Valley, but it's merely...
It has like Google and it has all the American companies out there, right? Exactly. So which has had the effect of pushing rents up for people like you, and
absolutely.
So it kind of hasn't worked, right? Is that what you think?
It was meant to attract startups like us and make it easy and have more easy and lower office rental and good IT infrastructure in place, but it's actually become a attractive point for high-value startups and really big global conglomerates like Google and Facebook to open their offices there, which is, of course, driving the rents up. So there are policies in place, but they're not being exercised in the right way. But I would say few things like the basic paperwork stuff, but things like entrepreneurs relief and R&D tax relief. There are a few things there which is quite encouraging for a startup where you end up paying less in terms of taxes, but that will not fundamentally change the vision or the whole future of Britain. And I also think we need heroes. Britain lacks heroes in tech space. The culture about exits as well, people tend to exit very quickly, hence we lack brands. We've got a lot of companies which are amazing components, but we don't own the whole brand.
Okay, that's great. I've really enjoyed this talk, but I'm afraid that's our time over. So I hope that's given people that are watching a bit of an idea of what British tech's like. Thanks very much for all the people on my panel. Bridget Carey's up next with our TV experts, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to CNET Live at CES. This is TV talk. That's all anyone talks about here. But no one knows TVs better than our CNET expert editors. Please welcome David Katzmeyer and Ty Pendlebury. Thanks, guys, for joining us.
Good to be here, Bridget.
So much buzz, so many buzzwords, and so many very large TVs this year. But I wanted to start with the one that got a lot of talk before the show began. Samsung was teasing that they have some sort of new design you've never seen before. People were even saying, is it going to be vertical? Like, no one knew could it be. And then there it was, an easel. So can you tell me a little about your impressions and your experiences with actually giving it a look?
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of those designs that you either love or hate. The TV, if you guys haven't seen it, is it looks like an artist's easel. You can actually raise it and lower the TV itself within this sort of rectangular frame. It kind of sits back. There's no way you're going to put this thing on furniture. It is furniture. It's an 85-inch 4K ultra-high definition television. Yeah, definitely a very daring design, but if you're going to charge 20 grand for a TV, might as well make it look pretty cool.
I want to know, where do I put the other stuff? Do I need an easel for my easel now for all my, DVRs and stuff? I mean, I guess they don't really show that off.
They did have another thing, another device that they haven't really said much about, but it's like a set-top box. But it was just sitting, when we saw it, was just sitting on a bunch of other set-top boxes. So I don't think they have the furniture yet, but you can imagine that they will have something that will complement it in the future.
You would hope so if you're going to spend that kind of money on that. But tell me what else, I guess, has been interesting you in this show.
Well, at this show, we've seen more of these really expensive, larger TVs than in years past. It seems like we've got Samsung right next to that 85-inch TV in their booth. It's dwarfed by these 95 and 110-inch TVs with the same design. 110-inch TV, Westinghouse actually told this is going to be about $300,000, so nobody's going to go out and buy it anytime soon. But these are, gigantic televisions that they're kind of just using as showpieces at CES.
Not something that we're really going to be buying anytime soon.
Not me.
Yeah.
No, it's commercial furniture or signage. It's not for the consumer, essentially.
Yeah. But then, they're also talking about OLED TVs, which are, again, finely priced.
Another buzzword.
Yeah, we know that LG is finally going to be shipping its OLED TV that won Best of CES on this very stage last year for $12,000 in March.
Yeah, so it took a whole nother CES to finally get a price and availability for the thing that wowed us last year.
It under the 2012 deadline. But that TV is still pretty important. The first shipping 55-inch OLED, and what else?
I mean, OLED has been sort of one of the buzzwords with 4K, so the combination of the two is pretty impressive, actually. We've seen both a Sony TV and a Panasonic TV at the last two press conferences in the last 24 hours.
They're showing right now, what we're looking at is Luke Westaway showing Sony's OLED TV.
Yeah, that's 86 inches, mind you, 56 inches, mind you, 1 inch larger than the Samsung and LG
Which
TVs.
matters so much here, because everyone has to one-up the other guy on like an inch or an extra pixel.
Yeah,
so that means you can sit an extra 5 centimeters away.
Right. It works out perfectly.
Is there any care still about plasmas or LCD? I mean, these are the things that we're going out to the stores and buying, so...
Right. The next 11 months of the year, Ty and I are going to be reviewing TVs that people might actually buy, and those are going to be LCDs and, to a lesser extent, plasmas. One of the things that happened this year is we weren't expecting plasma to have all that big of a splash. It's really been taking a hit in terms of sales, but Panasonic did go out and announce a full line of plasma TVs, so we were both pretty excited about that. Plasma was the Panasonic ST50 was our favorite television of last year. We really think it does provide excellent bang for the buck, excellent picture quality for the money. And there's also been, full lines of LCDs announced by pretty much everybody this year as well. So those are still around, and they're getting better.
I do think that every year I've said there's no way that plasma can get any better, and then it does. And this year, from what I've seen, the Samsung and the Panasonic are really good TVs. And if you're going to buy a TV, considering we don't know how long plasma is actually going to last, I think that they've said 2020 is when the last TVs will be sold, but look at CRTs now. They're actually still being sold, and we thought that they were moded out like 10 years ago. So I think they'll live on in some sort of zombie way until 2020, but in the next couple of years you're going to see LCD just continue to dominate and OLED start to creep in as well.
Gotcha. And of course there's also the 4K OLED, which, first Sony has it first and Panasonic has one, but these are prototypes, and it's just another way to, I guess, combine two buzzwords together.
Yeah, it worked out really well for them. They were able to come out and Sony announced at the end of the day when everybody had already shown their sets, and Panasonic did it today with their keynote. But I think CES is a lot about trying to dominate that really fleeting news cycle here for these couple of days. And throughout the rest of the year, I don't think you're going to hear too much more about those products.
What about the things we care about, like smart TVs? Are smart TVs getting any smarter? I mean, you guys got to spend some time with voice commands and finger gestures, and what are we? I don't know what kind of gestures I want to give at my TV, but I want to know what you're seeing that is getting better than from before.
I just remember last year when David Katzmeyer was testing the Samsung voice interaction, and all I could hear was...
We're actually looking at David...
From this year, yeah.
Doing
So they've actually improved it. Last year you had to hound at it, like high TV, and I imagine he was there for 5 minutes or more just trying to get it to register.
Yeah, that was fun. One of the problems is that they mounted the microphone way over there on the television. This year they're encouraging people to actually pick up the remote, which has a built-in microphone, a little bit better recognition there. Both Samsung, LG, Panasonic is even talking about voice recognition now. So it's coming. It's one of those things that you got to kind of match the competitors when you're talking about these high-end TVs. But yeah, the finger gesture, we actually I filmed that earlier today in LG's booth, and it's one of those things that was out in the back corner, and I was like, what? The standard gesture control was a hand. You waved at the TV, and you kind of figured out how to do it. So LG again tried to one-up Samsung by making it just one finger.
So 80% more efficient, right, to use a finger than your whole hand.
Of course, yeah. And if you do like this, it's impossible. But yeah, it was difficult playing patty cake with the TV to get it to try and play a game. All that stuff is still in infancy.
Are we supposed to be doing less movement? Isn't it about being a perfect couch potato situation? Do I have to now yell at my TV and gesture at my TV?
It was hard. I was standing there trying to do the video, and I had to take a break or whatever. That's one of the things. It's really difficult to keep your hand high for that amount of time.
Speaking of also, just to end out when it comes to smart and being lazy, what about the one that has to go up to your phone and touch it with NFC?
Oh my God, no one's ever going to use that. No one gets off their couch to do anything. So to have to actually pair it with your TV, to actually put it next to your TV to get it to play something, no one's going to do that.
I guess it's part of that whole, I wish I could connect my devices more. I guess if they're trying, do you give them credit for that? I don't know. Is anyone doing that any better, connecting my media on my devices?
Well, Apple is kind of the quintessential example of that, and I think guys are trying to emulate that easy functionality where you just pick out your iPhone and stuff begins playing. They actually have figured it out pretty much for other phones and other TVs. The NFC thing is like, we can build this in, let's do it. It's like another little thing we can talk about. I don't think nobody's going to use it, but
just like MHL. I don't think everyone will use that. That's another proprietary port that you connect your phone with a cable. No one's going to do that either.
It charges your phone though, so there you go.
All right, so
very useful for that.
Any one or two TVs that are really getting you to do a double take? Anything making you excited this year?
This is the year of the plasma. No one's going to buy them, but
we're going to talk about them.
Yeah.
We do like the Panasonic Plasma this year, and that Samsung that Ty mentioned,
beautiful,
the high-end
design.
one. They only really did one TV this year that's got their best TV technology for picture quality technology in it. It's worth going out when you're at the show to see the 4K and the OLED stuff, especially the gigantic ones, just to see what can be done. There's some really cool demos out there, and OLED in particular. It is the future of TV. You get some really great picture quality, some really nice pictures out of that, but it's still a few years down the road.
Well, thank you so much, guys. The next big thing starts at the top of the hour. Molly Wood and Brian Cooley will be joined by Mark Cuban and representatives from LG, Ford, and Sprint to discuss the post-mobile future, mapping the next frontier of consumer electronics. Don't go away. You're not going to want to miss that.
Donald Bell here for CNET.com at CES 2013, where we're taking a first look at the Vizio XVT series. This is an Ultra HD TV or 4K TV that is going to be offered in the second half of 2013. It's going to come in 3 sizes. You get a 55-inch, a 65-inch, or the one we're seeing here, which is a 70-inch 4K resolution HD TV. It's a new design for Vizio with a very thin bezel, so it looks probably like one of the best HD TVs we've seen from Vizio. So you're paying for looks, you're also paying for that video performance. They're not downgrading or processing the 4K signal before it hits the TV. Apparently a lot of the 4K TVs we're going to see this year, there's going to be some intervening processing before that 4K signal actually reaches the TV screen. This one is undiluted and bringing it right to your eyeballs. Another cool thing is that it has a 4K resolution input. So if you're loading, if you have a 4K compatible camcorder, you can put that content directly on the TV and see it at its full resolution, uncompressed. One of the reasons why this is probably one of the 4K TVs to really pay attention to is because it's coming from Vizio, a brand that is really known for their value and really aggressively pricing their TVs. So what we're looking at here might just be the most affordable 4K TV, Ultra HD TV that we're going to find in 2013. And looking at it right now, I can tell you that the picture quality is beautiful. The content might not be there yet. 4K content, it's not quite reaching the mainstream yet. What we're looking at is a specially requested video clip from a DreamWorks picture that's slowed down to the half frame rate, so you can really see when you're looking up close here. When you're looking up close, you can't even pick out the pixels on the TV. The video resolution is that fine. So there you go. That is the Vizio XVT Series Ultra HD TV from CES 2013. I'm Donald Bell.
Hello, I'm Luke Westway for CNET here at CES 2013 in Las Vegas, taking a look at the Philips stand. This time we're examining the A3. It looks like a nice little wireless speaker. Okay, so we've got quite nice diamond-shaped design here. I like this aluminium finish on top, and you get this rather nice sultry black canvasy approach around the sides. It looks quite good for a speaker that's quite modestly priced. It's a 30-watt speaker. It has wireless music playback over Wi-Fi. Unfortunately, that's not Apple's own AirPlay system, but instead you're going to use Philips' own app to wirelessly transmit your tunes. The app works on iOS or Android. If you're a Windows Phone user, then the app isn't available, but I have been told you can have some success getting your music playing anyway because the speaker has DLNA built in. I've had a quick go with the app. It seems reasonably easy to use, but it remains to be seen whether or not it's easier just to plug your smartphone or laptop or whatever into the speaker and play it over a cable. So I like the size of this speaker. It's quite slender, it's quite small. It's not one of these enormous affairs that's going to hog your living room and mess up your feng shui. It costs $250 or thereabouts, and it's going to be coming out in June. Stay tuned for the full review. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET, and this is the Philips Fidelio A3. Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES 2013 in Las Vegas. I'm here with Amy Cotman from Sony, and we're going to be talking about this. It is Sony's concept consumer 4K camcorder. Okay, so what's the basic idea behind this device?
Well, one of the big buzz, you're seeing here at CES is 4K, and the idea that there's TVs that allow you to display content in 4K, but you want to create your own. You don't want to watch movies. So obviously, with us introducing high def years ago, and now 3D a couple years ago, 4K is the next big thing in video. But not everybody can afford a studio camera or production piece. So we want to bring 4K consumer high def to the masses.
But this is just a concept at the moment. That's right. There's not many details on this. When do you think we might see this thing become a reality that you can actually buy?
I would like to say tomorrow, but that is definitely not the issue or the case on it. I don't really know. It's like you said, it's a concept piece. There's some things that have to be figured out, but it would be a form factor like this because with shooting 4K, you want control. You don't want it a little consumer point and shoot piece. You want something that's going to give you a massive amount of control over your content.
Well, yeah, I was just taking a look at it. It's obviously quite sizable, quite chunky. So you don't think there's any chance that in a couple of years' time, when it actually goes on sale, we might see the size come down for a slightly more more holiday-friendly. What do you reckon?
Probably not the first generation piece. When we introduced high def years ago, this was the form factor because your average consumer just didn't know what to do with it or didn't have the processing power on their computers to handle it. So I'd like to say, if we're back here in 5 years, doing the same thing, I'd love to show you a full lineup of 4K pocket camcorders. But first one you'll see is probably going to be a more robust piece, if you will.
Okay, thank you, Amy. That's fantastic. So, confirmation, at least, if nothing else, that Sony is thinking about ways to bring 4K stuff to your 4K TV, because let's face it, there's not an awful lot of 4K content out there at the moment. But you don't need it anymore, you can just make your own. Thanks very much, Amy. I'm Lou Westray for CNET, CES 2013. Be sure to check out the site for more.
Welcome to CNET's Next Big Thing presentation, our marquee super session. I'm Molly Wood.
And I'm Brian Cooley, and we're glad to have you joining us here on what is actually our 10th anniversary of the Next Big Thing. So how about a hand for all of you who've been with us for so many of those years. Staying smart
on our part.
here at CES. Very cool. Very cool. Glad to have you here for all that. We are here, of course, to explore a topic once again that is going to be, we think, very much the future of technology. That's what the Next Big Thing is all about. It's about going forward in something that's not totally futurist,
right,
but also not obvious.
Although we have a futurist.
Yeah, so that's right. We have a futurist.
So a little bit.
Yes.
Yes.
So we'll be going in that direction as well. And it's kind of a digital reunion of sorts as part of what we're talking about, this idea of a post-mobile future.
That's right. Mobile devices obviously have been hot at CES and beyond, and their usage has changed this industry dramatically, but we are looking ahead, as Brian said, into the post-mobile future. What happens when we get to stop, finally, talking about tablets and smartphones and talk about a connected world?
Now, I know a lot of you probably just gasp saying, okay, we're still getting our heads wrapped around tablets and phones to some degree, especially with our consumers and customers. But the idea here is to stop having these silos of phones, our phones and tablets, and then computers, and then maybe connected TV or just televisions, another bucket, trying to get to a wall-to-wall series of basically screens that let us get to whatever experience we want, whenever and however, and have a little more interconnection between those services. That's a little more difficult challenge, actually.
And it's not too much of a surprise, as you might imagine. The CES so far has been all about this idea of the connected future.
Yeah. We would also like to invite you to take part in this, of course, through our social media. We're doing that with Twitter, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you should be able to see our hashtag shortly, post on the screen, CNETNBT, right there. Please tweet us during the session. And if you tweet mean things about our moderation, we'll never know. So go crazy. I also want to let you know, if you're standing in the back, there is overflow seating in the room directly next to this one. That one tends to fill up too, so if your feet are hurting. Oh, that's full, I just heard.
Full, okay.
Okay, well, if your feet are hurting, I'm really sorry. Right. They're going to keep on hurting. Tweet about it.
Next time, better shoes.
All right, let's dive in with that then and explore the post-mobile future. Last year, we officially moved into the post-PC world. But are we getting close to a post-mobile world too? The next big thing in tech is always on, always connected, and completely programmable. So what does that mean for consumer electronics and the services that power them? Well, that's what we're here to find out today.
I'm going to actually use the SmartThings app. Let's actually turn on the Christmas lights from here.
As you can see, this is so much more than just like a remote control ball. This is a robotic gaming system.
How long was I asleep? I must have been tired. Do you want to listen to a story?
Yes, please.
Basically, it's a thermostat, but redesigned totally to be connected to the internet.
According to Cisco, 1 trillion devices will be connected to the internet in 2013. Just 1 billion of those will be the mobile devices we're used to today. And in the future, our array of connected devices will, in theory, let us live lives that are much more convenient and much more personalized.
We can connect the real world and the internet, and you walk into a retail shop and they know what sizes you have, they know what you like, they know what not to show you. You will have a better shopping experience.
Not everyone is convinced that every device needs to be connected, though, or that all those connections are coming anytime soon.
I think we're farther away than people think. I mean, there are more smart devices on the planet today than there are humans. But having them all connect together and work on my behalf, people talk about, hey, I want my stuff everywhere. The refrigerator, that's a different story. I might have to work with the home automation people in terms of how that connects in. I think we're closer than we've ever been. I think it's a journey, and I think we're partway down that journey, and it'll continue to go forward. So it's not next year all of a sudden magic.
Connecting the world in a seamless, easy, and personal way won't be easy. It involves a lot of companies working together, radical new device and interface designs, and there will be serious privacy and security hurdles. But the future is already here. Figuring out what it looks like is our job today.
So that's the post-mobile future.
Yes. There will be several phases to our event today. We're going to have sort of a three-part discussion. We'll look at how devices will change, how their connections have to evolve, and then what entirely new categories are going to emerge.
Yeah, that's really interesting stuff.
That's the good stuff.
As we look toward really getting one more step further out. Now, to help us discover all those phases, we work our way through them, we've assembled what honestly may be our most interesting, diverse panel for this event. And let's bring our panel up now so you can meet them. Starting with tech entrepreneur and chairman of Access TV. You know him. Welcome, Mark Cuban.
If you don't mind going all the way to the end.
From LG, also a company that needs no introduction here at CES, head of marketing and go-to-market operations. Please welcome James Fischler.
Welcome. Next up, a woman with an outstanding title, The Futurist for Ford, Cheryl Connolly.
Thank you, Cheryl. Good to have you here.
Welcome. And finally, Sprint's Senior Vice President of Product Development and Operations, Fareed Adib. Thank you.
All right, let's settle in for a good deep dive on this topic. To kick us off, panelists. Oh, these are good, comfortable chairs. Well, mine is. I don't know about yours.
I know. Look at you, diva.
I want each of you to give us your thoughts, kind of a little lightning round here, of what you thought about this topic was the most interesting. As we worked with you over the last few weeks, bring you in here, get your minds working with ours on it. What about it most captured your imagination? Mark, start with you.
I mean, the next big thing to me is about personalized medicine. You know, we're just at the infancy of it, but just little things like in sports where we're slowly able to put heart rate monitors on the players while they perform and hydrate them and give them nutrition in response to what's going on in their bodies. We're able to prick their fingers to get some blood and analyze it and figure out what nutrients they need and help support them there. So I think personalized medicine to me is a big game changer, and that, you know, your body becomes part of the network of networks.
Ah, yeah. Not at all where I expected you to go, to be honest. I mean, that's really a very interesting angle on it.
Well, thank you. So you expected me to be dumb?
No.
You guys, this is going to be awesome.
It's going to be that way.
It's
going to be that way. We're just getting started.
James, your turn.
I'm afraid
Impress
to go
us.
For me, I watched that video, and so much of that is already here on the floor. And it's not all futuristic. A lot of the future is already here. Here at the show, we announced appliances that have voice control from your smartphone when you're not home. Start your washer remotely. Use your robotic vacuum and have it start cleaning your house again before you get home. Take content and throw it from your smartphone right to your TV wirelessly. So a lot of that technology is already here. I think it's an evolution, and I don't think we're there at the end. But I think we're a lot further along than we have been in the last 10 years.
Cheryl, you're a futurist at Ford. You come at this from really a very different sort of a point of view, because a lot of people still don't think of cars as consumer electronics, yet here you are. What's your take on this topic?
So as a futurist, I'll just remind people that I cannot predict the future.
Right.
But what we do look as big picture trends: social, technological, economic, environmental, political. And so when I watch that video, I think most people in the audience would say they see more. They see more connections, more information, more on demand, and I actually see less. I think that all of this hyper-connectivity means that we are going to get less information, less bombarded with data. We'll get exactly what we need, where we need it, and when we need it. And I think that's really what the driver is that it's not about information, it's about getting the right information at the right time.
Mm-hmm. And then Fareed, how about you? The most interesting sort of component of this, especially as somebody who is, in many cases, hoping to provide the connection that could power all of this.
Yeah, I actually have a little bit of a different point of view. I want people to have more connections. That means I can sell them more things. But
imagine that.
But I think that look, mobile technology is probably the most pervasive technology that's ever existed in the history of man. It's arguable, but I think you would say that we got 6 billion people in the world, and more people have mobile phones than have running water and electricity, believe it or not. I don't exactly understand how that works, because I'm not sure how you charge your phone if you don't have electricity.
It's a Gilligan's Island thing. You got the bamboo bike.
Yeah, exactly.
Runs a generator.
But, I think the one thing, that's, in our industry, because we're in it, and a lot of people here are just now getting exposed to how mobile technology influences their industries, is that, there has been this concept for the last few years called machine to machine. It's not necessarily about people being connected to devices, but it's about machines talking to other machines and using the cloud to serve different types of functions that ubiquitously they don't have the capability to do today. And so I think that's the big thing that I'm excited about, and you see a lot of that technology here at this show, whether it's TVs that are connected or cars that are connected, or to Mark's point, health monitors and e-health and things of that nature. I think that's the exciting part, is that the pervasiveness of the technology. We haven't even thought of all the ways that we can use mobile wireless today. The problem is, though, there's some bad things that go along with it, and some downsides are that there's a limit to the amount of capacity and problems that could exist from
Spectrum
all these
issues.
devices. Exactly.
And we're definitely going to talk about that a little more. First, though, machine to machine is a good jumping off point for our first sort of discussion topic, which is obviously the most tangible and most relevant in some ways to the Consumer Electronics Show. That's the devices. So far, the post-PC revolution has revolved around phones and tablets. But in the future, who knows what devices will communicate with each other and what those devices will look like.
Increasingly, we won't just have 1, 2, 3, 4 screens around us. We'll actually have 10, 20, 30, 40 things that we have around us, on us, smaller things, lighter things, closer to the body, that also have sensors, but they won't be the full-purpose, multi-purpose. They won't do 100 things. They'll do a few things really, really well.
We're device agnostic, so at the moment everything's mobile because, frankly, they're cool and very easy to work with. But in the future, you'll be talking to your TV, or we might even get the internet fridge, maybe. But everything that's on the internet, everything that's connected via IP, can technically be used through your systems.
Everything from the devices in your pocket to your home appliances to your car to the scale in your bathroom.
This scale can work both in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So this is my white curve for the last 3 years. And you see there is a periodic variation during summer and
the
winter.
Holidays, yep, that's December. First post-PC and now post-mobile. Let's imagine the possibilities of the connected devices of the future. So hardware. Here we are at CES, and it feels like the consumer electronics world has gotten a little boring. All we've been talking about is tablets and smartphones, and yet this year's CES, it feels like there are many more device categories. I was thrilled to see LG finally bring the washing machine out of the closet and up onto stage, and the refrigerators. Talk a little bit. Maybe we'll start with you, James. Actually, to talk a little bit about device design and what hardware, since you guys are in so many businesses, could start to look like.
Yeah, I think we're changing landscape, no doubt about it. LG's designs are always driven by consumer demand. We really try to look at everything through the lens of the consumer. Our motto is life's good. We want to make customers' lives better. And all of the product that we have here at the show is about that. We have a technology called Turbo Wash, which is incredible technology, but it's about saving time. It saves 20 minutes on every laundry cycle. You combine that with...
We've never discussed laundry at the next big thing.
First time for everything.
I already don't know how to use it.
But
I want one of the fridges.
But imagine if that same washer can send you a message and remind you on your smartphone to turn over your laundry, right? A common challenge that everybody has. Or you're at the grocery store, and today this product is in market. You can check the contents of your refrigerator. Your refrigerator can make recommendations on recipes. You can set up profiles for members of your family that may have an allergy or be diabetic. Then take those same recipes and send them to your oven, right, through Wi-Fi, and have your oven preheat. And again, the entire network. You can do that via touch. You can do that via voice. All of that technology is here today.
Mark, do you get excited about connected appliances, or is there some other device you wish was here at the show now?
I mean, I don't get excited about appliances at all.
We got to talk.
I'm starting to, though. I really am.
It's happening
LG
quickly.
is just phenomenal.
Right here, it's happening.
Life is
It can
good,
be
right?
like a fridge
Life is
sometimes, and a
good.
freezer sometimes.
The way I look at it, with consumer-driven devices, whether it's appliances or others, it's price first, functionality and price first. And so all these things that we're seeing that we're starting to come down is because certain CPUs, whatever, hit certain price points, RAMs hit certain price points, and so now you're able to enable them with intelligence. But when you try to look forward, if you take out the cost constraints to just say, okay, where's all this stuff going? We're still going, CPU performance is still going to accelerate. It's still going to get smaller. It's still going to get a lot more interesting. So, all this enabling, I think, is actually simple. The hard part is hitting costs. Where I think it's going is that as CPUs continue to get faster and faster and faster, we'll network ourselves. So we'll have in our wallet somewhere a CPU that communicates with whatever else, our sensors or whatever else we need to gather for information, and whatever type of output we need. Google's doing a thing with glasses. You could have something in your pocket, your wallet, your purse that is your central processor that communicates with everything, communicate with external devices. So I think the real concept is how small, how fast can you get processors, and how efficient can you make communications in your own little network, and then let those communicate outside. That's what we're going to see in 8 to 10 years, so that we're not constrained by what the physical devices are.
Cheryl, it looks like you agree.
I agree. I'm completely on board with what Mark is saying, because I don't think the hardware is the interesting part. I think it's the user interface that really matters. I mean, when you think about CES, this is my first CES visit, and I was taken aback by the range of categories that are here. It's not just the mobile devices. It is things like LG. Automotive, Ford's been here for 7 years. I mean, we've fundamentally changed the way that we go to market, because we think about the cars not just being a vehicle for transportation, but something that enables a lifestyle of constant connectivity. And when you move into that space, that means that not only will your competitors in the landscape change, but the categories in which you compete against change. I mean, Google is making a car. Who would have thought? But in this environment of constant connectivity, I think it ultimately comes down to not innovating just because you can, but what's in it for the consumer. Is it convenient? Is it accessible? Is it intuitive? As I listen to, I want a vacuum that cleans my house before I get home. And I need a washer that doesn't remind me to flip the dryer, just dries it after it's washed it. You
can have Mark's.
So
I have no idea what you're talking about.
There was a gift for each of you. Mark doesn't need his, so it looks like you're going to get two.
Fridge.
This is interesting because it kind of brings up the concept of, shouldn't we solve simple tasks and needs first? I think that's what you're getting at, Mark, with the fact that it can be cheap enough to do so. I think some of the early connected appliance visions, James, going back 5 or 6 years, were very grandiose. The refrigerator was going to know what's in the fridge, know how to order it, go to Safeway.com, get the order going, have the recipe pulled up based on what you've got tonight. Whoa. Now you're talking about a dryer that simply says the dryer's done, go get the clothes before they wrinkle.
No, you want to preempt all those things. You don't want to solve them, you want to preempt them. Right, so that's, I think, a problem a lot of companies get into. They say, this is what we've been doing.
Yeah.
Let's solve that problem in the simplest way, the least expensive, the most efficient, the best design possible.
They're in their own view.
When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? I'd rather say, okay, what kind of clothes don't need washed? How do you preempt that problem so that you don't have to spend the time doing those things? And I think, again, as we get more power, every year we think this is the most powerful it's going to be. But you look at phones, they're single tasking. Now you're starting to see a multitask. And that changed how we interface with everything, because you can only do one thing at once, basically.
This brings up what Esther Dice, sorry.
Well, if we do start thinking about what we need to do, what we don't need to do, that seems to raise a relevant, or at least a salient point for you, Fareed, which is what devices don't need to be connected, right? I mean, as the guy who's dealing with the constraints, do you ever look around and think maybe all these devices don't need to be online?
Yeah,
maybe your water bottle doesn't actually have to be tweeted?
Yeah, we get approached every day by manufacturers that want to use our distribution and our reach to our 56 million customers to, put devices in our stores, and sometimes we just have to question what really is in alignment with the wireless strategy versus things
I'll tell you, we use one of your devices. We use Sprint. I have a company called MotionLoft. And what MotionLoft does, it's got a little sensor. We put it on the outside of a building. So let's say there's a big commercial building in New York City, and they have space to lease down on the bottom floor. And it counts. Just counts. Everything that goes by sends it over the Sprint network back to a central point, and so we can watch the number of people that are in any one place where there's sensors in real time. And now we're starting to add additional sensors, so they can test for carbon dioxide, they can test for moisture, they can test for any number of different things, all in real time. And so you start looking at devices, it's not even the device that matters. The sensor is almost irrelevant. It's that information. It's almost, we call it Google Analytics for the real world.
Just as many nodes as possible.
As many as you can get. We're putting them on bridges so like the transit authorities will know if there's, this is a busy interchange right now and it's snowing or whatever, and you need to get here first because there's a lot of people there. Or here, all of a sudden there's a congregation in this one part of town in San Francisco where there shouldn't be a congregation. Let's just make people aware of it, for who knows what's going on.
And this is describing a vision of low-cost devices, as you're saying, barely even devices, and low bit rate bandwidth, not putting a lot of load on your spectrum.
Right.
So things that are easy to get into to really build up that incredible exponential effect of the data.
And we're doing this now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Mark's got a point. There's something about accessibility to data that I think primarily drives a lot of these applications. But I do think there's a lot of things that you start to question. You don't start to question the innovation that's taking place, but you start to question what's the direct kind of return on investment. And I think that the one big thing that we're seeing from most mobile devices, and the phone, because it's most people's primary mechanism, what we're seeing is the evolution of what's happened to the phone. I mean, when you look at it, when we were in 1G, 2G world, when data throughput was really, kind of light and it was slow, it really kind of stopped a lot of the, real applications from, being invented and being pervasive and being out in the marketplace. What you're seeing with the speeds now being at parity with desktop speeds and what people are seeing in their homes is that the combination of that with all of the different sensors that are within your phone. For example, your phone has an accelerometer, it has a camera, it can sense motion, it knows everything about you because it's with you pretty much all times of day. That information is collected, and I think that information becomes valuable for healthcare. It becomes valuable for applications like gaming. There's all kinds of things that you can utilize that data for that you couldn't in the past. And I think it's the combination of the sensors, the software, the ability of the high-speed networks to transmit that information. And I think that there's also kind of this idea, this personal area network that for a long time was a vision. It was originally one of the reasons Bluetooth was invented, but it never really came together. I mean, for a long time, Bluetooth was only used for Bluetooth headsets. Well, now we're actually seeing people are using that phone as their central processing unit, and it's connecting to things like, Jawbone Jambox speakerphones, and Nike Fuel Bands, and all kinds of things that are gathering information.
Toothbrushes connected to kids' eye touches, to make sure you brushed your teeth and to track it and get rewards for it and gamify it.
Yeah, we saw so much Bluetooth in the fitness and health. We were really impressed by all the fitness devices that have come out as a major category at this show, using networking from Bluetooth to Wi-Fi to 3G cellular.
And it sort of gets to the point that the head of design from Nokia was making in the video that you saw earlier, which is that these devices now, is it possible that they do too much? That what we really need is the information and then a very simple kind of terminal device that basically just accesses all that information?
I was surprised by his comments because it does seem like that the single-purpose device is really rendering obsolete. If you look around the room, you won't see many people wearing watches because watches are single function, and so there's still those. I mean, aesthetically, it's fashion.
Totally old.
It's still fashion, but in terms of utility, you'll be hard pressed to find a person under 30 who wears a watch because they tell the time through their phone.
Unless it's connected to some other device.
Yeah, but Nike Fuel Band is a good example of it. But something that. So I think these devices, we want to carry fewer and fewer of them. We don't have the space to carry like all of these devices together. So those that can converge it into something simple and easy and accessible.
Well, what's really happening is all these devices are getting their own APIs, which they're becoming platforms for other things. Like with cars, it's always amazed me. I can have a GPS and I can have a map, but I don't really have a programming interface, so I could write apps because I spend so much time. I can customize my car to fit me.
Yeah. Which Ford just opened up yesterday?
Well, you started.
Developer program.
Just on the DVDs that you use to load the maps, right? There should be a programming interface to let me put. Okay, here's Uncle Susie's, Aunt Susie's house, Uncle Joey's. It could be Uncle Susie. So But all these opportunities because you spend so much time in the car. But I think an API, as we get these devices, the first step is, here's the device, here's what it does. Can we create a platform out of this device? Once you make it a platform, then all the brain power of everybody in the community that uses it can make it smarter and better and take it in directions you never imagined.
Okay. Now, all these devices we're talking about, some real, some imagined, or some conglomerations of real that need to come together more, none of them really get very far unless they've got the kind of connectivity that's going to support them in a really transparent way. So we're not really thinking about the connectivity very much. It has to be easy, pervasive, and affordable wireless connections throughout these kinds of categories. Let's take a look at some of that. A world of devices and services that offer a truly seamless digital life for the first time won't get very far if their wireless bandwidth and connectivity don't progress as well. It was only about a decade ago that investors were questioning wireless carriers' sanity as they spent billions of dollars to build out broadband for mobile devices. After all, wasn't calling and texting good enough? No one questions that anymore. Now, wireless, especially 3G and 4G cellular, fuels smartphones, tablets, connected cars, connected TVs, and new classes of devices, from the personal to the industrial. But there are bottlenecks ahead.
A lot of that comes down to spectrum, the radio frequency space in the air all around us. It's kind of like gold. We sort of know how much there is, and we can't just go make more.
This is why you see so many major telecom deals, successful and attempted. A flood of new users, each using more and hungrier devices, means data plan caps could become a real problem, not just theoretical. Overage charges could make this new world seem less worry-free, and the specter of metered usage instead of flat rate, creating a perception of much higher cost. We can only maximize the connected future if we have ample, simple, affordable connectivity. How big are the problems, and how do we solve them?
Help us, Fareed. You're our only hope.
Yeah, I think that's right.
There's a lot of this is on you, baby.
You're our only hope on
This is where I
stage.
get picked on. Right?
A little bit.
So I mean, it's definitely look. The one thing we don't have the ability to do is change the laws of physics, and unfortunately,
Google's working on that.
Yeah, Google's probably working on it. You're probably right. But they, I think that the radio frequencies and the spectrum that exists in the United States, the way it works today is it's auctioned out and it's licensed to providers like Sprint and others in the country. And I think what happens is that you get congestion in that kind of thing, but like highway lanes. There's a certain amount of highway lanes, and once you have a lot of vehicles on those highway lanes, they start to get congested, and that's what you see in the call world. When you were making calls, you'd see drop calls, or you'd see the ability not to be able to call to a cell tower. Well, the same thing happens with data. When you don't have access to those lanes, you have no ability to transmit data, or you slow down the speed of the data on those large pipes. And so the only way to solve that is either to allow us to use more spectrum, which is hard to reallocate just based on the fact that there's a lot of different people in the spectrum map, and if you were to look at it, it's a gobbledygook of different players, from the U.S. government to TV broadcasters to wireless carriers, and so it's not as easy as just kind of saying let's just open it up. But I think it requires a few things. One is it requires application developers to get smarter about the applications and how they react to situations when the networks are congested, so they can adapt. Today, really, most developers don't think about the mobile environment. The ones that are being successful in their user experiences, they've optimized their experiences to kind of work in those congested environments, or work in environments where they use very little data when they need to. And I think that's one thing. The other thing is we just continue to build out capacity. And I think one concept in our industry that's kind of catching on is this thing called small cells, where today, we go out and build these big networks. Well, in the future, what we're going to actually see is that you're going to be able to buy these little routers. Think of them as little small cell sites that you're going to just be able to connect in your home and your businesses. And these
are femto cells.
They're femto cells, right? Yeah, and there's more industrial versions of them that you can kind of put on sides of buildings.
Okay, these are not for customer premise.
Yes,
these are things you deploy.
Some of them we would deploy.
Right.
And the reason we can't continue to deploy big networks is they start to interfere with each other when we have too many of them in a given area, and they actually create the negative effect of actually causing more problems than solving them. And so when you have small cells, they don't tend to have as much power output, and so they don't tend to interfere in large areas, but they do tend to relieve the congestion because they're using backhaul like cable and DSL, where our big cell sites require these big copper and fiber drops to them, which is very inefficient. So these small cell technology, we think millions of these around the country will help relieve a lot of this congestion. But onto itself, there's no silver bullet solution. It's going to require a lot of
show of hands, how many of you are carrying a 4G LTE device at this point in history? Wow, well, we are at CES. This is a big number. It's obviously there's a very high penetration compared to the general population, but what of this theory that I guess is the best way to put it, that we can refarm 3G more quickly than any of the previous, whatever you call those segments of spectrum, that we can basically start to shut it down and move that spectrum to LTE faster because it can do it all. Is LTE more of a do-it-all coding environment and RF environment that we can actually congeal everything on it and get more efficiency and more pipeline?
Well, it's definitely happening. LTE has become the global standard. I mean, every carrier is going to LTE, but it won't solve the problem because even when you refarm the 3G spectrum to 4G, what we're finding is when you go from 3G usage to 4G usage, people's usage quadruples in data. So what happens is they go from where they were using maybe 100 megabytes a month or 200 megabytes a month, they go to using about 1.6 gigabytes a month on that same device. It's because the device,
to a cap there.
You get more data usage because you have faster speeds and you want to use it more, right? And so I think all it does is it increases the problem. It doesn't necessarily solve it.
James, you guys juggle a lot of radios in your products. Yeah. What is your take on this?
We do. I think, again, customers drive the demand, right? So they demanded more data faster, so 4G evolved. But is it a national problem or a regional problem, right? So certainly walking the floor here, hard to get a 4G signal. Mm-hmm. But you go to many other markets, not concentrated cities, and it's not the same problem everywhere. So, I think the FCC is doing some good work in condensing, open spectrum on broadcast and moving it over to 4G. But I don't know, maybe controversial to say, but is it really that big of a problem everywhere or in isolated places?
Yeah, I don't think it's starting to become a problem today across the board. I think everybody will admit to that. I think that when you look at the Cisco information on the amount of devices accessing the network and the amount of usage, it's going to be it's one of these problems if we don't start solving now, in 4 to 5 years from now, it becomes a very chaotic situation.
Are there new technologies coming to re-enable bandwidth on wireless?
Yeah.
So we'll get another quantum leap in the amount available?
Yeah, there's definitely, there's compression type technologies and,
again, just reusage.
There's reusage and refarming, but it's a very complicated problem because it's not any one thing that can solve it. And we've looked at everything, and every carrier is deploying multiple different types of solutions to try to solve the problem. But what scares us is the billions of devices that you start talking about that start using the network. And there's other things you can do, like the personal area network, where the devices share a connection and they intelligently kind of use the phone as backhaul back to the network. That's good.
And the reason I ask the question is, at what point do you cut the cord?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, because it does feel like 4G is the thing to get us away from bandwidth caps and wired. I would love to have 2 devices on a wired connection and everything else.
I'm saying cut the cord in terms of you don't have wired broadband.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll give you an example.
Yeah, exactly.
1% of our users generate 33% of our traffic. Mm-hmm. So there's 1%
See, you always say that, but there's a lot of people here, and we're all doing that.
Yeah, so you're in the 1%, which is okay, but it tends to be not the general public, like you said, in populations, because you kind of see this kind of curve that takes place, is that it's not that everybody is using all the data all the time, it's just that you sometimes also have people who abuse the networks, right? They're using them as, they're streaming, Access TV to all their friends.
I got my sleep box in the worst place.
Yeah, you're the worst customer, Mark. Most money.
It's data that we pay. I always take issue with that. I was happy that you didn't say data hog, but is it really abuse for us to use the data that is available, to use the connection that's available on the data?
No, I think
and if we're the 1% now, we're the future 99%, right?
I think we have a belief that we're the only unlimited carrier, really, truly unlimited carrier in the country, and so we still believe that when you pay us for that unlimited usage, you get to use it unlimited. But we want to also make sure that we educate customers on if you're using it and you're using 100 gigabytes a month, we need to probably
have a discussion.
Probably talk. Right?
Yeah.
I would add to this conversation, though, is that it seems to me that we're discussing it in a vacuum or a bubble. I mean, because, we're talking about the evolution of the spectrum and 3G, 4G, LTE. This is moving so rapidly, and when you pair it with a durable good like a car or an appliance, you might render other parts of your life obsolete. I mean, I was just at the hotel and I was trying to get someone to print something off, and they said, "Oh, this is we have outdated software. This came from a newer version." There's a disconnect, and I think consumers, they're hungry for speed, but when it starts to touch, when this evolution of innovation moves so rapidly and renders other parts of the life that are constants inconvenient, you have attention that's there.
And you erode some confidence in technology in general.
I think those days are gone. The whole 1980s thing.
The too fast innovation leaves people behind.
Well, yeah, or the guys who are afraid of technology and those guys are.
You have met my mother, have you?
I know. I would say I think it's possible that those days are gone in terms of adoption of technology. I think, though, it is true that networking specifically is still way too hard. To me, that is the one part of the equation that, I look at all of your connected devices and I think, for God's sake, like my router freaks out if I add a TiVo to it. Part of it is still so dicey.
That said 75% of people don't know how to turn on Wi-Fi and use it on their phone.
Right. So imagine them trying to turn on their refrigerator.
We are not most of the general public. Most of them don't know how to do basic things like set up Bluetooth, set up Wi-Fi in their phones. This is not that our customers are stupid. It's just that the technology, to the point earlier, it's so complicated sometimes, and there's so much functionality in these phones, people just don't know how to use it. We haven't simplified the process enough.
And so how much worse does that get when you start to add in a car and then a refrigerator and then whatever else Mark is working on?
So it changes you. I mean, you have to have an open source, you have an open architecture, so that Ford builds our system so that we can upgrade them and pass out, deliver free software to our customers so we can update as new technology hits the marketplace. But we're also concerned about feature fatigue. People are very concerned about how they spend their money. And if I buy something based on its features, but actually get it home and realize that I don't access most of them, I somehow feel like I've wasted some of my investment, that it wasn't good money spent. And so the features are intriguing, but if they don't make my life easier, if they're not accessible, if they're not intuitive, then I feel a bit duped on the consumer side of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we were talking about it earlier. A lot of features, I think, aren't explained properly. I think not all customers understand all features before they buy them. You look at the TV industry back in the 90s, PIP, people would not buy a TV if it didn't have two-tuner PIP, and less than 5% of the people ever used it, right? So sold a feature that really had no usage model. So I think some of the ownership is on manufacturers to make sure we're putting features in the market that consumers do get value at and do make their life better. But going back to the spectrum, I don't think it has to get more complicated, especially in the home. I think as more and more devices come online at home, manufacturers across different brands, categories, and industries have to work closer together. We're working with Cisco right now on some of their prioritization work of your home network, right? Because not all your connected devices need to be on pulling the data at the same time. So do you set up a priority of when different devices work?
You're making the point. The fact that you have to have prioritized networking, which is that means if it screws up, someone's going to have to come in and put in the admin login, right, and go to the router and reset your priorities because you just updated the software in your washing machine, And it goes to another point. Molly and I go back and forth all the time. If we can't even get our wireless networks to work, how's all this over-the-top stuff going to impact TV, right?
I've been waiting for this to come up.
Yeah, I had to, You just don't. If you can't get your wireless network to work.
We have talked about that at the show, that there are so many solutions for content delivery. There are new boxes announced here. It seems like every half hour, and it still is very hard. It still is really confusing.
But isn't that the opportunity for entrepreneurs or for manufacturers to make it simpler, right? So like you said earlier, right? Forget about solving the problem today. Let's make it simpler from the beginning. So I disagree and say that we can solve it, and it's an opportunity, right? And we can do it together, right? And maybe it's an app.
It's actually as if you read our minds, because that is our next topic of discussion, innovation and what comes next. We've talked about today, the immediate future, but the discussion really gets interesting when you start looking ahead to machine-human interfaces, to our personal networks, to the innovations that come next and sort of blow apart the categories that we're working with today. It's been called the post-mobile world, the Internet of Things, and the connected future. Either way, the trend toward ubiquitously connected devices could shake up the consumer electronics world like nothing else before it. Right now, you can use a smartphone or a tablet to control the temperature in your house, call a taxi that already knows your location, video chat with anyone anywhere, lock or unlock your door, start your car, augment reality, or access nearly all the world's information in seconds. So what comes next?
And in reality, all of you are cyborgs because you're not Terminator and you're not RoboCop. You don't have to have a brain implant to be a cyborg. All you need to do is have a symbiotic interaction between you as a human and a machine.
Once you've connected your home, your car, and your devices, all that's left will be to connect yourself.
So the Muse is a 4-sensor brainwave headband. It's actually able to sense your brain activity and give you feedback so that you can play games directly with your mind as well as improve your mental abilities. In the far future, this is going to be a tool that allows you to do things like control the lighting in your home or your automated phone system or your car directly with your mind. So the long-term future is actually allowing us to interact with devices in the world in really smart ways that are able to support you because they know something about you.
When you say like the far future, do you mean far, far? Because we're already in an exciting future.
We are already in the future.
I love it. I love it. But what else does the future hold? Whether it's wearable tech, smart home or car automation, or machine-human interfaces, what will a connected future look like, and what are the opportunities for innovation?
Okay, sandbox time. What do you want to see we don't have right now?
Cheryl? I want to see things that simplify, streamline, that give me back my time. I actually kind of intrigued in a backdrop of this constant connectivity about a retreat from technology, finding a sanctuary, detoxing, real personal engagement. There seems to be afoot a lot of discussion about authenticity and craftsmanship, and I think that's in response to a lot of high tech that's in the world. But it's at odds because we do want constant connectivity. It does make our life easier. It allows us to be more spontaneous, control our environment, influence those around us. So I think those things are here to stay. And I think that what we have seen in recent years will look like a turtle's pace compared to what we're about to embark on.
So can I read into that comment that you feel over the last few years, as you and most of us have been adopting smartphones and tablets increasingly, you feel like you're spending more time playing with tech, and I'm not using playing pejoratively, and that maybe the value equation is still TBD in your mind?
I think that the value equation is there, but I think that we will reach a tipping point where people will try to, I think the great irony of these digital devices that they were sold to us on the premise that they were going to save us time, but they steal time because we're constantly connected. We don't have downtime. We don't disengage. I mean, I don't even consider myself that high in the index of tech addict, but I still check my phone before I go to bed, first thing I do when I wake up, and if I should awake in the middle of the night, I'm still glancing at it.
Okay, what's on my voicemail?
That is a lot. It is more convenient, like you said, anticipating the problems.
I don't do meetings. I don't do phone calls. You email me. Period, end of story. Unless you're going to write me a check. Then I'll meet with you.
Then we're going to be at Pete's, and Mark will be there.
And I get so much more done. And I can go to my phone right now. I was talking to somebody yesterday about a deal I had looked at in 2002. Pulled out my phone. I had put it up through IMAP into Gmail, right? Did a little search. Oh, yeah, this was the email from 2002. Took me 2 seconds. It wasn't like go look it up, go find it, or ignore it. I mean, my life has been dramatically simplified because it's just right there. I can go wherever. I was just in the Cayman Islands with my kids. Fortunately, it's the hedge fund capital of the world, so the connectivity is good. So I'm in the boonies of the Caymans on the beach playing with my kids. I can take a call, or take an email. Rather, no one knows where I'm at and doesn't care.
But you are the 1% of the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. I mean, your experience
I'm happy
is
about that.
And that's bravo for you.
Some good political positioning there, isn't it?
But I actually think that in the future, luxury will be afforded to those who can afford to disconnect, who can shut off the phone, who have an infrastructure, a system in place, a safety net that says, I don't need to check my email. I don't need to know what's
Don't you think people said the same thing about cars? They said the same thing about anything that took you from one world to another. You know, one of my favorite lines is, you don't live in the world you were born into. You know, just things evolve, and we evolve with them. And you're always going to look at the changes you're going through right in that moment and say, can I live without them?
Yeah, I think there's some social responsibility, though. I agree with both points of view, but I think there is some social responsibility that comes with some of the technology. And we don't tend to think about it, but things like, I'll use a basic example everybody can relate to, distracted driving. I mean, distracted driving is a place where I can't say that being productive in my car is a positive thing, because you see all the time how accidents happen from this. And it's becoming an epidemic amongst teens. And we as a company, as well as some of the other carriers, have realized that there's some responsibility we have to educate people on that, because it's not just something that, the mobile technology, you can talk about the great aspects of it. You can look at, there's some responsibility I think we all have where that's a bad use case of something we don't want to have happen. And I think to Cheryl's point, there are some pieces of that I think also, we see enterprises where their employees are so connected that they're actually having to tell them to unconnect at times because they're feeling this kind of ongoing pressure. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us. Yeah. But there's some psychological and physiological type aspects to this stuff that have to work.
How long before we see the text don't kill people, people kill people?
Tomorrow. That's coming.
Yeah.
Does it argue, though, back to that point that it seemed like we were about to get into earlier, does it argue for devices that do less? Is it possible that the devices themselves do too much, that if the data collection is more seamless, that if the information flow is more constant, that if a device is more simple, more simply a terminal into information, that maybe it's less of a distraction?
My point when I said at the beginning is that I think in the future I see less distraction, I see less noise, I see less clutter. I think that the future that you're laying out means that I have curated content that's relevant to me, that resonates with me now. And I think that's the future. I think right now we're in a space where we're inundated with information. We have no ability to determine what's accurate, credible, or reliable. And that is a challenge. I mean, that's the reality of the internet today. And I think that what people want in the future is a solution that helps them navigate that so that it is a time saver, so that it is personalized or customized to their needs. So it's intuitive, so it learns our behavior and it starts to respond. Like if I pull out of my driveway, why do I have to hit the garage button for it to close? Why can't my car just sense that and close automatically? There's behaviors that are easily anticipated, and the sensors and technology, it seems like it should be there. Well, that's why you have the motion sensor.
The door will know that too. It'll know all kinds of stuff.
I sometimes feel like since the personal mobile revolution, I'm getting this much more done, a lot, but I'm actually spending this much more time to get there. Now, there's an efficiency there between those two, absolutely, but it's a net additional use of my resources. And I don't know if we accomplished something that we've been talking about a little bit here, which is, wait a minute, did we ever get the baseline of life to take less time and effort, or did we just make our lives more productive, more efficiently? You know what I'm saying?
We're taking things out of our work worlds, and that's causing us to work more and to try to work more efficiently. You know, you don't see people who work behind cash registers, or you're seeing fewer and fewer people who work behind cash registers, right? It's a bifurcated world. You've got those who deal with data, which is where the opportunities are, and those who deal with physical objects. And if you have to deal with a physical object in your job, there's a good chance you're not going to have a job in a few years. You know, we're sucking all the smarts out of the day-to-day operations of retail stores, of anywhere we can, to become more efficient. That, because we're pulling the data from one place to white-collar workers, let's call them, whatever devices they use, it requires us to process more information. So I think, to your point, you know, there's a great book by Nate Silver, The Signal and the Noise, right? Yeah. We have to learn how to process what's signal and what's noise, and that's one of the skill sets that I think we'll acquire. We'll try to give to our kids as they get older, right? How to separate it. So you're not, because the challenge isn't that you have too much. The challenge, you just don't know which is the good stuff and which is the bad stuff.
I think one of the biggest advancements you're seeing is that, you know, almost everybody's now, it used to be artificial intelligence and machine learning was just kind of something you'd find a few computer scientists working on at, you know, computer science departments around the country, and they were never bothered. Now it's like they're the most highly demanded people that you can
Manufacturing
hire.
APIs.
Yeah, I mean, natural language, machine learning, and machine learning, and natural language parsing, and all of these things that you see like Siri that most people first kind of recognized, or Google Now, and things of that nature. I mean, these are things where I think you're going to see it help fill the void and the gap. It's the interconnections of not just being functional on your device, because today you check your email, you check your calendar, you go into Yelp, you go and you open up different application services. It's really kind of, I think what you're seeing is that the platform providers are starting to make investments in those areas because they see that is the future. They want people to have seamless and ubiquitous context to what they do, not just necessarily being functional.
So ultimately, is it personalization? Is that where that's where the innovation can be? That's where the entrepreneurial.
I think personalization is it's like convergence and all these other kind of terms. It's like I think it's not just about personalizing things. It's about giving them context. And I think in mobile, the great thing about your mobile device is it's got we call it mobile, local, and social, right? It's the intersection, the Venn diagram of those three things. It's that I'm mobile, and I know I'm at the Starbucks, and I know that my friend's there, and I help connect this together. And then also I give you a discount coupon because I know you're a longtime Starbucks customer, and I know what Starbucks coffee you drink every day because I seen you order that over and over again. It's like things like that. Now it's probably a little far-fetched. I don't know if people want that level of personalization.
Well, and how serious? We only have like 3 minutes left, so this is a big topic to jump into quickly. But how serious do security and privacy concerns become then when we're talking about exchanging so much data so seamlessly? I mean, we've already seen sort of troubles with seamless sharing. How much more seriously do we have to start taking that?
That's huge. I mean, privacy, because now you have this ubiquity of information, especially when you're talking about personalization and sharing information. I mean, look at all the, things that are going on with Google and Facebook. I think that privacy becomes a big issue, and everybody has to respect that. But security is, I think, this year, most of the people that you see who predict security threats, they say this will be probably the year that we're going to see one of the largest, probably, smartphone security threats, whether it's viral or malware. That we've started to see them in our industry. We track them on a daily, weekly basis, but we're starting to see them progress more because smartphones have become so ubiquitous, and we're trying to now educate people on protecting their phones with antivirus software and malware, anti-malware software, and safe browsing software, because we're seeing some of the same threats that we saw in the early computer days now starting to, show themselves in the smartphone.
Well, and then, James, does each new connected device become a possible vector? I mean, we all saw the story about the Samsung smart TVs being hacked, maybe an entryway into your home network.
Yeah, I think it's something we have to be aware of. I don't think it's an epidemic today. I think there's isolated cases. I think all technology makes that happen, right? The opportunity for that to happen.
I like being the doom and gloom guy.
Right? That was good.
Pretty smooth.
Let's just turn off 4G.
Can't save us.
And then we don't have to worry about it.
I didn't have my coffee today. So.
Our phones are doomed. He's cranky.
I think consumers, though, I think that this balancing act on safety and security is that if they can see a direct benefit, they are willing to sacrifice a little bit of privacy. But it has to be transparent. You have to be consistent about how you plan to use the information, where it's going to go, what are the possibilities. And I think that the more that conversation is had, the more prepared the marketplace is to understand when a misstep takes place.
I'm not as worried about individual privacy and security, because if I wanted to hack you, I'll just break into your mailbox or call your credit card company and pretend I'm your grandma, right? I mean, you can get through the individual stuff in the world we're in right now. I'm more concerned about the bigger hacks that impact our national security. I'm not as concerned about missiles as I am as somebody from overseas coming in and just messing with our whole, communications infrastructure. Because, you take out some cell phone towers in the right places, or you take out a network, we got problems. And so, to me, those are the bigger issues. The bigger have a big impact on society issues.
Mark talks about one of my favorite wild card scenarios that I ran across on a CIA website. So if someone were to detonate an atomic bomb into the atmosphere, it would shut down all satellite communication. So you would all of this connectivity that we rely upon, that is so essential to our day-to-day health records, access to medication, access to financials, all that's gone.
ATMs, a TV show called Revolution about that.
Yeah. Well, and actually, it's funny because I was without power recently for 32 hours or some unbelievable amount of time.
Check your phone.
And I could check my phone.
Oh no, she went to the Starbucks plugged in.
I drove around in my car for like 30 minutes to charge my phones. No, but But someone tweeted me, if we were really going to talk about the connection, we probably should have talked about power. I mean, we start to have a very serious conversation about electricity being absolutely essential to powering, obviously not just like lights and life and heat, but everything that we rely on so much.
And when any of this stuff goes down.
This is a downer of a conversation.
I know. God. Don't think about this, people. Don't think about this.
We're in Vegas. Celebrate. That revolution thing didn't even make any sense.
Yeah,
but I hear that show is available on demand now, so you can get all caught up over the top.
Don't go there.
All
All right.
got the demand for it because it was on TV. Right?
Folks, please help me and Molly thank our guests as we wrap up this 10th anniversary next big thing. Mark Cuban, James Fischler from LG, Cheryl Connolly, futurist at Ford, and Fareed Adib of Sprint. Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can just sort of hang out on the side.
At CNET, and we're at CES, as you know, in Las Vegas. I'm Dan Farber with CNET News, and I am joined by Ariane Huffington, who's the editor-in-chief and president of the Huffington Post. Welcome.
Thank you, Dan. It's great to be here. It looks wonderful.
Well, I think everybody here is probably a little bit tired out, maybe even a little bit stressed out, and what we're here to talk about is really this whole concept of digital health. And you wrote today on the Huffington Post that this CES would be kind of transformative, and it's kind of a perfect storm for digital health. Could you explain what you mean by that?
So there are three trends that are converging here at CES this year. One is the fact that more and more of us are recognizing that stress is destroying relationships, careers, and our health. And we want to do something about it. The second trend is the fact that healthcare costs are skyrocketing. We now have a report from the Center for Disease Control that says that 75% of what we spend on healthcare costs is spent on preventable chronic diseases.
And those preventable chronic diseases are?
Obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease. You know, some of these would not be preventable, but a vast majority of them would be preventable if we became more aware of our stress, if we changed our diet, our exercise, etc. And the third trend, which of course is very relevant to being here at CES, is the fact that we now have all these technologies and all these apps that make it possible for us to monitor our health and make us much more aware of our stress levels, of how we are eating, of how much we are exercising, etc., etc. It's all the wearable devices, but it's also all the apps. You know, 44 million health apps will have been downloaded in 2012.
Now, when we say health app, I've been around the show floor, and there are a number of health apps that will measure some biometric data, such as the Fitbit or Lark. There's even a fork that will let you know if you're eating too fast. So we're starting to see these products come out, but it still seems to me that getting people to use them is still the difficult challenge ahead.
Well, 30 million wearable devices were shipped in 2012, which is a significant number. You know, these are the early adopters. But what is interesting for me is the largest question of awareness, becoming more aware of the stress we bring into our lives every day. And then what we're doing at the Huffington Post is we took all our 18 lifestyle sections and we've combined them under the logo, Less Stress, More Living. So let's say you go to our wedding section. We're going to give you all the things you want to know about where to buy your wedding dress or how to find a wedding planner. But also we're going to give you a lot of content about how to get married without stressing out. And then if your marriage doesn't work out, you can go to our divorce section and find out how you're going to get divorced with less stress and co-parent with less stress, etc.
I didn't know stress was such a good business. Now, when you talk about stress, there are a bunch of numbers here. In the United States, 31% of people have high blood pressure. 9.5 million people have diabetes. 28 million, or 28% are considered obese. A lot of people don't exercise. So it's a big challenge. And how do you think that these apps and all the technologies in this so-called Internet of Things, where you have all these devices that can give you data and give you biofeedback to help you regulate your life better. I mean, do you think that we are really at a tipping point?
I think we're at a tipping point. And what these apps and wearable devices help is give us kind of an entry point. For me, the GPS for the Soul that we're launching this week is such an entry point because you download it on your iPhone. It gives you a proxy for stress, your heart rate variability, and then you personalize a guide that helps you course correct. It can be, in my case, it's pictures of my children when they were young and unproblematic, you know, music that helps me de-stress, pictures. I saw on your Twitter feed, Dan, that you had pictures of trees, a tree in Sonoma, another tree. So I'd love you to do a guide because clearly nature helps you de-stress. So include pictures of trees and nature, whatever it is. It's a very personal thing. But then we also have a social element, which is that you can actually share guides with your friends, with others. You can look at guides by experts like Deepak Chopra, etc., or Mark Hyman on the GPS for the Soul section. And for me, it's, as you said, it's the beginning. And then you can build on it. And it's free, because I want all that to be free, so as many people as possible can be helped. And it's being sponsored by Weight Watchers. They have actually a new campaign called I'm Only Human, I Did It, about losing weight. And they have acknowledged the connection between weight and stress. So at the same time, we are partnering with others like TalkTala, which is a company that produces therapy sessions that you can afford, under $10, as opposed to having to pay $100,
so
etc.
It sounds like you're developing a kind of mechanism and clearinghouse for de-stressing.
Yes, I want us to be a clearinghouse for de-stressing. That's a very good one. Can I use that? I like that.
You, of course, can use it. But let me ask you this. Many of us, we are using all these digital devices, and we can't get away from them. And yet here's a digital device that's going to help us get away from them. But I just find it curious as to how, for example, myself, I can overcome my Twitter habit and de-stress from that.
Well, first of all, you're raising an incredibly important point, which is that technology has contributed to our stress. But this, like everything in life, there are paradoxes. And the paradox here is that you can also use technology to help you disconnect from technology and connect with yourself. So, for example, sleep, getting enough sleep, is a very big factor in reducing stress. At the Huffington Post, we have a dedicated section on sleep. And
do you have a section on being awake?
We don't recommend it. But, in that section, you get a lot of clues about how to disconnect from technology an hour at least before you go to sleep. No screens. Like, I have no screens in my bedroom. I like to read a book rather than read something on my iPad before I go to sleep. There are a lot of things like that that are simple. They're simple. We just need to start introducing them into our lives.
Now, you're starting out with an iPhone app. Are you moving to the iPad, to the Android devices, and are you going to be integrating other technologies that can feed more data into your profile on GPS?
Our head of mobile technology, Otto Toth, is here. And Otto has a lot of plans for the app. This is version 1. We would love to get your feedback and move on to version 2 and introduce both a lot more data, but also a lot more ways that we can get information about ourselves and ways that we can lead our lives in a less stressful and more fulfilling way.
So it's a great use of technology. Many companies offer similar kinds of facilities. They'll tell people, well, every 15 minutes you need to get up and walk around, or we have a little meditation room you can go into. But having it on a device, and given there are 6.5 billion smartphones out there, and at least you have the Apple phones, how do you see this expanding outside, let's say, into other countries or third world countries where people don't even see a doctor? They've probably never seen a doctor.
Well, that's why I think this is such a moment of promise, that being able to take control of your own health care as much as possible is going to really help with people who can't afford to see a doctor, even here, people who use the emergency room as their primary care physician. And I think it's also helping people recognize the connection between our mind, our body, and our soul. That's why we call it GPS for the soul, because if you just take care of your physical health, it's not going to be enough. I mean, if you just take care of what you eat and how much exercise you get, and you don't deal with your anxiety, your depression, your stress, you are still not really dealing with the whole being, and all these other factors are going to affect your health. I mean, there is no question about that anymore. The jury is in, and we need to recognize it.
It's a little bit of a catch-22, because stress can cause you problems with relationships and careers and family and everything, and yet how do you solve those root causes? And that's kind of the bigger issue.
And that's why really the bigger issue, it requires more tools. I mean, that's why we partnered with Toctala. That's why we partnered with a company called Mequilibrium, where you can actually take surveys that get you to identify the root causes of your stress. You're absolutely right. If you're having a problem in your marriage or a problem in your job, you need to address the root cause. But at least we begin to become much more aware of how we're feeling about things instead of unconsciously going through our days and weeks until we collapse. And, you know, Dan, you and I were talking in the green room. Actually, I came to want to do all these things on the Huffington Post because of my personal experience. 4.5 years ago, I fainted from exhaustion. I hit my head on my desk. I broke my cheekbone. I got 4 stitches on my right eye. And it started me on this journey of rediscovering sleep, learning to deal with my stress better. And then I thought, I want to share this and use the HuffPost platform to be able to share it with millions of people.
Well, I'm sure everyone who's watching or here in person is fairly stressed out, and I guess you could recommend that they get GPS for the Soul and check it out to kind of de-stress as they're perusing all the wares here. But let me ask you about just CES in general. Have you had a chance to see many of the products and technologies outside of digital health?
You know, I focused more on digital health, which in the broadest possible way. And I find there are a lot of devices, for example, that can help children spend more time outdoors. You mentioned the Happy Fork. There is a device that actually is like a smart toothbrush that can tell you, you know, we all of us kind of take shortcuts in brushing our teeth, that can play music and have you make sure that you brush your teeth for the right amount of time. I know these seem like first world problems, I get it. But in a sense, we are moving from the smartphone and the smart car and the smart washing machine and the smart home to the smart self. And I think from the smart self, I hope we're going to move to the wise self. Because I think the problem we are facing right now is not lack of smarts, but lack of wisdom. And I think as Steve Jobs and as Bill Gates have said again and again, everybody needs to disconnect, quieten their mind in order to tap into their intuition, insight, and wisdom. And from that place, we can be more creative and healthier at the same time.
So when you think about this product going forward, what do you see as potential extensions to a GPS? I mean, what do you think is the kind of ideal set of tools that someone would need to make this inherently useful, but to really adopt it? I think the challenge in all these technologies is adoption, which is you use it once or twice, it's great, and then you kind of forget about it.
Well, the key thing is how to make it addictive. You know, there are negative addictions and positive addictions, and I think it becomes addictive when it's really super useful. And so getting alerts to remind you to check is really a way to remain conscious throughout the day. I mean, how many times haven't we just driven ourselves through the day instead of just taking little pauses? In fact, at the Huffington Post offices, we have installed 2 nap rooms, because sometimes having a 20-minute nap can restore you for the rest of the day. And, you know, right now, it's hard to book them. You know, they're so popular. Yesterday I was walking by and I saw 2 people coming out of one of the nap rooms. You know, whatever it takes for people to distress is fine with me. Just don't tell HR. But the point is, naps are one way. Breathing, you know, that's why the GPS for the Soul has a breathing pacer that can help you inhale and exhale consciously, which is a great way to distress.
I tried it, and the interesting thing is you put your finger over the camera lens, and then you have to wait 80 seconds for it to get a final reading. So, yes, so if you start at like 80 beats per minute, you want to get it down by the time it hits that 80 seconds. So you do really focus on lowering your breathing, but I think it's like most people, you get competitive with your GPS for the soul.
Yes, exactly.
Which is a little stressful. So it's very hard to get rid of that
Do you
stress.
have a video to show them?
I think we've run the video
Oh,
as
you
we
did?
were
Oh,
talking.
I wasn't looking.
No, we actually, I just heard from the control room, we are going to run it now. We'll take a
Right,
look
so
now.
we'll show you a little bit about how it works. This is you stressed.
It's de-stressing music, and it makes you feel calm.
Yes, and basically, and everybody can pick their own distressing music, whatever it is.
And then you can share your guides to de-stressing with your friends and publish them, and maybe become famous for your de-stressing guide.
In fact, as soon as you send us your guide, we're going to splash it on the GPS for the Soul
So
side.
it's just going to be pictures of trees.
That's
and,
great.
I'll have to find the right music.
And I want to invite everybody here to send us your guides. I'm going to give you my email address. Ariana, nobody's watching, right? Ariana@HuffingtonPost.com, and do a guide. And if you need help, our editors can help you, but it's very basic and easy. And it's very personal. It's the things that help each one of us course correct.
Now, we've talked a lot about the technologies and some of the apps, 44 million apps this year related to digital health. The government and the health system in America is basically broken and bankrupt, and this is one little drop in the water to move it in the right direction, which is to focus more on preventative health and not have all these costs on the other side. I mean, what else do you think can be done, and do you think that the government can figure out a way to de-stress itself?
Well, right now, we have 1 in every 8 Americans on some form of psychotropic drug. That is like stunning. On including children, on antidepressants, on sleeping medication. Now, that is not sustainable. We need to move to more sustainable lifestyles. Occasionally you may need a sleeping tablet, but to be incapable of going to sleep without a sleeping pill is not how these human beings that we are were designed. So we need to bring a sense of urgency to the delivery of healthcare, and to realize that it starts with each one of us. It's something that we cannot delegate to anybody else, because all the decisions we make in the course of the day basically add up to our health profile at the end of the year or at the end of the decade, depending on our genes.
Right, and with your genes, you'll be able to get that profile and be able to have more targeted therapies and so on. There's also the issue of privacy. Once we aggregate, and you've got all these devices sending data and aggregating that data about your health and giving you some tips on how you can improve your health, or determining how well the medicines that you're taking are doing. I mean, what are the privacy concerns that you see that have to be dealt with immediately?
Well, there are privacy concerns around everything happening at the moment with data, health data, pictures, everything. But I really think that the advantages of collecting data outweigh the risks, and there are ways in which we can make sure that privacy is protected. I don't think we should be afraid of aggregating our data, because the harm of not having all our data in one place is so visible and so clear that I think it's worth taking that risk.
So there's risk in the transparency, but it's something that ultimately is going to benefit people's health.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. And up next is Brian Tong and LL Cool J right here. Stay tuned.
All right, guys. Hey, I'm Brian Tong here at the CNET stage at CES 2013. We're excited. Last year we laughed, we cried, we made some music, and we even hugged. Elle knows what I'm talking about. You guys, welcome back to the CNET stage, live at CES, Mr. LL Cool J. What's going on? What's going on, baby? There you go. There you go. All right, your mic's right there, man. I hear it. I hear it. Let's hear it.
What's up, everybody? How's everybody? Excellent.
That's good. That's
great,
nice.
Great. Good stuff.
So this is year 2 at CES.
Yes.
How are you feeling the energy here? What's that like?
You know what? The energy is amazing. The people have been really nice to me. They've allowed me. They've given me my geek pass.
He's got geek cred for real.
Geeks are people too. I have my inner geek, LL Geek J, for today.
Oh no!
And we're having a good time.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Now, last year you showed off your Boom Dizzle studio.
Yes.
Through a PC. Here
Yes.
today, you're going to show us a little something, right?
Okay. Yes. So to give everybody some backstory, Boom Dizzle, my company, Boom Dizzle Networks, we came up with this, I thought of this idea called the My Connect Studio, which basically allows, let's say, a kid in Los Angeles and a kid in New York, or, a kid in Idaho and a kid in Montana to go online and create music in real time. So let's say out there in the crowd there's a 40 or 50-year-old rock star who happened to become a lawyer, but they're really a rock star deep inside. You'll be able to go on this application and collaborate in real time with somebody else across the country. And we're not trying to replace Pro Tools or Ableton or anything like that, but we're making those systems collaborative. So, someone across the country can load up the beat, you can load up, you can sing. They can load up a bass line, you can load up the drums. And together you'll be able to collaborate and create music in real time. And for me, the reason I wanted to do it is because I'd be on tour, I'd be, doing my TV show, but I'd always be in the mood to go in the studio, but didn't have the ability to really do it. So that my friend or my engineer or producer would have to email me a track. Then I'd do something to the track, then I'd email it back. Then they'd email me something else, and I'd email that back. And it was this whole back and forth thing, and you lose the creative vibe and the collaborative feel of working together when you're emailing stuff back and forth. So we came up with this app. In case you didn't know, I don't write code. So I got some friends, got some engineers, put a team together and said, look, this is the vision, this is the idea, and this is what I want to do. And they helped me build this thing. And I think it's really cool. It's for any kind of music. If you don't happen to be an authentic hip-hop fan, then you can, if you're into country, you want to do your Nashville thing, you want to get your Brad Paisley on, you can do that. If you want to, if you're a rocker, if you like to wear, jeans so tight that they make your calf muscles burst out and go to the rave.
Don't look at my jeans like that. Don't look at my jeans like that. Come on.
You can do that. Whatever kind of music. So it's good for any kind of music. But that's basically the technology.
All right.
And this is called the Liquid app.
Yeah, this is the Liquid.
The Liquid My Connect Studio.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's actually, we leverage Windows 8. So it's on Windows 8 platform. So we basically call it Liquid. It's like we took that Windows 8 platform and we just poured the My Connect Studio into it. And it's great. It's for touch devices and mobile.
Yeah, now you guys, you're going to be able to see the app as he's working on it. We have our cameraman back here, so don't worry. It's not like you're just going to be staring at the back of this, of the Sony Tab.
What I did was I gave up the control, just like I do in a real session. I have my engineer in a separate location. You can assign control of the app. So in other words, if you're the one who's more of the engineer in your collaborative relationship, you can control the studio, so to speak. If the other person is more of the engineer, then they can control the studio. You see what I'm saying? So you can give up control. So for me, my engineer right here, Glenn. How are you, Glenn? Smile, Glenn.
I'm doing good. How's everybody?
Smile. Glenn's in a separate location. So Glenn, why don't you, so we can get this thing rolling, why don't you give me a loop? You know that funky loop that I like? Put a loop up here. Just give me a little loop or something, so I can feel the vibe and get my toes tickled and all that. All right. Now play the loop. Okay. All right, so now think about it. Now, this happens to be from a song I did called Take It, but this could be something that you created that's original, something that, you just came up with. You could have played it, did whatever you wanted to do, and, uploaded it to the Boom Dizzle My Connect studio as we speak, okay? So just really, really envision what I'm saying. This could be whatever music you want it to be. Sinatra, you name it. All right? Okay. All right, Glenn. So now, you know what? Give me some drums. Add some drums to that. And mind you, remember, if you have Pro Tools or if you have Ableton, you can hook those systems up to this, and it can export sounds. And it's integrated with SoundCloud. Just so you know, I just wanted to be clear about that. It's integrated with SoundCloud. So, Glenn, now play it for me. Give me the loop and the drums, extra funky, crispy, Turn it up a little bit. Let me feel it, like I'm in the studio. Yeah. Look at you. You ready to start singing again? Look at you. Yeah. I saw your face moving. You made that face. The eyes never lie, baby. The eyes have it. All right, Glenn. So now let me do a vocal. Let me do a little lead. Let me record a lead on here. Now if you happen to be more of a Neil Sedaka fan, you might want to cover your ears. But this is L being L, you know what I'm saying? And this is a good thing. CNET, Liquid My Connect Studio. You know what I'm saying? And okay. It goes something like this. Looking at my rollie, it's about that time for me to paint pictures on the walls in your mind. These entity masterpieces are hard to find. That's why from 6 to 9 they stand online. I feel like an underdog coming from behind. Pressure bust pipes, relax, you'll be fine. LL got the remedy, intervention divine. I gave you the gift for missing me, it's all by design. Stop it, Glenn, stop it. Let me do it again. I didn't like that take. Let me do it again. Remember, we're in the studio now. This is how it goes. You know what I mean?
Like, that was perfect,
no, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfect. One more time, Glenn. One more time. He's processing it, right? So you don't like it, you can go back, you can erase it, you can delete it, you can do what you got to do. You see what I'm saying? Everybody with me? I just want to make sure I'm not speaking like a foreign language over here. You know what I mean? All right. Okay. So you're loading it up. All right. Now let's do that again. One more time. Let me get that again. Let me get that again. Now remember, this could be the Star Spangled Banner. This could be whatever you want it to be. It could be, My Funny Valentine. It could be David Bowie, AC/DC, whatever you love. You know what I mean? Or it could be LL Cool J. Check it. Looking at my rollie, it's about that time for me to paint pictures on the walls in your mind. These quality masterpieces are hard to find. That's why from 6 to 9 they stand online. I feel like an underdog coming from behind. Pressure bust pipes, relax, you'll be fine. LL got the remedy, intervention divine. I gave you the gift for missing me, it's all by design. It's a privilege to be mine. I put it all on the line. All night you could come, all day you could shop. Let the bells jing-a-ling and let the champagne pop. All right, that's good. I like that, Glenn.
Woo!
I like that.
Come on.
All right, now, Glenn, can you play that back for me? Can I hear that in a few minutes? Work it out and then
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's processing right now.
All right.
10 seconds.
And remember, this is all leveraged on Windows 8. So, and just so you know, we snap Skype in so the communication is seamless. So when you're on here, you just, you can hit You can hit Skype, go on there and invite your friends. You don't have to have a user ID. It doesn't drive you bananas. You can have a ball, all right? You come home from the rave, you're slightly tipsy. You've been dancing with those funny glow sticks all night. You go in the My Connect studio, you do your thing, all right? Your wife thinks you had overtime. This could be whatever you want it to be. It could be, My Funny Valentine. It could be David Bowie. AC/DC. Okay, hold on a second. Glenn, do me a favor. Stop it for a second. Stop it. I want you to turn my vocals up a little bit so I can hear them a little louder. Turn the vocals up.
So you guys can see here on the screen.
This could be whatever you want it to be. It could be, My Funny Valentine. It could be David Bowie. And mind you, you can EQ it. You'll be able to EQ it, add effects, do what you need to do, compression to make it sound the way you want it to sound. Just so we're clear. Looking at my Rollie, it's about that time for me to paint. And you'll also, now you see how it sounds, we'll be able to place it on the grid. So if there's any delay or anything, you can move it on the grid so that it's perfect. Stop it right now, Glenn. So any place that it's on the grid, you'll be able to move it and it'll be perfect. So, it really works. Go back to the top one more time, Glenn. Let me do it again.
It's not LL perfect yet, is it?
No, it'll be there though. It's there. It's there.
You're gonna get it there.
No, I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. It's part of the, it's part of the process.
Yep.
Okay. Testing one in the head. Hands in the air like this here. Hands in the air. CNET. Now let's just test it. Test the 1 2. Test the 1 2. Test. Testing 1 2. 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 All right. All right, stop it, Glenn. Now let me hear that test back. Remember, this is somebody across country. So your man in Montana, your friend in Idaho.
You got friends in Idaho?
Got a couple.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They got the barn and the whole nine. Absolutely. Big sky, baby. Big sky.
Just checking.
Absolutely. Please believe it. Got friends everywhere. West Virginia. Got a friend named Bubba from West Virginia. Absolutely. Love him. That's my man. All right, Glenn, play back. Play back. Okay. Test the one in the head. Hands in the air like this here. Hands in the air. See that? You know what I'm saying? Real. Now let's just test it. Test the 1 2. Test the 1 2. Test. Testing 1 2. 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 All right. So you see, that's it. Anybody want to try it? Anybody want to get with me?
Yo.
Anybody want to get with me? My man right there? Come on up here, man. Come on up here. You, yeah.
He's not messing around. He's not messing around.
You with it? You with me or what? Everybody know the name of the app. It's the Liquid My Connect Studio app. Everybody clear about what's the name of it? No. You blah blah. Liquid My Connect Studio.
Liquid My Connect Studio.
Exactly. Come on up here, man. What's your name? Austin. What do you do?
Graphic design.
You're a graphic designer. Oh, okay. Now don't come up here and out-rap me and you graphic designing and all that. Just take it easy. Don't go hard with all that because you got that look, the 9th mile or something. Hold on. All right, you ready?
The 9th.
All right, hold on. All right, Glenn, give me the track. Let Austin rock out.
LL.
Austin.
LL.
Austin.
LL.
Austin.
LL.
Austin.
LL.
Austin.
LL. All right, cool. All right, Austin, good job, man. Now, promise me you're going to tutor me in graphic designs at some point, all right? All right, man, my God, Jesus Christ. All right, you ready? All right, play that again. Thank you, Austin, I appreciate that, man. All right, yo. Oh, yeah, much love to him, much love, Silk. All right, play that back, me and Austin. So as you see, look, that's basically it. It's really simple. It's not that complex. It's not like I have to pretend that it's something that's not. Very simple. 2 people, 2 different places, record music, at the same time and collaborate. If you have Pro Tools, if you have Ableton, if you have another system that you want to work on, you can use this and collaborate and make it what you want. And then position.
All right, cool. All right, officer, good job. Good
That's
job.
it. Everybody clear? Well, that's it. That's the Liquid MyConnect Studio app. That's it.
There you go. Now, LL, I mean, you've been doing music for a long time.
Right.
And this is part of your dream and vision. I mean, imagining seeing this type of device, being able to create this stuff. I mean, that's something that you're passionate about, right?
You know what? The dream was this. It's really simple. I just wanted to do something that was really cool and really helpful. I never really had a record label. That's not something that I did. We started Def Jam when I was 16 years old, but this is my gift to the music world. And I hope that the aspiring artists out there can use it in good health and create some great music on it. It's really, really cool. It really works. Like anything else, it'll get better with time. It's not, every part of it isn't perfect yet, and we have a lot of different ideas that are going to make it even better as the seasons come up, but I'm telling you, this is the future of music. The same way we use social media for everything else, we're going to collaborate, and that was my dream of doing this. I came up with this idea. I didn't, no big company came to me and said, LL, we want you to put your face on this. I know there's a lot of celebrities running around at CES. I told they're pretending that they're doing things that they're not. It's ridiculous. This is really mine.
Who specifically might you be
I'm not whoever, but this is really mine. This is really my, idea and my vision. And, I really hope that you guys, give it a chance and, write about it, talk about it, and try to use it. And if there's anything wrong with it, please, send in comments. This sucks. That's great. We'll pay attention to it because we only want it to be better, and it will get better. Any questions?
Yeah, let's take questions. Take a couple questions.
I'll take some questions. You can have more than, right now, there's 2 connect points. In other words, there's 2 nodes, but I mean, I could be, me and Brian, it could be 5 people here and 5 people there. It's not yet, we're not quite at the point where it's 3 separate, people on the app yet, but we'll get there.
Yeah,
we're working towards that. We're definitely working towards that. But it's just 2 right now. 2 points, 2 setups. Any other questions? You know what? We're still figuring that out. But you can go online right now and try it for free. You can try it for free right now. You can go to boomdizzle.com/studio and try it out for free. And we'll figure out maybe a subscription basis or something as it gets a little bit more advanced and as we perfect the technology and get the technology in a place where it's just seamless. Then people will charge a little bit for it, but this is for you guys. I want to, we all want to do well and make some change, but this is for the world.
Last one.
No, I'll take a couple more.
Okay. You want more?
He said, say it again. We want to. It's possible. But right now, this Liquid app, right now, we're just focusing on Windows 8. Windows 8 is, fairly new. And we just think we have something really, really cool. We've been, having a lot of fun with Microsoft. And Sony has been very helpful with what we're doing. And we're just trying to put this thing together and make it right on Windows 8. And once we perfect it, and really nail it all the way down where it's just, seamless, then we'll move on to other platforms as well. But definitely. Yeah, my man. Yeah. Hi. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the whole point. It's any device that uses Windows 8 can use this, so it can be mobile and touchscreen. Well, I mean, yeah, if the Wi-Fi is working, I mean, let me tell you something. I'm a brave guy. I'm doing a demo in here with this, in this area with this Wi-Fi. This is crazy. But yes, if you didn't have 350,000 people on their BlackBerry or on their iPhones and their different, whatever they're touching, their devices, yeah, maybe not BlackBerry, but you know what I mean. Maybe not. God bless them. Maybe not, But yeah, so yes, the answer is yes. You'll be able to do it anywhere that a mobile device works.
All right.
Which is amazing.
Okay, guys. Well, you know what? Elle will be here a little bit. You said you take a couple pictures of people.
I'll take some pictures. I'll take a couple.
All right, but we want to say thank you so much for Elle coming back to our stage. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you very much. Thank
you. And if you need vocals on that next time, I got you.
Yeah. I actually got some vocals on there as well.
With Joe. There you go. All right, tomorrow is another big day for us at the CNET stage. More live demos, floor tours, everything you could think of, other celebrities as well, and a very cool panel. So we'll see you then. Our live coverage starts tomorrow. Come back here, 8:45 a.m. Pacific time. We'll see you guys then.